An old man appeared. Luo Yao turned her head and saw it was Yu Paoyan, the head of the Yu family. He was being carried out, and upon seeing Luo Yao's actions, he instinctively shouted, "Stop!" As for why he was here, it was naturally Lin Ran's doing. Lin Ran had contacted people to rescue him as soon as he sensed something was wrong. Not only Yu Paoyan, but I Ren Qi had also been released by Lin Ran. "Luo Yao, you've won. We admit defeat. Hand Yu Taiduo over to me." Yu Paoyan's voice was very weak. After all, he had just been forced to have his second brother removed, a fate worse than his grandson's. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. "If I had arrived a moment later, would your son have spared Aran?" Yu Paoyan remained silent. The answer was obvious, no. Seeing Yu Paoyan, Yu Taidu was utterly bewildered. He couldn't understand why the old man was out here. Then he saw the woman beside Yu Paoyan and nearly died of rage on the spot. "You bitch! Who let you two out?" Facing his son, Yu Paoyan also wore an angry expression. Grown man, still getting angry over a woman. "You unfilial son, I won't allow you to speak to Lu Fu like that. And you, I truly regret having you." Cheng Lu Fai leaned against Yu Paoyan with a gentle look. "Husband, from now on, you might have to call me stepmother." Yu Taiduo took an incredulous step back, even the pain from his severed finger momentarily forgotten. You... Pff. A sweet taste rose in Yu Taiduo's throat, and he spat out a mouthful of hot blood. Lin Ran was screaming internally like a groundhog. Seriously? Even after losing that function, Yu Paoyan was still playing such games? Yu Paoyan looked at Lue Yao. "Lue Yao, I admit you are formidable, but are you sure you can walk out of here? As for this Yu Taidu," at this point his face filled with resentment, "let me deal with this unfilial son personally." Luo Yao gave a disdainful smile. "You tell me to hand someone over, and I just do it. Who do you think I, Luo Yao, am? Even if you have 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, would I, Luo Yao, be afraid?" A cold glint flashed in Luo Yao's hand, and Yu Taiduo's entire arm fell off. The scene fell silent, with only Yu Taiduo's agonized scream. Damn it. Yu Taidu had mobilized all the capable forces of the three major families to capture Lin Ran this time, only to end up with a severed arm. What was most infuriating was that Zhang Deshuai from the Zhang family still hadn't shown up. Truly maddening. "Luo Yao, you really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Yu Paoyan could lose a son, but he couldn't bear being humiliated by Luo Yao like this. Just then, a continuous humming sound filled the air as black Maybachs approached one after another. Brother Dao rushed to the scene with at least 100 men, bowing as soon as they got out of the cars. President Luo, young Master Lin. Yu Paoyan's face was filled with shock. He never imagined that the top underground power in the capital was actually Luo Yao's subordinate. This was trouble, because their Yu family had many unspeakable dealings with Brother Dao. He swallowed hard. "Luo Yao, Yu Taidu wanted to kidnap young Master Lin. He's yours to deal with. This old man won't disturb you any further." As he spoke, he tried to leave with Chang Lu Fu, but they were surrounded by Brother Dao's men. Although the Yu family had brought many people, filling dozens of cars, Brother Dao's men plus those Luo Yao brought roughly matched their numbers. If a fight broke out now, it would be a true massive showdown. Since the founding of the nation, such a large-scale conflict had never occurred in the capital. This had escalated to the political sphere. "Disable them all," Luo Yao commanded, and Brother Dao's men uniformly drew steel blades. It wasn't that Brother Dao was law-abiding, but using cold weapons was safer in a fight of this scale. If firearms were used in a conflict of this magnitude, what? Are you trying to rebel? Stop. Another furious shout rang out as a man was carried forward. It was Ai Renki, who had just arrived. Crippled by Yu Taiduo, he would likely need assistance to stand in the future. "Luo Yao, can you hand Yu Taiduo over to me? I'm willing to offer the Ai family's pharmaceutical company in exchange." Ai Renki hated Yu Taiduo to the core. After being released, he didn't even go to the hospital, but came straight here. The pain in his body was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. Luo Yao glanced at Ai Renqi with interest. "Trash isn't qualified to negotiate with me." Ai Renqi fell silent. The impact of those words was too strong. Luo Yao's tone shifted. "But since you're here, you might as well stay too." Lin Ran thought. Good grief, he couldn't even imagine how severe the consequences of today would be. But if his wife wasn't afraid, then naturally he wasn't either. Even if the final outcome was bad, he would stand by Luo Yao's side and face it together. Stop! Another furious shout. Lin Ran rolled his eyes dramatically, thinking, is there no end to this? Let me see who it is this time. However, when Lin Ran looked over, his expression turned serious. A military green vehicle drove into the center of the area, and 4 men in military uniforms got out. The leader was a robust man around 50 years old. Simultaneously, a special police siren sounded from the periphery of the crowd. Lin Ran had heard it online before. It was the sound used only when the military was dispatched on an urgent mission. Abu came to Lin Ran's side. This man is very strong and well equipped. If something unexpected happens, I might need to hold him off. Don't stay too far from the young lady. For Abu to be this serious showed the newcomer was no ordinary person. The man stepped forward. Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Lin, from the Chinese military. You have created a large-scale armed conflict in the capital. I am here to coordinate with the police department to take you all in for investigation. Everyone, put down your weapons now. Shenlin's words carried immense authority, projecting an aura that was hard to resist. Yu Paoyan thought, this is bad. The instigator of this chaos was Yu Taiduo. Although Yu Taidu, wait. If he could provoke Luo Yao into killing Yu Taiduo, could he then use Yu Taiduo as the scapegoat? Officer, my Yu family abides by the law and will fully cooperate with the investigation. However, my son is in their hands. You must save him. Chen Lin nodded, looking at Lin Ran and Luo Yao. Lin Ran, let him go. Chen Lin's eyes signaled Lin Ran not to resist. Lin Ran understood, but he didn't want to comply. Suppressing his anger, Chen Lin said, Yu Taiduo, Lin Ran, Lu Yao, Yu Paoyan, I Ren Qi, and... At this point his gaze swept sharply towards Brother Dao. Wei Fazhe, I order all of you to put down your weapons. Chen Lin knew of Brother Dao, and also knew he had an official identity, as Brother Dao's superior happened to be an old classmate of his. The reason Chen Lin named Brother Dao was precisely because naming him would less likely expose him. Personally, he disliked the official tactic of using darkness to govern darkness. But being military, not law enforcement, he had no authority to intervene. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. Commander-in-Chief of the Chinese military region? Chen Lin nodded, not denying it. Lin Ran was taken aback. So, this was the most formidable person from the Chen family, the Commander-in-Chief of the Huaxia military region. Lin Ran's frown deepened. Earlier, he only knew this guy was from the military, but he hadn't expected his identity to be so special. The situation felt increasingly thorny, involving more and more people. Come to think of it, this Chen Lin was actually a distant relative of his. Chen Lin looked at Lin Ran and did not avoid their relationship, instead speaking openly. Lin Ran, I am your maternal grandfather's younger brother, which makes me your elder. Do me a favor, put down your weapons. Believe that the authorities will give both sides a satisfactory answer. Another one asking for a favor. Why does this world always have so many people who think their face is all-powerful? Luo Yao watched Lin Ran the entire time. If Lin Ran agreed, she would put down her weapon. If Lin Ran chose slaughter, then she would massacre everyone. As for the consequences, she wasn't afraid in the slightest. As long as she could be with Lin Ran, even being smashed to pieces would be beautiful. Moreover, she, Luo Yao, wasn't someone just anyone could bully. After a long silence, Lin Ran spoke. Although you are my elder, I do not wish to be controlled by others. When they dispatched over 100 people to surround me, you didn't tell them to put down their weapons. When they fired the first shot at me, you didn't tell them to put down their weapons. Abu opened his mouth but said nothing. He really wanted to say, Young Master Lin, it was you who fired first. But he held it back. Lin Ran's words continued. Now that I'm about to win, you tell me to put down my weapons? What gives you the right to say such a thing? Chen Lin looked at Yu Taiduo on the ground, who was on the verge of passing out, then at the bodyguard behind Yu Taiduo standing on one foot with a pained expression and his brows knitted together. Are you sure the other side fired first? Before his deployment, Chen Lin had been given orders. Ensure no armed conflict occurs on site. Handle the matter with minimal cost. He could even turn a blind eye, with everything aimed at securing the scene. So he chose to give Lin Ran a way out. It was up to Lin Ran whether to take it. I know what you're worried about. don't worry. If this incident were exposed, the impact would be too great. For the sake of public stability, the authorities would certainly handle it properly. This argument actually swayed Lin Ran, but he wasn't sure if the person before him was telling the truth. He wasn't afraid of Chen Lin, but if a perfect resolution was possible, that would be acceptable. Because he wasn't alone, he also had to consider Luo Yao and their future. It just felt very stifling. He was extremely uncomfortable inside. So he turned to Luo Yao. Yao, you decide. Part of me wants to deal with these people, but I'm also worried. I can only leave it to you. Whatever you decide, I'll agree. Seeing Lin Ran's dilemma, Luo Yao also began to think. She wanted to finish off all these people because they had bullied Lin Ran, but she was crazy, not stupid. If she were alone, she naturally wouldn't fear the consequences, but now that the authorities were involved, if she persisted in having her own way, it might affect her family. Somehow, without realizing when, Luo Yao had also started to care about family. Of course, her family consisted only of Lin Ran. Chen Lin, on the other side, did not rush them. Luo Yao's response would influence his command. If it were anyone else, Chen Lin would have already ordered his men to act, arresting all these fanatics, and even using lethal force if necessary. But everyone present had special statuses. The slightest misstep could cause serious losses to the nation. He had to proceed with caution. Luo Yao expressionlessly sheathed her dagger, but her tone was icy and piercing. Commander Chen, I must remind you, no matter who dares to harm Ran, even if I'm smashed to pieces, I will make sure they have no place to be buried. Luo Yao's words were not directed at Chen Lin, but at the authorities behind him. Dare to harm Lin Ran. If you are one person, I will kill one. If you are a nation, I will slaughter the nation. If you are the world, then I will destroy the world. Whether it can be done or not is secondary. At the very least, the stance is made clear. Luo Yao was already conceding, which made Chen Lin breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that if Luo Yao went mad, she wouldn't consider the consequences. Rest assured, Lin Ran is also a junior of mine. I will do my utmost to ensure his safety. Chen Lin hated this feeling of being pressured. But to stop this fight now, he had to make concessions. He couldn't really just gun these people down, could he? They weren't ordinary civilians. Lin Ran now stood beside Luo Yao, gently taking her hand. Feeling her lover's hand, Luo Yao's killing intent finally subsided. Ran, I'll remember this grudge for you. Believe me, I won't let them off easy. Lin Ran nodded. Of course I believe my wife. As for them, I imagine they won't have an easy time either. With Luo Yao putting down her weapon, the others were even less willing to resist. Abu was the first to drop his weapon and raise his hands, followed by Wang Bao and Little Tong. The people from the Yu, Ai, and Zhang families looked at each other and also put down their weapons. Seeing everyone had disarmed, Brother Dao then smiled, threw down his knife, and crouched on the ground with his hands behind his head, his movements fluid and practiced. The perimeter personnel secured everyone present. Of course, no coercive measures were taken against Luo Yao and Lin Ran. They were instead escorted to a vehicle. As for Yu Paoyan, Yu Taiduo, Ai Renqi, and the one whose toes were smashed, they were all taken away by ambulance. Lin Ran had to admire Yu Paoyan and Ai Renqi. Both had been crippled by Yu Taiduo, yet they could endure the pain to come to the scene. It showed just how much they hated Yu Taiduo. Soon, the area returned to silence, as if no one had ever been there. Such a major incident couldn't be concealed. Many citizens in the capital began to speculate. The chase video from Shenhe Road was also posted online, but was deleted within seconds. The authorities also issued a statement immediately. Regarding the large-scale street racing incident on Shenhe Road today, the authorities attach great importance and have detained and fined the main suspects involved. Please be assured, citizens, a very simple public notice, making everyone believe it was just a rich person's racing game, because no one believed the authorities would lie. Simultaneously, the Yi and Chen families also took action. The Chen family pressured both military and political circles and, unusually, entered the fray of business warfare. However, the Chen family's approach to business warfare differed from other families. They relied not on capital, but on a powerful network of connections. Though lacking financial tycoons, their official background was formidable. Those enterprises that had been hesitating and not taking sides after the Chen family stepped in also began to align with Luo Corporation, targeting the businesses of the Yu, Ai, and Zhang families in the commercial world. As for the Yi family, their hospitals are spread all over the country, and their economic foundation is exceptionally solid. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become the leading family among the current 5 great families. The Yi family's involvement is relatively singular. Apart from the nationwide hospitals, they only have one cradle university in the medical field. Yet it is precisely this singular family whose economic strength has long surpassed that of families like the Yu and Ai. The Yi family has the smallest industrial scale among the 5 great families, but their cash flow is undoubtedly the largest. This is also because they suffered losses in this area before, almost going bankrupt due to lack of funds because of pressure from other families back then. If Luo Yao hadn't intervened, the Yi family would have long been relegated to the bottom tier. Precisely because of this, the Yi family is very particular about cash reserves, fearing most of all a repeat of history. However, now that they need to help Luo Yao, they will not hesitate to offer their fullest support. Taking advantage of the time when the decision-makers of the Yu and Ai families were both in the hospital, they launched a comprehensive financial assault. Shanghai. President Qi, the business war in the capital has intensified, and the authorities have started to intervene. Headquarters told us to act according to circumstances. What should we do now? Qi Chengwei, sitting in her office, raised her bright eyes. Weren't the Yu, Ai, and Zhang families surrounding and blocking young Master Lin? Was anyone injured? The assistant shook her head. I heard only people from the other side were injured. No one on young Master Lin's side was hurt. Qi Chenwei's expression remained unchanged, but she secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. No injuries meant Little Tong was safe. Since the authorities have already intervened, we need to ramp up the pressure too. Notify everyone in the company. The Shanghai Tech City project is suspended. What? Suspend the Tech City project? The assistant's eyes widened. Qi Chenwei shot her a glance. Relax, no one can take advantage of the situation. They don't have the capability either. The assistant frowned. But doesn't this need to be reported to headquarters? Qi Chenwei's gaze suddenly turned domineering. What did headquarters tell us to do? Act according to circumstances. Then why are you saying so much? Do you doubt my judgment or headquarters' judgment? Pressed down by Qi Chengwei's aura, the assistant felt almost breathless. She lowered her head, left the office, and carried out the order. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came. A lively young woman walked in. Chengwei's sister, I'm here. Qi Chengwei looked at Lu Shangxi entering the office. Put away that cute act. No need to pretend in front of me. Lu Shangxi pouted. Is it possible that I'm genuinely cute? You can fool others, but not me, and certainly not President Luo or young Master Lin. Qi Chengwei narrowed her eyes slightly. Lu Shangxi had been quite busy during this period. Now, the entire Lu family clan was beginning to rally around this young girl. Even their old family head, Lu Yuki, was starting to be sidelined. Could a silly, cute young girl accomplish all this? Qi Chengwei didn't believe it. If her guess was correct, the Lu family's first female family head would appear very soon. Lu Shangxi was still pouting, feeling utterly wronged inside. In reality, she was nothing special. The reason she could begin to control the Lu family was entirely due to someone's cultivation. Chengwei's sister, saying that really hurts my feelings. We're on the same side. Qi Chengwei shook her head. You'd better tell me why you came today. Lu Shangxi also remembered her purpose for coming. Oh, President Liu Meng contacted me, asking me to take over the Lu family. I came to invite you to my succession ceremony. Qi Chenwei was full of questions. What do you mean, President Liu contacted you? Lu Shangxi pouted. I've actually always been on President Liu's side. After President Liu left last time, President Liu came to find me. Did you really think a woman like me could rally so many people in the Liu family? It was all supported by President Liu behind the scenes. Qi Chengwei drew a sharp breath, shocked by Liu Meng's capability. Liu Meng hadn't been in Shanghai for long, but she had accomplished quite a lot. Integrating the Wang family, reclaiming Samsung, launching the Tech City, and still having the energy to orchestrate the Liu family's makeover. If she had Liu Meng's ability, she might even dare to challenge the folks back in her hometown in Sichuan. No wonder Lu Shangxi said they were on the same side. So that's how it was. All right, I'll attend. Then I'll be going now. Goodbye, Chengwei's sister. Lu Shangxi walked out of the office and instantly put on the demeanor of a domineering female CEO. She never imagined she could one day take over the Lu family. Although acting domineering was tiring, she quite liked the feeling. In less than a day, the pressure from the authorities multiplied. They knew Luo Yao had significant influence, but they hadn't expected it to be this strong. Not only projects from the Luo group, but even many families stepped forward in support. The most surprising was the usually aloof Chen family. Because of the Chen family's involvement, all the wait-and-see enterprises began to switch sides and apply pressure. At this critical juncture, the Tech City project was also suspended. This raised the already high pressure another notch. The final conclusion reached: issue a warning, and it must not happen again. It wasn't that the authorities couldn't sanction these people, but rather that it was unnecessary. Of course, not sanctioning Lin Ran equally meant they wouldn't sanction the Yu and I families either. The authorities weren't fools. They wouldn't let Luo Yao wantonly eliminate these families. If these financial conglomerates advanced together, it would be manageable, all within controllable limits. But if one truly became dominant, it would indeed trigger many chain reactions. South Korea was the best example. The authorities would not allow China's political and business landscape to become like South Korea's. Dongtian Manor. Lin Ran and his wife were personally escorted back by personnel from the relevant authorities. Actually, they had had a rather good day, arranged in a 5-star presidential suite with top-notch food and amenities. The only drawback was guards stationed outside, not allowing them to leave. Now it was fine. They had regained their freedom. Not just them, but also the personnel guarding the Yu and A family members in the hospital had all withdrawn. After getting out of the car, the couple entered the villa and found a group of people sitting inside. They were Chen Shao, Su Jianguo, Chen Zhuma, Chen Yanxi, Chen Yanlin, Chen Lin, Chen Qingtian, and Liu Meng. Seeing Lin Ran enter, Su Jianguo stood up on the spot. Lin Ran, so you weren't actually lame all along, Su Jianguo explained. Your grandmother-in-law just has inconvenient mobility, not a disability. As he spoke, Su Jianguo took Lo Yao's hand. Yao, that girl Qingtian has caused you trouble. If not for her, you wouldn't have offended the 3 great families. Luo Yao said coldly. It has nothing to do with you. I only care about Iran. Besides, you all intervened as well, didn't you? Luo Yao knew that her investigation was just a formality. For now, no one could touch her. Her reputation in the business world wasn't great, but the companies she cooperated with were no small enterprises. So, if she were suppressed by the authorities, all these interest groups would certainly pressure them, and the authorities couldn't withstand that pressure. However, the Chen family's intervention had indeed sped up this outcome considerably. Luo Yao was also somewhat surprised. In her impression, this was the first time the Chen family had participated in a business war. Su Jianguo was choked by her words but didn't get angry. At that moment, Chen Lin stood up. Luo Yao, the authorities are very angry this time. However, since both sides are at fault, you'll each take 50 blows of the rod. We hope such incidents won't occur again during your business competition. Lin Ran wasn't willing to listen to this. Have you even gotten the facts straight? We didn't break any rules the entire time. They were the ones who surrounded and blocked us first. Chen Lin frowned. But you fired a gun, Lin Ran. They fired first. Abu glanced sideways at Lin Ran. He felt that in Lin Ran's mind, the other side really had fired first. Chen Lin was also somewhat speechless. With so many witnesses, Lin Ran still dared to lie? Lin Ran, if you don't believe me, ask my bodyguards. Wang Bao, Little Tong. What? Abu said without changing his expression. That's right, the other side fired first. But even if they hadn't, with so many people surrounding us, we had the right to defend ourselves, right? Chen Lin looked at Abu, but didn't dwell on the topic. He could sense that Abu was very strong, likely on par with himself. But who in this room was the most dangerous? Chen Lin glanced at Luo Yao. Regardless of who fired first, the authorities have only one demand for you. No more armed clashes during competition, and absolutely no fatalities. Chen Lin's surname was Chen, which was also the reason the authorities sent him to deliver the message. Luo Yao, Lu Meng, get the documents. Lu Meng had long been prepared. She took a document envelope from her bag and handed it to Chen Lin. This contains criminal evidence against the Yu, I, and Zhang families, enough to have them executed to the last man, handed over to the police. Lin Ran also remembered something. I also have 3 women here, witnesses to the Yu family's murder and corpse disposal. You can take them back too. Luo Yao gave Lin Ran a deep look. Those 3 women seemed rather good-looking. What? Chen Lin was somewhat incredulous. He understood in his heart that these so-called major families must have a very dirty side. No tycoon's wealth is entirely clean. But for such matters to leave behind solid evidence that could be seized was a bit low level. All right, I will definitely communicate this issue with the judicial authorities. After all, Chen Lin and Lin Ran were also related by family ties, so naturally, he had to think of his own people. This also stemmed from the Chen family's rules. When a family member is in trouble, do everything possible to save them. But he didn't think the current Lin Ran was in trouble. He even felt that Lin Ran and Luo Yao, this couple, were the ones bullying others. Luo Yao looked at Chen Lin. Don't worry, I won't monopolize power, nor will I wipe them out. I'm just giving the current Yu, I, and Zhang families a blood transfusion. Luo Yao naturally understood the authorities' meaning. She couldn't truly annihilate them either. After all, once the balance was destroyed, she would be standing at the very top. Once that happened, she would be thoroughly sanctioned. She understood the principle that it's lonely at the top. Chen Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief this time. If this were a battlefield, he wouldn't hesitate to wipe out all these guys. But in the business world, he really had no way to deal with these family members and even inwardly resisted this mediator task. The assurance Luo Yao gave now was precisely the answer he wanted to hear. All right, I'll take my leave then. Oh, by the way, I'll attend your and Lin Ran's wedding. After saying this, Chen Lin left. He now held Luo Yao in very high regard. Assured that Lin Ran and Luo Yao were fine, the Chen family members were also relieved. Chen Qingtian, cousin, thank you for saving Shasha. Lin Ran didn't particularly like Fang Buxia. This time, Yu Chengkun just happened to run into the line of fire. I didn't save him, nor was I helping you. It was just a coincidence. Where's Fang Buxia? He's in the hospital receiving treatment. Yu Chengchun was too brutal. Shasha has multiple fractures. Lin Ran, as long as his life is saved, that's enough. Don't ask for the moon. Chen Qingtian. After chatting a bit more, the Chen family prepared to leave. Out of basic courtesy, Lin Ran had Uncle Fu prepare a dinner for them, but the Chen family declined. After urging the young couple to live well together, they all left. After the Chen family left, Luo Yao gently bit Lin Ran's shoulder. What did A Ran dig out those three women for? Sensing a faint, looming chill, Lin Ran immediately raised his hands in surrender. Wife, I just wanted to help you deal with the Yu family. If I'm lying, may my mother's grave be dug up. Only then did Luo Yao feel better inside. Uncle Fu also appeared appropriately. Young miss, Brother Dao is visiting. Since Chen Lin was here earlier, I didn't let him in. Luo Yao nodded. Let him in. Brother Dao was led into the villa and bowed upon entering the room. Luo Yao. Skip that. We're not a feudal dynasty. Let's not bother with these empty formalities. Brother Dao smiled awkwardly. The authorities seem to already know about our relationship. What should we do now? Luo Yao showed no surprise. They've known about your situation for a long time. They just turned a blind eye, aiming to use you to maintain the balance of the underground forces in the capital. Remember, the reason you have your current status in the underworld isn't because you're so amazing, but because they want you to be that amazing. Brother Dao didn't understand at first, but over the past few years, he had come to understand the authorities' intentions. Luo Yao stood up and took a file from Lu Meng's hand. This is your new identity. From now on, the person named Wei Fajie is dead. Understood? Brother Dao looked at the new name on it, feeling his eyes grow moist. Wei Xinsheng. Wei New Life. Breaking out of the cocoon, reborn from the ashes. I'll have someone stage your accidental death. From now on, you, Lu Meng, and Abu will be the leaders of Shadow. Lu Meng handles things openly, you operate in the shadows, and Abu is responsible for training talent. Wei Xinsheng nodded. He liked this new identity very much. From today on, he would break free from the authorities' control. After Brother Dao left, Lu Yao talked with Lu Meng for a while longer, planning to completely hand over the entire Lu group to her. Liu Meng was both flattered and somewhat sentimental. You and young Master Lin are off to enjoy life, while us poor subordinates still have to work hard. But thinking of the figures in her bank account, she felt relieved. Seeing Luo Yao's arrangements, Lin Ran felt inexplicably excited. At this pace, they could probably travel the world with Luo Yao before long. In that case, let's add more fuel to the retirement progress. Yao Yao, I've discovered something absolutely explosive, enough to cause the Yu father and son to collapse from within. Luo Yao. You mean the fact that Yu Qingchun is Yu Paoyan's son? Lin Ran's eyes widened. Impressive, you even know that, as expected of my wife. Luo Yao nestled into Lin Ran's arms. I found out a while ago. I had tests done when Yu Chengchun was in the hospital. In that case, let's spread this news, Lin Ran said with a sly smile. The corner of Luo Yao's mouth lifted. It's already arranged. Lu Meng will handle it. His wife was always thorough, considering every angle. With that settled, Lin Ran had nothing to worry about. Yao Yao, to celebrate our temporary victory, let's make love. Luo Yao nodded. She didn't know why, but she felt her sex drive had been particularly high lately. One could even say the moment she saw Lin Ran, she wanted to pounce on him. Just as the two were about to take the next step, Luo Yao suddenly frowned. Before Lin Ran could figure out what was happening, Luo Yao rushed into the bathroom. Hearing the sounds of retching from inside, Lin Ran was worried sick. Could Yao Yao's stomach condition be getting worse? That shouldn't be the case. Lin Ran brought a glass of warm water to the bathroom and handed it to Luo Yao, his voice full of concern. Yao Yao, I've called the doctor. He'll be here soon. Luo Yao straightened up, feeling a bit better. Lin Ran carried her back to bed. About 5 minutes later, Yi Shiyin arrived at the #1 villa. Lin Ran personally went downstairs and practically dragged him upstairs. As they walked, Lin Ran anxiously explained the situation. Yao Yao was just vomiting. I suspect it's her stomach condition flaring up. Stomach condition? Yi Shiyin was confused. Yeah, doesn't Yao Yao have a stomach condition? You must examine her carefully later. If necessary, we'll go to the hospital. Yi Shiyin smiled. Don't worry, young Master Lin. Although the young lady has anorexia, her stomach is perfectly fine. I give her a physical exam every year. Lin Ran suddenly froze, stopping mid-step on the stairs. Yi Shiyin asked, what's wrong? Lin Ran shook his head. It's nothing. Just, later. Don't tell Yao Yao about our conversation, just do a thorough checkup. Yi Shiyin found it strange but nodded in agreement. The corner of Lin Ran's mouth lifted slightly. Yao Yao, you've kept me in the dark for so long, making me worry for nothing. Entering the room, they found Luo Yao lying in bed, already feeling much better. Yi Shiyin observed Luo Yao's complexion and found nothing unusual. He approached the bed. Young lady, I need to take your pulse. My apologies. Luo Yao paused for a moment. Seeing the worry in Lin Ran's eyes, she extended her hand. Yi Shiyin gently placed his fingers on her wrist, closed his eyes, and felt her pulse, which was smooth and rolling like beads. A slippery pulse? Yi Shiyin was taken aback. Young lady, you didn't take the medicine after your last menstrual cycle? Luo Yao knew what he was referring to and shook her head. Yi Shiyin nodded. That explains it. Congratulations, young lady. You're pregnant. This time, it was Lin Ran's turn to be shocked. Pregnant? What's pregnant? Yi Shiyin withdrew his hand, stood up, and smiled at Lin Ran. You're going to have a little baby. I estimate it might be almost 2 months along already. For specifics, the young lady should go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Lin Ran instantly felt his head buzzing. He wasn't exactly overjoyed. Instead, worry was the predominant feeling. Luo Yao asked, Aran, are you not happy? Lin Ran shook his head and asked, but Yao Yao and I haven't been abstaining from intimacy during this time. Is that okay? Won't it harm Yao Yao? Yi Shiyin sighed. Actually, intimacy in the first 3 months doesn't really affect the mother. The main risk is miscarriage for the baby. But don't worry, I've just checked her pulse and there don't seem to be any major issues. It will be even better to get checked tomorrow. This child is really lucky. After seeing Yi Shiyin out, Lin Ran gently hugged Luo Yao. Yao Yao, I remember you said you didn't like children. Luo Yao touched her stomach. But I should leave something for Aran. So, I stopped taking the medicine recently, thinking I'd let nature take its course. Since it's here, let's keep it. Lin Ran took a deep breath and also reached out to touch Luo Yao's stomach. For some reason, when his hand cautiously rested on her belly, he seemed to truly feel the little life inside. An indescribable emotion filled his heart. No wonder you've gained weight recently. It's because of the pregnancy. You should have told me earlier so I could have been mentally prepared. Speaking of which, this little one is really fortunate. Luo Yao also remembered her recent weight gain. She had thought it was just from eating, but now she finally understood the reason. Is Aran blaming me? Although I wanted to let nature take its course, I never really thought about this possibility. Lin Ran affectionately stroked Luo Yao's head. How could I blame you? If anyone's to blame, it's me for being careless. The young couple had only discovered it now. Firstly because they were inexperienced, especially Luo Yao, who who had even overlooked her irregular periods. Although Lin Ran also lacked experience, the bigger reason was that he never imagined Luo Yao could get pregnant. He thought Luo Yao was taking the Yi family's medicine and couldn't conceive. If he had known Luo Yao had stopped the medication, he would have noticed the signs much earlier. Luo Yao snuggled into Lin Ran's arms. Thinking about having a baby with him, she suddenly felt it was quite nice. It seemed she didn't particularly dislike this child. Feeling Luo Yao's hands beginning to wander, Lin Ran tensed up. Yao Yao, if you've decided to keep this child, you'll have to hold back a bit. Let's wait until the baby is 3 months along before we… Luo Yao suddenly began to dislike this child. It seemed she really didn't like children at all. Her voice was slightly hoarse. I'll just rub against it, I won't go inside. Lin Ran. Hori, me. You've really turned things upside down. Time moved to the next day. Liu Meng, who had been working continuously for a long time, finally had a good night's sleep. Early in the morning, refreshed and energetic, she went to the hospital to visit the patients. This was the Yi family's hospital, with a dedicated area for wealthy clients. Yu Taidu, Yu Paoyan, and Ai Renqi's rooms were right next to each other, all VIP suites. When Lu Meng arrived at Yu Taiduo's room, she found Yu Paoyan was also there. Besides him, there was also the woman named Chang Lu Fu. Yu Taidu was already awake but still confined to bed. His hand had been reattached, but due to excessive blood loss, he was very weak and would likely be bedridden for a long time. Yu Paoyan sat in a wheelchair, staring coldly at Yu Taiduo, with Chang Lu Fu by his side. Seeing Lu Meng enter, all three frowned. Yu Taiduo spoke first. What are you doing here? How did you get in? Liu Meng offered a polite smile. You mean those bodyguards outside? I had them restrained while you and your father were talking. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to interrupt the Yu family's discussion about the successor. I'm just here to visit you all and incidentally deliver a gift. They certainly didn't believe Lu Meng could be so kind-hearted. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Yu wants Yu Chengqian to inherit the Yu family, right? As for Yu Taiduo. At this point, Liu Meng cast a somewhat sympathetic glance at Yu Taiduo. You probably want Yu Chengsai to inherit, don't you? Both Yu Taiduo and Yu Paoyan looked at Liu Meng with astonishment. No matter how much they fought internally at home, these matters had never been discussed with outsiders. How did Liu Meng know? Yu Taiduo asked, how do you know? Liu Meng smiled and unfolded the paternity test report in her hand. Because of this, Yu Chengqian is actually Yu Paoyan's son. Yu Taiduo's eyes widened. In this moment, he felt a rage even greater than when he learned of the betrayal. You old beast, I hope you die a horrible death. Yu Paoyan wasn't afraid of Yu Taiduo at all. Now that Yu Taiduo was severely injured, he was determined to seize this opportunity to reclaim the power Yu Taiduo held. It was time for him, the family head, to stand tall again. Cheng Lu Fu, on the other hand, looked utterly indifferent. So what if they knew? What could they do? Whether it was Yu Chengchun or Yu Chengsai, they were both her sons. It made no difference to her who inherited. She only cared about her own future status and lifestyle. However, Yu Taiduo definitely wouldn't let her off now. Under no circumstances could she allow Yu Taiduo to regain control. Liu Meng didn't linger any longer and walked out of the hospital room. Based on her understanding of the Yu family, Yu Taiduo would absolutely finish off that old man. Everyone thought Yu Taiduo was just the pampered young master, but in reality, he was a ruthless and merciless filial son. After visiting Yu Taiduo, just as Liu Meng was about to leave the hospital, she unexpectedly saw Luo Yao and Lin Ran. President Luo, are you feeling unwell? Luo Yao shook her head. Lin Ran carefully supported Luo Yao as they walked to the private lounge. This scene made Liu Meng sense that Luo Yao might genuinely be ill, but judging by her complexion, she seemed perfectly fine. Yi Buhao hurried over, holding a report in his hand. President Luo, young Master Lin, the baby is very healthy, currently at 8 weeks and 1 day. Liu Meng's eyes were filled with shock. President Luo, you're pregnant? Luo Yao nodded. Liu Meng felt as if the sky had fallen. She had always believed Luo Yao wouldn't have children, given that her boss had such an intensely possessive nature. Having a child would mean young Master Lin would have to divide his attention. But now, something seemed off. Lin Ran frowned. From your reaction, it seems you're not happy that Yao Yao is pregnant. Liu Meng snapped back to reality. No, congratulations, boss's husband. Congratulations, President Luo. Luo Yao glanced at Liu Meng. Don't tell anyone this news. Okay. After leaving the hospital, Liu Meng returned to Luo Corporation. Sitting in her office, she felt an itch all over. Wang Fang brought in some documents. President Liu, there's an assistant team meeting at 10 a.m. today, an executive meeting at 11 a.m., a cooperation negotiation with Samsung's President Park at 1 p.m., and at 6 p.m. As Wang Fang went on and on, Liu Meng gave her a sidelong glance. Sister Wang, we've known each other for so many years. I can trust you, right? Of course. Although I'm your special assistant, more often than not, I'm also your friend. Liu Meng nodded with satisfaction. Then let me tell you a secret. Let's be happy about it together, but you mustn't tell anyone else, okay? Wang Fang replied. Okay. President Luo is pregnant. Oh, that's quite normal. Women often get pregnant after marriage, don't you think? Wait, who did you say is pregnant? After hearing Liu Meng's explanation, Wang Feng felt her worldview had been shaken. Remember, you can't tell anyone, or even I won't be able to save you. Wang Feng nodded blankly, then suddenly burst into tears. Wah, President Liu, why did you have to tell me this? How am I supposed to keep it to myself? Wah, Liu Meng laughed. Sister Wang, you have to hold it in, even if it's hard. Otherwise, you'll have to leave Luo Corporation and become a little princess in someone else's gilded cage. Wang Fang composed herself. Her red, teary eyes added a touch of vulnerability that made people instinctively want to protect her. Actually, Wang Fang was quite beautiful, with very classic, pretty features. From certain angles, she might even be more attractive than Liu Meng. Liu Meng had a domineering, sharp beauty, while Wang Fang possessed a delicate, fragile beauty. After Wang Fang left, Liu Meng finally shifted her gaze away from her and looked at the schedule Wang Fang had left behind. Park Guki? Negotiate cooperation? Do you think I don't know what you're after? Meanwhile, the AI family and the Yu family were going at it. Of course, going at it here meant in the business arena, and the most high-end business wars often employ the simplest methods. The I family had people dump loads of sand and gravel in front of the Yu family's headquarters. If someone chased them away, they'd leave, only to return and dump more after it was cleaned up. The Yu family wasn't one to take bullying lying down. Under Mr. Yu's direction, with Yu Chengsai temporarily in charge, they directly had a sewage truck dump its contents in front of the I family's headquarters. Cleaning up sand and gravel is just laborious, but even after cleaning up sewage, the smell lingers. Let's see who's tougher. In the midst of this back and forth between the two families, Liu Meng entered the fray, sweeping through the industries of both the Yu and A families. This left the young Yu Chengsei overwhelmed and scrambling to cope. Of course, Liu Meng's sweeping meant attacking their businesses, not absorbing them. As the saying goes, if she truly became the sole dominant power, problems would come rushing in one after another. Time moved to the afternoon. Park Guki arrived at Luo Corporation in a wheelchair. Although he had become disabled, his spirit was incredibly resilient. Otherwise, he couldn't have brought down his entire family back in South Korea. But at this moment, he was extremely nervous because he was about to meet that angelic woman. Following Luo Corporation's receptionist, he was wheeled into the negotiation room. Liu Meng and Wang Fang had already been waiting there for some time. At the first sight of Liu Meng, Park Guki was completely stunned. She was still as dashing and beautiful as ever. President Liu, it's been a long time. Liu Meng smiled and nodded. Please have a seat, Mr. Park. Park Guki thought, haven't I been sitting all along? He had someone wheel his chair forward. Today's negotiation was crucial. It concerned Luo Corporation's entry into the South Korean market. With Samsung, a long-standing local powerhouse in South Korea, as a partner, things would proceed much more smoothly. Soon, both parties reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. Coupled with Luo Corporation's control over the partnership with Samsung, Samsung demonstrated a very significant attitude and sincerity this time. President Liu, I wonder if I have the honor of having dinner with you. After concluding the business talks, Park Guki made this request. Liu Meng leaned back in her chair and shook her head. I'm afraid I must apologize. I have plans for the evening. I'll have a company representative accompany you. Hearing this, Park Guki felt a pang of disappointment and shook his head with a bitter smile. I have a question I'd like President Liu to answer. Go ahead. Do you think a cripple like me has any chance of being worthy of liking you? Liu Meng narrowed her eyes. First, I don't consider you a disabled person. A physical disability doesn't mean the person is incapable. I know many big shots who use wheelchairs. Thinking of the Yu family head, the Yu family's young master, and the I family head, Liu Meng almost laughed out loud, but she held it back, revealing only a hint of a smile. Yet, it was precisely this hint of a smile that captured all of Park Kuki's attention. Liu Meng continued. Second, whether you like me or not is your business. However, I can tell you clearly, I will not like you. Liu Meng was not the kind of woman to be indecisive, especially since she truly had no feelings for Park Kuki. No matter how rich, handsome, or kind Park Kuki was, Liu Meng would not like him. Because Liu Meng already had someone she liked. It was presumptuous of me. Then, President Liu, please go ahead. Liu Meng left with a smile, leaving Park Kuki behind with a sigh. He wasn't absolutely determined to have Liu Meng. In fact, he felt somewhat inferior deep down, due to being suppressed by his family since childhood. But precisely because of this, he had learned to be exceptionally patient and endure. However, the deeply ingrained inferiority born from that suppression made him dare not defile the angel in his eyes. Lately, he often felt ashamed for having entertained possessive thoughts about Liu Meng. So be it. Liu Meng was the wind, and he was just a cripple. It's also good to watch the direction the wind blows from afar. Wasn't that his initial thought anyway? At Dongtian Manor, Luo Yao was lying in bed. Although Luo Yao was in good health, ever since she decided to keep this baby, she had been trying to avoid any overly strenuous movements to prevent the risk of miscarriage. The first 3 months are the most dangerous period for the fetus, Lin Ran said while feeding Luo Yao. Yao Yao, don't worry, I'll always be here. Also, regarding Lua Corporation, Liu Meng just called. The Yu and I families are already fighting among themselves. Especially the Yu family. The father and son are now at loggerheads. It's said they got into a physical fight right in the hospital. Yu Paoyan pulled out Yu Taiduo's oxygen tube, but Yu Taiduo was quite fierce too. Even with only one hand usable, he nearly beat Yu Paoyan to death. Luo Yao found it quite amusing as she listened. This father and son pair, led around by the nose by a woman, were almost bringing the Yu family to its knees. What about the Zhang family? Mentioning the Zhang family, Lin Ran rolled his eyes. The Zhang family is putting up a front, struggling on the surface, but in reality, Zhang Deshuai has already fled with his wife and children. They've gone to Country X to live like local despots. Luo Yao was taken aback. Country X? Yes, Zhang Deshuai is very cunning. While participating in the business war, he also amassed a large amount of cash and then ran. The Zhang family has become a house without its master, now barely propped up by a few poor relatives. If they can't hold on, they'll likely all end up queuing on the rooftop, leaving a pile of problems for society. A smile curled at the corner of Lo Yao's mouth. Lu Corporation has some cooperation with the current king of Country X. Hearing this, Lin Ran also grinned. Then, have Zhang Deshuai taken care of in Country X? Luo Yao was silent for a moment. That might be difficult. After all, Zhang Deshuai is not an ordinary person. Taking care of him would have too great an international impact. They probably wouldn't do it. However, compared to that, having him sent back to the country might be a more suitable choice. You want to be a local despot abroad? Dream on. Last time when Lin Ran was ambushed, although Zhang Deshuai didn't show up, the Zhang family was involved. Lu Yao naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Lin Ran fed Luo Yao another bite. That sounds great, but let's not worry about those things for now. You need to eat well. I won't allow your stomach problems to get worse. Luo Yao's eyes suddenly became very warm. She loved the current Lin Ran so much. Actually, yesterday in her room, she had overheard Lin Ran's conversation with Yi Xiyin. Lin Ran already knew she didn't have stomach problems, but he was still feeding her as usual, pretending not to know. This was simply indulgent pampering towards her. Now she needed to confirm one thing. Ran, you're not being so good to me just because I'm pregnant, are you? Lin Ran was momentarily stunned. Yao Yao, how good I am to you has nothing to do with the baby. Even without a baby, didn't I feed you every day? But that's because Luo Yao stopped halfway through her sentence. If Lin Ran wasn't exposing her, why should she expose herself? Because of what? Lin Ran asked, feigning confusion. Nothing. Because Ran is my husband, hee. Luo Yao felt extremely happy inside. If Lin Ran wanted to pretend, then she would just let him keep pretending. Hopefully he could pretend for a lifetime. Lin Ran was somewhat entranced by Luo Yao's smile. Who said this wife of his was Yandere? This wife was simply too adorable, okay? Yao Yao, we should be able to start our retirement life soon, right? Luo Yao nodded. We're already living our retirement life now. The Yu, I, and Zhang families are about to be finished. There won't be any more opponents appearing in the future. Luo Yao estimated that if someone from the Yu, I, and Zhang families could step up, they might still maintain their position within the circle. If no one could hold on, they would likely be directly downgraded to first-tier families, or even worse. Lin Ran also smiled. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. The outcome was as they expected. Another day passed, and news about the three major families in the capital exploded completely. Three pieces of news changed the entire landscape of the business world. The first, Ei family head Ei Renki announced his retirement, handing over the Ei family to his younger brother to manage. In reality, Ei Renki was taken away for investigation by official authorities, and his younger brother seized the opportunity to stage a power grab. The second, Zhang family head Zhang Deshuai fled to Country X but was deported back. The reason was that Zhang Deshuai had repeatedly disregarded local laws. Zhang Deshuai was apprehended right at the airport and brought back to the capital. His actions were suspected of economic crimes, and he was immediately taken into custody. The other members of the Zhang family also breathed a sigh of relief. The head being arrested meant their money might be recovered. That would allow the Zhang family to cling on for survival. Therefore, the other members of the Zhang family all raised the white flag in surrender and began self-preservation efforts. However, reality dealt them a heavy blow. The Zhang family had developed too many huge financial holes over the years. Holes so large they required the entire Zhang family to be buried. They were instantly downgraded from a top-tier family to an ordinary second-tier family. The third piece of news was even more shocking. Yu family daughter-in-law Chang Lufu and Yu Paoyan were dead. It was said they committed suicide. No one knew the reason. However, right after their suicide, Yu Taduo was taken away by China's highest judicial authority. This major battle in the capital, while not as perfectly executed as the one in Shanghai, ended within an acceptable range. Luo Yao had also ordered Lu Meng to act with restraint. Suppressing the Yu, I, and Zhang families was enough. They shouldn't be completely destroyed. Apart from these, there was another piece of news circulating throughout the capital. A fire broke out at the entertainment city owned by Brother Dao, the #1 figure in the capital's underground forces. Although most people escaped, Brother Dao himself was trapped on the underground third floor. By the time he was found, he had already stopped breathing. From that moment on, the so-called #1 underground force in the capital was completely consigned to history. Those smaller factions also began to stir, eager to become the next Brother Blade. However, the authorities acted immediately to nip these ambitions in the bud, restoring a measure of light to the capital. Dongtian Manor. The young couple listened to the continuous reports from their subordinates, their hearts growing more at ease with each one. Their rivals had been arrested, and Brother Blade had been reborn. Is Yu Chengsai currently in charge of the Yu family? Lin Ran inquired. Uncle Fu nodded. Yes, it's him. That young man, while not particularly capable, is quite resilient. He and his sister have managed to take control of the Yu family, but I doubt they can hold on for long. The Yu family's internal structure is far too complex. Lin Ran smiled. That kid Yu Chengkyun should be returning to the Yu family soon. Right. Yu Chengshun had been found by a search and rescue team. When asked why he was there, he refused to say. Although it was Lin Ran who had imprisoned him, he had also brought Fang Buxia there to torture him. Telling the truth would be admitting his own guilt. Considering he was a member of the Yu family, the rescue team didn't give him a hard time and simply let him go. That young man is already aware of the Yu family's situation and is rushing back in a hurry, Uncle Fu replied. Perfect. Just in time to stir up more chaos within the Yu family. Lin Ran closed his eyes, as if already seeing the Yu family thrown into utter turmoil. He had intentionally let Yu Chengkun go. Previously, he had thought of using Yu Chengkun to threaten the Yu family someday. Now that it was unnecessary, he released him to let him fight against his younger brother. A phone rang. Luo Yao picked it up curiously, then a slight smile touched the corner of her mouth. After hanging up, Lin Ran asked, puzzled, "Is something wrong?" A playful smile appeared on Luo Yao's face. That old bastard from the Chen family is stirring up trouble again. Shen Buhui? Lin Ran immediately guessed who could be called an old bastard by Luo Yao. Luo Yao nodded. Indeed, but it's all trivial. I only need to lift a finger, and she will be utterly destroyed. Luo Corporation. Wang Fang handed a tablet to Liu Meng. Who would have thought today's biggest news would be about our Luo Corporation? I thought the Yu family news was explosive enough. Liu Meng lifted her beautiful eyes to look at Wang Feng. Don't worry, it won't be for long. She picked up the tablet, scanned it a few times, and let out a disdainful laugh. This old woman's methods are as low-level as ever. At that moment, Chen Buhui was lying comfortably in the restroom of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, feeling quite pleased with herself. She had lost face before and had held a grudge against Luo Corporation ever since. But back then, there was nothing she could do except wait for an opportunity. Now, that opportunity had arrived. She discovered that Luo Corporation was using a technology invented by her team but had not paid the required patent fees to the Academy. This was the leverage she needed. However, remembering the lesson from last time, this time she anonymously hired professional trolls to launch the attack. The moment the incident was exposed, countless people flooded the comment sections. Chen Buhui smiled confidently, opened her phone to read the comments, and then froze. Luo Corporation using Academy patents without paying? I don't believe it. Who is Luo Yao? The world's #1 financial magnate wouldn't pay patent fees. What kind of joke is the blogger making? I just checked. This patent belongs to Chen Buhui's team at the Academy. This old woman really has a short memory, huh? Forgot how she was utterly disgraced last time? We shouldn't be so absolute, right? After all, Chen Buhui has contributed to the country. Isn't it a bit harsh to talk about her like this? Luo Corporation acts lawlessly just because they're rich. It's disgusting. They must apologize. Chen Buhui was baffled. Why weren't more people criticizing Luo Corporation? Where were the trolls she paid for? Was Luo Yao's credibility with the public really this high, and her identity was exposed so easily? This generation of netizens investigates way too fast. You people aren't quick to make money, find partners, or get married, but you're lightning fast when it comes to digging up gossip about others. The declining national birth rate is all your fault. Chen Buhui dialed a number. I told you to hire trolls to smear Luo Corporation. Have you seen the current scale of this issue? The few trolls you bought were drowned out long ago, came the impatient voice on the other end. What do you mean? You took the money but didn't do the job? Chen Buhui was furious. The voice on the phone shot back. You get what you pay for. The effect you got is exactly what that amount of money buys. If you want better results, pay more. Chen Buhui's face darkened with rage. She felt scammed but had no good way to resolve it. How much more do you want? A calm voice sounded from the phone. Another 10 million, and I'll ramp up the trolling efforts for you. 10 million? Are you out of your mind? No choice. The other side is Luo Corporation. Many people aren't willing to take the job. If you don't want to pay, then I can only apologize. Chen Buhui roared into the receiver. Go to hell. After cursing, she hung up, fuming alone. She was angry at the other party's shamelessness, at the netizens' blindness, at every person in Luo Corporation, and even more so at herself for not having 10 million. Suddenly, the door to the restroom was pushed open. The president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences appeared. Chen Buhui, you are hereby notified that your status as chief expert of the Academy is revoked. All your research projects are suspended pending investigation. Chen Buhui felt as if struck by lightning. Why? Investigate me for what? The old president looked deeply at Chen Buhui and finally sighed. You'd better take care of yourself. Chen Buhui was stunned. She hurriedly went to find out the reason. And then, her world collapsed. Chen Buhui's team steals patents. E explodes. The entity releasing this news wasn't just any ordinary blogger, but the official account of Luo Corporation. Luo Corporation, the hard-earned research achievement, painstakingly developed over 13 years by a leading scholar from our company's scientific research team, was stolen at the final stage by a certain expert with the surname C from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Due to the meticulousness of the other party's actions at the time, the chain of evidence was incomplete. After verification by our company's legal department, the theft by the said expert with surname C from the Academy has now been confirmed. Our company has initiated legal proceedings, vowing to protect the rights and interests of our scholar. Following this was the complete chain of evidence for Chen Buhui's theft of the research results. This post ignited the entire internet. Chen Buhui's eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined the things she had done in the past could be exposed so thoroughly. At the same time, Chen Lin's call came through. Brother? There was a pause from Chen Lin on the other end. Sister, did you do this? Chen Buhui remained silent, and Chen Lin understood. He sighed helplessly. Don't call me brother. You've disappointed me too much. After hanging up the phone, Chen Lin let out a sigh. It's confirmed, it really is like that. The high-ranking official in front of him had a grim expression. The Chen Buhui incident had a very negative impact on the Chinese Academy of Sciences. If something like stealing research achievements could happen, who would dare to cooperate with the academy? Who would dare to work there? Who would apply to its affiliated universities? This black sheep must be expelled from the ranks. Commander Chen won't object, will he? Chen Lin nodded. Of course not. She brought this upon herself. Some people thought the Chen family was overly protective of its own, but that protectiveness had principles. The Chen family never shied away from trouble, but they also never bullied others. Chen Buhui's actions had crossed the bottom line of the Chen family's principles, stealing the hard-earned achievements of over a decade of someone else's work, and as a senior figure at that, it was simply despicable. Thinking this, Chen Lin also called Chen Xiao. In the end, the two reached a consensus to expel Chen Buhui from the Chen family. When Chen Buhui received this news, she felt the world spin around her, but even more devastating blows followed one after another. The authorities directly arrested Chen Buhui on charges of theft. Chen Buhui finally realized she was finished. Her family had abandoned her, the Chinese Academy of Sciences had abandoned her, the country had abandoned her. She had become a public enemy, despised by everyone, and was even going to prison. Under the weight of these multiple psychological blows, she went insane. In the end, the Chen family couldn't bear it and arranged for someone to help admit her to a psychiatric hospital. The person whose patent she had stolen was actually a former student of hers. Now he was the chief expert of the Luo Corporation's R&D team. Only in his 40s, his hair was already completely white. Some said it was from overwork, but only he himself knew it was all because of Chen Buhui. The feeling of having his name finally cleared caused him to kneel on the ground and cry for over an hour. Thank you, Manager Lu. Thank you for helping me get justice. The reason he could join Luo Corporation was because they had promised him that one day they would help him seek justice. And now, that day had finally come. Liu Meng shook her head. It wasn't me who helped you, it was Luo Corporation. I will work hard and dedicate myself to the company. Scientists aren't usually very eloquent. He could only try to express himself like other employees. Liu Meng smiled and nodded. She could feel his emotions. At the same time, Luo Yao and Lin Ran were also enjoying the drama at the manor. Wow, stealing her own students' work? How can there be such a disgusting expert? What is the Chinese Academy of Sciences doing? Unimaginable. The despair of having over a decade of hard research stolen by your own teacher. If it were me, I would have grabbed a knife and hacked Chen Buhui to pieces long ago. Someone like Chen Buhui dared to accuse Luo Corporation of stealing her team's technology? Indeed, where there's smoke, there's fire. And Chen Buhui was the biggest fire of all. Lin Ran took the phone from Luo Yao's hand. Looking at it for too long will tire your eyes. Hearing Lin Ran say this, Luo Yao did feel a bit sleepy. It was quite rare for this kind of drowsiness to come over her. Suddenly, Lin Ran's phone vibrated. Brother Lin, you finally answered. I've missed you so much. Lin Ran paused. Old Wu, that's not your usual style. Just say what's up. Wu Zhishang's happy laughter came through the receiver. Hehehe, Brother Lin, Shen Jingbing and I are getting married, and we're inviting you to the wedding. What the? You're marrying who? Lin Ran's voice cracked. There was a moment of silence on the other end before he said, what I just said might have been unclear. Shen Jingbing and I are getting married on the same day. I'm marrying Zhang Xinyan, and Shen Jingbing is marrying our company's receptionist. I thought since we're all brothers, having the wedding together would be more lively and fun. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. He had really been startled just now. He wasn't surprised that Wu Zhishang and Zhang Xinyan were getting married. After all, there had been signs between them for a long time, and there had been quite a bit of recent romantic drama. But Shen Jingbing and Xiao Xiaolei had only been a couple for a few days. Wasn't this development a bit too fast? Truly his capable right-hand man, always quick to act. All right, I got it. Just tell me the date and time. Wu Zhishang. Brother Lin, I'm on my way to the manor right now. I want to deliver the invitation to you in person. Lin Ran didn't stop him. It was a happy occasion, so let him come. After hanging up, Lu Yao asked curiously, one of the two obedient Wu Zhishang is getting married? Yeah, I really didn't expect things to move so fast for them. Luo Yao didn't say much more, just asked Uncle Fu to prepare 2 red envelopes. Ah Ran, I won't see him later. I suddenly feel quite sleepy. Then you rest well. Some people do get sleepy early in pregnancy. Luo Yao had suffered from insomnia, so if pregnancy could help her get more rest, that was a good thing. Lin Ran gently soothed her to sleep, and soon Luo Yao's breathing became even. At the same time, Wu Zhishang arrived at the manor. Lin Ran met him downstairs. "Brother Lin, where's sister-in-law?" "She's resting. You can tell me whatever it is." Wu Zhishang handed Lin Ran his and Shen Jingbing's wedding invitations. Lin Ran frowned. "Aren't they all digital invitations these days? You're running around delivering them in person. For others, they're digital. But you're my best brother. I had to deliver yours personally." Shen Jingbing wanted to come too, but he has a very important live stream, so I brought his as well. Lin Ran nodded, looking at the radiantly happy Wu Zhishang, and suddenly felt his good friend had changed. He was no longer that love and marriage-phobic wounded youth. Now, Wu Zhishang had fallen head over heels in love. Lin Ran suddenly became very curious about how that little minx Zhang Xinyan had managed to win over Wu Zhishang. "Old Wu, what's the real story between you and Zhang Xinyan? I'm genuinely curious." With Luo Yao asleep and Lin Ran awake with nothing much to do, listening to some gossip seemed like a good way to pass the time. Wu Zhishang nodded. Now he could openly tell Lin Ran his story. Next, let's look at the past story from Wu Zhishang's perspective. It won't be long. The timeline rewinds to before the new year. That day, Zhao Miao Miao and Luo Jian came to make trouble at the Nuan Yao Group building and were encountered by Zhang Xinyan. She took on both of them alone and became famous in one fight, earning the title of War Goddess within Nuan Yao Group. However, she herself wasn't satisfied with this battle and was still reviewing it in her office until a voice said, "Ahem. Show me." Zhang Xinyan looked at Wu Zhishang's concerned expression, full of question marks. "Show what?" Following his gaze, she finally understood what he meant and slowly extended her hand. It was injured during the fight earlier. Wu Zhishang carefully applied medicine to it. Zhang Xinyan felt her heart racing and her face flushing. This was the first time a guy had shown her such gentle concern, and it moved her. I can do it myself." She was just feeling shy and wanted to ease the awkwardness. She never expected Wu Zhishang to actually place the medicated oil on the coffee table, turn around, and go back to work without saying another word. Zhang Xinyan suddenly felt a pang of sadness, wondering, is he angry? Her mind kept wandering all the way until almost quitting time. She began to grow curious about Wu Zhishang's past, curious about his inner world. At that moment, Zhang Xinyan suddenly realized she seemed to be falling into a man's trap, because she knew that liking someone often starts with curiosity. Suddenly, the phone rang. Seeing it was her mother, Zhang Xinyan answered with some trepidation. Her mother's concerned voice came through the phone. "Xinyan, can you bring your boyfriend home for New Year's this year? Your grandmother's health is getting worse and worse. I'm afraid she might not make it until next year. If you don't bring a boyfriend home, she might die with regrets." Zhang Xinyan replied, "Huh, how is grandma worse again? But you said pretty much the same thing last year." Zhang's mother sighed. "Before, your grandmother was critically ill. Now she's in the terminal stage. Her old wish was to see you get married and have children. Now we don't dare hope for that anymore. We just hope you can bring a boyfriend home for her to see this year." Zhang Xinyan's already sorrowful mood grew even more distressed. Her grandmother had doted on her since she was little, and she really couldn't bear to sadden her. I'll ask him." That's right, Zhang Xinyan had a boyfriend, one she made up herself, just to fool her family and avoid being constantly pestered. But who knew that after inventing a boyfriend, the pressure would shift to marriage? Thinking about her whole family of marriage-pushing maniacs gave Zhang Xinyan a splitting headache. Suddenly, she had a brainwave. Maybe renting a boyfriend to take home isn't a bad idea. The main thing is making grandma happy. Thinking this, Zhang Xinyan seemed to find a glimmer of hope and mentally patted herself on the back for her cleverness. But where to rent one? And the New Year holiday was so close. Just then, Wu Jishang walked out of his office, looked at Zhang Xinyan, and asked, "It's quitting time. Why aren't you leaving?" Zhang Xinyan's eyes suddenly lit up, staring straight at Wu Zhishang. And wasn't there a ready-made candidate right here? Wu Zhishang felt a bit unnerved by her stare. "Well, if there's nothing else, get off work. I'm leaving too." "Boss Wu, wait. I need to ask you a favor." Upon hearing Zhang Xinyan's request, Wu Zhishang refused outright. How could a fine young man like him go along with a subordinate to deceive her family? Zhang Xinyan raised the price from 10,000 to 30,000. Wu Zhishang looked exasperated. Do I look like I need money? No matter how Zhang Xinyan pleaded, Wu Zhisheng kept refusing until the young woman started to cry. If I can't bring a boyfriend home again, my grandma will die with regrets. Wu Zhisheng. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Xinyan sniffled softly and told Wu Zhisheng what her mother had just said. Thinking of her grandmother eagerly awaiting her back home, she deeply regretted not having found a real boyfriend. Finally, moved by Zhang Xinyan's filial piety, Wu Zhisheng agreed. As for whether there were any private desires involved, no one knew. During the New Year holiday, Wu Zhisheng informed his family and left with Zhang Xinyan. W's father and W's mother didn't ask their son why he wasn't coming home for New Year's. The child was grown and had his own ideas, no need to pry. They believed their son would never act without reason. If he wasn't coming back, he must be busy with something important. Zhang Xinyan finally got her wish and brought her boyfriend home. Her home was far away, in Xinjiang. After the plane landed, Wu Zhisheng felt a twinge of regret. But after arriving at the Jiang household, he relaxed. The Jiang family was very warm and particularly liked this young man who looked honest and reliable. Zhang Xinyan's father was from Shandong. He came here in response to the agricultural policies back in the day, later married a local woman, had children, and was now doing quite well. Zhang Xinyan's mother was from Xinjiang, a classic local beauty. She was also the women's director in their village, having successfully matched many couples, yet unable to find a match for her own daughter. The happiest of all was Zhang Xinyan's grandmother. Watching the old lady bouncing around with joy, Wu Zhisheng was full of questions. Are you sure this is a dying old lady? Zhang Xinyan was also dumbfounded. So she had been deceived all this time. Now that she had a boyfriend, the old lady stopped pretending. However, Wu Zhisheng was very professional and did not expose Zhang Xinyan. The warming up of their feelings happened that night. The Zhang family wasn't some old-fashioned conservative family. On the contrary, they were very open-minded and eager for Zhang Xinyan to get married sooner. They used a little trick to arrange for the two young people to share a room. Zhang Xinyan felt somewhat embarrassed and told Wu Zhisheng to sleep in her bed while she would sleep on the floor. Wu Zhisheng agreed. Zhang Xinyan pouted but didn't say anything since it was her suggestion. That night, Zhang Xinyan couldn't sleep and neither could Wu Zhisheng. It was the first time for both of them to sleep in the same room with someone of the opposite sex. Even though Wu Zhisheng had been with Zhao Miao for so long, they had never slept together. The feeling was strange, as if even the sound of breathing could trigger wild thoughts in the other person, and it was impossible to ignore. Zhang Xinyan broke the silence first. Boyfriend, can't sleep either? Let's chat then. Maybe we'll fall asleep. Do you still like Zhao Miao Miao now? Maybe it's more about unwillingness to accept it. Why unwilling? Because I loved too much and received too little. In loss, a person slowly becomes numb. When you finally wake up one day, you realize how ridiculous you were. As they talked, Zhang Xinyan fell asleep, though it was only on the surface. She suddenly discovered that this seemingly successful, impressive CEO was actually a very vulnerable young man who evoked pity. His kind of view on love was probably what many girls dreamed of. Yet such a boy, who gave his all for love, had met the most wrong person. It's so heartbreaking. Zhao Miao Miao, you had the best. Why didn't you cherish him? How could you bear to hurt someone who loved you? Asleep? Wu Zhisheng asked, hearing Zhang Xinyan's even breathing. Zhang Xinyan didn't speak. She didn't know how to comfort Wu Zhisheng, so she continued pretending to sleep. Naturally, Wu Zhisheng couldn't wake a woman pretending to be asleep. He sighed helplessly and mocked himself. Such a cliché story, but the soporific effect is quite good. Zhang Xinyan really wanted to sit up and tell him, your story isn't cliché. It's that Zhao Miao Miao didn't understand you. I could understand you. But she didn't move because she wasn't yet sure of her own heart. Words like that carry responsibility, and she wasn't yet sure if her feelings for Wu Zheng were actually affection. Suddenly, Zhang Xinyan heard a faint sound from the bed, as if Wu Zheng had gotten up and was slowly approaching her. At that moment, her entire body tensed up in nervousness. What is he doing? He wouldn't take advantage of the situation, would he? Should I resist? If I resist, will my family find out? Actually, Wu Zhisheng is quite nice. Would he love me the same way he loved Zhao Miao Miao? Forget it. Just close my eyes and give up struggling. No, what am I thinking? We haven't even defined our relationship. Suddenly, Wu Zhisheng's arm directly wrapped around Zhang Xinyan's body and lifted her up. At that moment, Zhang Xinyan's heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. Oh no, this man must have been moved by lust. My innocence is about to be lost. Will he kiss me first or just start undressing me? Just as Zhang Xinyan's mind was racing with wild thoughts, the man gently placed her on the bed. Really, in the end, I still let you have the bed. Blame my overly kind heart. Wu Zhisheng let go and was just about to leave when suddenly a slender jade-like arm wrapped around him. Zhang Xinyan didn't know where her courage came from, but she directly pressed her soft, petal-like lips against Wu Zhisheng's. They parted after just a moment. Then she continued pretending to be asleep. Wu Zhisheng felt as if time and space had frozen for an instant. He was completely stunned. He was just forcibly kissed. Seeing Zhang Xinyan's adorable, sleeping face, he even wondered if he was hallucinating. He reached out, touched his own lips, then brought his fingers to his nose and sniffed. A faint, sweet fragrance confirmed it wasn't an illusion. Zhang Xinyan, you. Suddenly, a sentence echoed in Wu Zhisheng's mind. A kiss is just a form of comfort. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. Remembering that woman's words from the past, an inexplicable chill ran down Wu Zhisheng's spine. He shook his head with a bitter smile, swallowed the rest of his words, and lay back down on the floor. Zhang Xinyan kept her eyes tightly shut, her face flushed crimson. She didn't know why she had done that either. Her mind felt chaotic, filled with nothing but embarrassing and domineering images. By the time she regained her composure, she could no longer sense Wu Zhisheng's presence. She quietly opened one eye. The space in front of her was empty. Turning her head slightly, she saw the man lying on the floor was already asleep. Zhang Xinyan on the bed was dumbfounded. I was that forward? Are you some kind of Lu Xiaohui? Even if you don't do anything, you should at least have some kind of response, right? Even a rejection. Say something to reject me. What does your silence mean? Do I really have no charm at all? Impossible. If nothing else, I'm extremely confident about my figure. Zhang Xinyan was angry, but she eventually fell asleep. Carefree people sleep incredibly soundly. The next morning, having automatically cooled off, Zhang Xinyan recalled the events of the previous night and felt increasingly that Wu Zhisheng was a good man. A guy who can remain calm and composed even when a girl throws herself at him seems rather safe and reliable. Humans are strange creatures. When you like someone, everything about them seems pleasing. When you dislike someone, even their good deeds seem like an act. Right now, Zhang Xinyan found Wu Zhisheng extremely pleasing to the eye. During the day, they wouldn't always stay at the Zhang family home. They occasionally went out to explore and enjoy the local scenery. Hearing that the cotton from Zhang Xinyan's hometown was excellent, Wu Zhisheng seemed to remember something and made a few calls to people at the company. He solved the issue of raw materials for sanitary products while also contributing a bit to Zhang Xinyan's hometown. This made Zhang Xinyan look at Wu Zhisheng with even more infatuation. This man, with his damnable sense of responsibility. At night, the two slept under the same roof, though they would chat for a long time before falling asleep, no matter who was on the floor. Regardless of who started on the floor, Zhang Xinyan would always wake up in the bed the next morning. Each time Wu Zhisheng carried her to the bed, she would pretend to be asleep. This feeling was gradually becoming addictive for her. As the New Year holiday grew shorter, Zhang Xinyan even began to wish these days would never end. One day, Zhang Xinyan took Wu Zhisheng to a famous mountainous scenic spot in the area. The sky here was vast, and the snow on the ground was pure white. Zhang Xinyan was not only a captivating little beauty, but her facial features were also uniquely beautiful, a kind of mixed beauty blending Central Plains and Western regions traits. Reflected against the snowy white world, Wu Zhisheng was stunned by the woman before him. She looked like a Western region's princess who had stepped out of a book. Truly beautiful. The New Year holiday passed quickly, and despite their immense reluctance, they returned to the capital. After resuming work, one day Zhang Xinyan accompanied Wu Jiang to Dongtan Manor. Lin Ran asked both of them the same question. Do you like Zhang Xinyan? Do you like old Wu? While waiting for Wu Zhisheng's answer, Zhang Xinyan was also confirming her own feelings. When Wu Zhisheng said, No, I don't, Zhang Xinyan knew she couldn't evade it any longer. Given this man's personality, waiting might yield no result for a lifetime. So, she might as well take this step herself. Did she like Wu Zhisheng? The atmosphere has built up to this point. To say I'm deeply in love isn't quite it, but to say I don't like him isn't true either. It's more like this feeling has just recently emerged. In reality, her heart had already admitted it. She had fallen for this man. Once again, she had expressed her feelings to Wu Zhisheng, and this time in front of Lin Ran and Lao Yao. Surely you'll respond now, right? As a result, Wu Zhishang did respond, but it was a form of rejection. In the car on the way back, Wu Zhishang told her, "The new year is over now. I hope we can focus on work. Let's put an end to those little games from the past few days." Little games? Put an end to them? Zhang Xinyan was a bit crushed. She seemed unable to accept that the person she liked didn't like her back. So, she angrily slammed the car door and walked into the company without looking back, not waiting for the big boss. Wu Zhishang was utterly confused, wondering if this woman was angry. What he didn't know was that beneath Zhang Xinyan's angry exterior, her heart was actually in a panic. Zhang Xinyan's temper flared up quickly, but also faded fast. In the following days, she worked even harder to showcase her best qualities. She finally managed to stir this man's heart, and he agreed to try dating. She thought this would be the perfect ending, but Zhang Xinyan slowly discovered that Wu Zhishang was very slow to warm up emotionally, the super slow kind. Zhang Xinyan had a personality that wanted rapid development once things were confirmed, much like her father. So, she decided to force Wu Zhishang's hand. One day, she came to the office holding her household register in one hand and a resignation letter in the other. "Either get married or I resign. Get married, and you get a perfect girl like me. I resign, and I lose my job while you lose love. Xinyan, I can't give you an answer because I'm not sure about the future. I have a bit of marriage phobia." That was Wu Jiesong's response at the time, neither agreeing to marriage nor proposing a breakup. Utterly ambiguous. Zhang Xinyan was furious, pointing her finger at Wu Zhishang's nose. "I'm asking you one more time, will you marry me or not?" Seeing Wu Zhishang remain silent and unresponsive, Zhang Xinyan felt as if her heart was shattering. She threw down her resignation letter. "Either we get married, or you'll never see me again. You'll regret losing me for the rest of your life." As Wu Zhishang looked at the resignation letter on the desk and was about to tear it up, Zhang Xinyan spoke up. "I've also sent a copy to your email. I look forward to Manager Lu's review." With that, she ran out to get back to work, tears streaming down her face as she worked. So, it had all been her own wishful thinking. Perhaps in Wu Zhishang's heart, he had never truly loved her. Zhang Xinyan felt her brief romance was coming to an end. Yet, before her heartbreak had even lasted 24 hours, Wu Zhishang rushed to her side. "Zhang Xinyan, I've decided. I want to marry you." Zhang Xinyan didn't understand why Wu Zhishang had changed his mind so drastically. Amidst her joy, she also felt a twinge of worry and sought confirmation. "Are you sure?" Wu Zhishang, with utmost sincerity, cupped Zhang Xinyan's face in his hands. "I'm sure. You've been the one putting in all the effort in this relationship. I've never been brave. I was wrong. I'm certain I've fallen in love with you. I want to marry you. For the rest of our lives, it's my turn to love you." Wu Zhishang had been completely awakened by Lin Ran's words. Don't let your indecisiveness lead to a lifetime of regret. It wasn't that he didn't like Zhang Xinyan. On the contrary, he liked her very much. Who wouldn't like a girl who kept drawing closer to him? Applying the hurt from his past relationship to this one was a mistake from the start. He had avoided commitment in the past because he was afraid to love, but now he decided to be brave one more time. Even if he got hurt again this time, he would accept it. Zhang Xinyan threw herself into Wu Zhishang's arms, her tears smearing her delicate makeup. "Don't worry, choosing me will absolutely not be a loss for you." This was Zhang Xinyan's promise to Wu Zhishang, and it was precisely the promise that moved him the most. Everything after that proceeded naturally. After hearing all this, Lin Ran understood the gist of the situation. "Brother Lin, thank you. Without your words, I might have really missed my chance with Zhang Xinyan." Lin Ran yawned. "Cliched, but congratulations." Lin Ran's blessing for Wu Zhishang was sincere. He felt a sense of his son finally growing up. "Even if Zhang Xinyan hurts me this time, I'll accept it." Lin Ran shook his head. "I don't know if Zhang Xinyan will hurt you, but I believe she at least wouldn't hurt you the way Zhao Miao Miao did." There was a fundamental difference between Zhao Miao Miao and Zhang Xinyan. Zhao Miao Miao was a certified heartbreaker. As for Zhang Xinyan, even if she and Wu Zhishang were to divorce someday, it probably wouldn't be over something like infidelity. Wu Zhishang nodded. "True, the difference between them is quite significant." Lin Ran took out 2 red envelopes. "These are the wedding gifts Yao Yao and I prepared for you. One is for you, and the other, please give to Shen Jingbing for me." Wu Zhishang didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to take them. These were gifts from his brother Lin and sister-in-law. It would be a waste not to take them. "So thin?" Wu Zhishang remarked, feeling the thickness of the envelopes. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Their checks. Alright, Wu Zhisheng was shocked once again. Truth be told, he wasn't short on money these days, but if it was from Lin Ran, he had to accept it. Thank you so much, my righteous sworn brother. My son is thoughtful. Off you go. Wu Zhisheng got up to leave, repeatedly reminding Lin Ran on his way out that he must attend his wedding. As for Luo Yao, it was up to her. She could go if she wanted to. Wu Zhisheng wouldn't dare insist. After seeing Wu Zhisheng off, Lin Ran returned to the bedroom. Luo Yao was still resting. However, Lin Ran noticed Luo Yao's brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was having a bad dream. He reached out and gently stroked her forehead. Luo Yao instantly relaxed, her brows smoothing out, transforming into a gentle and docile little kitten, looking more and more adorable the longer he gazed. Who would have thought this was the decisive and formidable top tycoon? Lin Ran simply watched her quietly like this until, half an hour later, Luo Yao opened her eyes. "Ah Ran, have you been here with me all this time?" Luo Yao's eyes were filled with affection and emotion. Lin Ran helped Luo Yao sit up, leaning her against his chest. "After seeing old Wu off, I've just been watching you sleep. Yao Yao looks so cute when she's asleep." Luo Yao nuzzled against Lin Ran's chest. "Ah Ran, I just had a dream." A good dream or a nightmare? It started as a nightmare, then turned into a good dream, and after that it kept repeating between nightmare and good dream. Lin Ran was puzzled. She hadn't slept for long, but she'd had quite a few dreams. What was it about? Luo Yao wore a thoughtful expression as she recalled. "I dreamed you died, on the very day of our wedding. I can't remember exactly how you died. I cried so bitterly. Later you came back to life, but you came back to life around the time we first met. Then you died again, then came back to life again, then died again, then lived again." Lin Ran's face was full of question marks. What was all this about dying, living, dying again, living again? "That's a very strange dream." Luo Yao nodded. "It is strange. What's strange about it? I don't know either. If you can't figure it out, don't dwell on it. It's just a dream. It's not real." What was the final outcome? Though Lin Ran said it wasn't real, he still wanted to know the ending. "Finally, we got married, loved each other deeply, and had a lovely baby." Lin Ran smiled, dotingly stroking Luo Yao's head. "You actually think a child is cute? Then that really is a good dream." Luo Yao lowered her head and touched her own stomach. Perhaps a child or something like that wasn't so detestable after all. "Ah Ran, not possible. You'll have to bear with it for now." Luo Yao's eyes instantly turned cold and sharp, glaring daggers at her own stomach. What a rotten child. Not cute at all. Might as well get rid of it. Forget it. It's the fruit of my love with Ah Ran. Better keep it. I feel like I'm teetering on the brink of life and death. Ah Ran. What name should we give the baby? Lin Ran was instantly stumped. He thought for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a good name. In terms of his cultural knowledge, he wouldn't dare claim it was exceptionally high, but he was a top student. Yet now, he couldn't even think of a name for his own child. He hadn't even decided on a surname. His surname was Lin, as in Lin Tianba. Although he had cut ties, having the child bear the Lin surname still felt strange. But have the child take the Luo surname? The Luo family weren't exactly good people either. What a dilemma. Never mind, you think about it. I don't even know if it's a boy or a girl. I can't even come up with a surname. Just follow your surname, because this is the life you brought. Having the surname Lin doesn't mean they'll inherit the faults of the older generation. Look at us, aren't we very different from our parents' generation? Lin Ran laughed. That's true, we're quite different. We both pretty much wiped out our respective families. Lin Ran's words made Luo Yao laugh too. That's why we're a perfect match. As for the gender, you can pick 2 names, one for a boy and one for a girl. Use whichever fits when they're born. Lin Ran thought this was a good idea. 1 boy, 1 girl. Then I'll pick the girl's name. You think of the boy's name. Lin Ran directly halved the workload, thinking Luo Yao would probably be just as clueless about names as he was. Luo Yao thought for a moment. If it's a boy, call him Lin Lu. Taking 1 character from each of their names, a good idea. Then for a girl, how about Nian Yao? Nian Yao, I like that name. Luo Yao's eyes grew intense again. Lin Ran was taken aback. "Yao Yao, hold back." Ugh. Luo Yao sighed. What Lin Lua, what Lin Yan Yao, they're all just bad kids getting in the way of me having you. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for Luo Yao's next prenatal checkup, about a month since the last one. Early that morning, Lin Ran accompanied Luo Yao to the hospital. They were absolute VIPs, completing all the tests without any waiting. Getting the results was also very fast. The baby was now 12 weeks old, and the gender was completely discernible. For ordinary people, the doctor definitely wouldn't reveal the baby's gender, but for Lin Ran and Luo Yao, it was different. The one performing Luo Yao's checkup today was Dean Yi's younger sister, Yi Buhuo. After reviewing the report, she asked, "Director Luo, would you like us to tell you the baby's gender?" Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran, who shook his head. Having a baby is like opening a surprise. A little anticipation is nice. Whether boy or girl, it's their child. Knowing the baby was perfectly healthy, Lin Ran felt relieved. Almost 3 months, the dangerous period was about to pass. This also meant his wife was soon going to be back at full strength. And indeed, Luo Yao was already growing impatient to feel enveloped by Lin Ran's love again. "Yao Yao, Wang Anjian has been out of the isolation ward for over a month. I'd like to visit him and later go to Old Wu and the others' wedding venue." Luo Yao nodded. "I'll go with you." Wang Anjian had his surgery before the new year, spent a month in the isolation ward, and had now been transferred back to his previous VIP room. He was recovering very well and seemed even more spirited. When Lin Ran and Luo Yao entered, Wang Anjian's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, what a pretty big sister. You and brother Lin Ran are a perfect match." With just one opening line, Wang Anjian solved Lu Yao's aversion to men. Lin Ran walked up to Wang Anjian and gave him the gifts they brought. Luo Yao also looked at the little boy. "Big sister, are you the one brother Lin Ran loves?" Luo Yao, unusually, showed a faint smile. "Were you the one who wrote the inscription on the photo for him?" Wang Anjian excitedly raised his little hand. "Me, it was me. Brother Lin Ran really did fall in love with the pretty sister. But I wrote the words, though what they said was from brother Lin Ran." Lin Ran was also somewhat surprised that Luo Yao showed no aversion to Wang Anjian. Wasn't she supposed to dislike men? Luo Yao didn't usually like children. She just wanted to try and see what interacting with a child felt like. But facing Wang Anjian, she suddenly felt that children might not be so annoying after all, which is why she managed that slight smile. Her aversion to men wasn't innate. Initially, it was because growing up in the remote mountains, the men there forced her to train and kill every day, making her despise them. Tragically, after she grew up, the men in her family pressured her to become a guardian, deepening her dislike. Later, as she entered society, she encountered too many men with impure intentions, their eyes full of nothing but desire. Luo Yao deeply loathed that kind of look, gradually developing into an aversion to men. But Wang Anjian, although he called her pretty, his eyes were as clear as lake water, without a trace of lewdness. It was a gaze of pure innocence. This also lessened some of Luo Yao's prejudice against men in her heart. "Oh? And what did your brother Lin Ran say?" Wang Anjian immediately spoke up, as if he didn't need to recall at all. "Brother said he wanted to find his true self. He also said you've always loved him, but he hurt you. So I promised brother Lin Ran that if I ever saw you, I'd tell you for him. He loves you very much." "Pretty sister, you won't blame brother Lin Ran, right?" Luo Yao glanced at Lin Ran. "Did you really say such things?" Lin Ran, without any shyness, pulled Luo Yao into an embrace. "Of course, don't I tell you I love you every day?" Watching the two hug, Wang Anjian covered his eyes, but the gaps between his fingers betrayed his gossipy heart. Only after Luo Yao and Lin Ran separated did he lower his hands. "And also, brother Lin Ran said I should be the flower boy at your wedding. When are you getting married?" Lin Ran said with a smile. "Soon. When the autumn breeze blows and you return to school, we'll get married." Wang Anjian nodded emphatically. "Autumn will definitely come quickly, and you two will definitely be happy together forever." Lin Ran suddenly felt having a little angel like Wang Anjian was pretty nice. Before, he was more inclined to want a daughter, but now he felt a boy could be quite lovely too. "Anjian, big brother and sister have to go attend someone else's wedding now, so we'll leave first. You be good and cooperate with the treatment, okay?" "Okay, busy. You're all busy. Being busy is good." Wang Anjian imitated a line from an advertisement, making Lin Ran laugh out loud. Even Luo Yao's lips curled up slightly. "Brother, sister, I'm just joking. You should go. I'll be good and listen to the nurse sisters." Wang Anjian's smile was bright and healing. Once outside the hospital, Lin Ran asked, "Yao Yao, are you coming with me to Old Wu and Shen Jingbing's wedding?" Luo Yao glanced at Lin Ran. "You make it sound like they're a gay couple too." Lin Ran. Hesmo Niao. Something seemed off, yet also not quite wrong. These two really know how to pick a date. Getting married on tomb sweeping day. What kind of logic is that? Lin Ran complained while thinking to himself. Such a bizarre wedding date was 99% likely Shen Jingbing's idea. Actually, he was quite mistaken. This date was jointly decided by Wu Zhusheng and Shen Jingbing. What's special about this day? It's the birthday of both Zhang Xinyan and Xiao Xiaolei. Xiao Xiaolei is 2 years younger than Zhang Xinyan, but their solar calendar birthdays both fall on Tomb Sweeping Day. Such a coincidence, so why not add another layer of coincidence? Shen Jingbing and Wu Zhusheng's thoughts aligned perfectly. There was another important reason. Nowadays, girls expect gifts for every conceivable holiday. Getting married on this day meant the wedding anniversary would coincide with Qingming Festival, allowing him to give one less gift. Luo Yao leaned close to Lin Ran's face. I hear there are quite a few people attending today's wedding. Do you think there might be some pretty young ladies among them? There are bound to be quite a few. If you're worried, Yao Yao, you'd better keep a close eye on me. Although I wouldn't glance at any other woman, I can't stop them from looking at me either. Luo Yao thought Lin Ran had a point, and her gaze turned somewhat dangerous. Then let's go together. Yi Bu did tell me to move around more anyway. If anyone is foolish enough to try anything, I can stretch my limbs a bit. Lin Ran smiled helplessly. The doctor meant for you to do simple exercises like taking walks, not picking fights with people. But with him by her side, there likely wouldn't be any trouble. His real purpose in saying that was simply because he didn't want to be apart from Luo Yao, so he nodded and instructed Wang Bao. To the Pangu Hotel, drive smoothly. He didn't even need to give the order. Ever since learning of Luo Yao's pregnancy, the entire estate had become extremely cautious. By the time they arrived at the Pangu Hotel, the wedding venue was nearly full, the entire banquet hall brimming with a festive atmosphere. Of course, Lin Ran and Luo Yao entered under the protection of their bodyguards. Many of the guests were people Lin Ran knew, as he and Wu Zhesheng moved in the same social circle. Old university friends from Jingda University were all there, and even Principal Tang had made a personal appearance. Lin Ran and Luo Yao were seated at the Wu family's main table. Apart from the newlyweds Wu Zhesheng and Zhang Xinyan, the table included their parents. With Lin Ran and Lu Yao, it made exactly 10 people. However, only the two of them were sitting at the table for now. Everyone else had already gone to prepare for the ceremony. Lin Ran gave a nod towards the table where Principal Tang and their academic advisor were sitting, a simple greeting. This thrilled Principal Tang immensely, who smiled and returned the greeting. Not long after their last parting, he had indeed been promoted half a rank, and he felt deep gratitude towards Lin Ran. Luo Yao's eyes suddenly turned cold. Sensing the change, Lin Ran followed her gaze. He saw Zhang Xiaonuan sitting with her head bowed at a table not far away, with Zhang Xiaolong beside her. Lin Ran frowned. Zhang Xiaonuan had no particular friendship with Wu Zhisheng, so she shouldn't have been invited. That left only one possibility. She had come with Zhang Xiaolong. That was indeed the case. Knowing her brother was attending Wu Zhisheng's wedding, Zhang Xiaonuan had asked to come along. Zhang Xiaolong didn't overthink it. His sister usually had little social life, so it was good for her to get out and meet people. At the wedding, Zhang Xiaonuan kept her head down, constantly observing, until Lin Ran arrived. He was still as dazzling as ever in the crowd, his smile just as bright. Zhang Xiaonuan harbored no grand desires. She just wanted to catch one more distant glimpse of Lin Ran among the people. She had once heard many stories about him and fantasized about becoming his salvation, offering a warm embrace to this boy who had been hurt since childhood. But later she realized that her fantasies were just that, fantasies. Someone more suitable than her was already by Lin Ran's side. She loved him so deeply and was so beautiful. Compared to her, Zhang Xiaoyan truly felt like a speck of dust. Zhang Xiaonuan, it's not that you aren't good enough, it's that she is simply too perfect. Zhang Xiaonuan looked up again, meeting Luo Yao's icy gaze directly. She didn't flinch, but instead offered Luo Yao a warm smile. That smile made Luo Yao pause for a moment. Luo Yao felt the smile held a certain strength, a power to warm the heart. Even Luo Yao had to admit the innate resilience and kindness radiating from Zhang Xiaonuan. A flicker of worry arose in her heart. If Zhang Xiaonuan truly approached Aaron, would it capture his attention? Luo Yao turned back to look at Lin Ran and found his gaze fixed solely on her, as if he had never paid attention to anyone else. Luo Yao smiled, her expression filled with love for Lin Ran and a desire for possession. This beautiful scene was captured by Zhang Xiaonuan, who offered a heartfelt blessing in her mind. Along with it came a twinge of loss. I can warm the whole world, yet I cannot warm you. Lin Ran is wonderful, Luo Yao is wonderful, and I am wonderful too. But it's time to let go. Brother, I'm going back to school now. Huh? You're not staying for the ceremony? Zhang Xiaolong was taken aback. Zhang Shanyuan gave her brother a faint smile. I've seen it. It's beautiful. Zhang Xiaolong was utterly confused, not understanding what his sister meant. Luo Yao glimpsed Zhang Xiaonuan getting up to leave out of the corner of her eye, but chose not to make things difficult for her. Perhaps she was willing to show mercy to a kind person, provided they stayed away from her Aran. Moreover, she could sense that Zhang Xiaonuan had truly let go. She likely wouldn't appear before Lin Ran again. This was a woman's intuition, and Luo Yao always trusted her intuition. Apart from Zhang Xiaonuan, who had already left, many others frequently glanced towards their table. A few bold ones even tried to get a closer look, but they were all stopped by the bodyguards and hotel security. This wasn't overprotection. The more crowded the place, the higher the risk. Luo Yao and Lin Ran's lives were far too valuable. With the music, the host strode elegantly to the center of the stage, and the wedding officially began. After a series of professional opening remarks, it was time for the groom's entrance. The lighting changed, and the air began to fill with a sweet atmosphere. The entrance was exquisitely decorated, like a fairy tale wonderland. Two grand arches leaned against each other, entwined with lush roses and verdant ivy. Amidst this beautiful scene, the two attention-seeking grooms made their entrance, arms slung over each other's shoulders. Both dressed in groom's attire with veiled hats, they walked in looking as if they had just been fighting, their hats askew, arguing as they walked. My wife is prettier. My wife is prettier. Your wife smiles like a simpleton. Your wife gets fierce like a tiger. Neither would yield verbally, arguing fiercely, yet their steps were full of confidence. The host was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered to smooth things over. It seems both grooms adore their brides very much. Then let's see which bride is indeed more beautiful. Next, please welcome the brides. The lighting changed again, casting a path that yearned for happiness. The entire aisle was adorned with fiery rose petals, each one shimmering under the lights. Flanking the aisle were ivy decorations, symbolizing eternity and wishing the couple's love a long and lasting future. Following the rhythm of the music, the two brides made their entrance. Just as Wu Zhizheng and Shen Jingbing, this pair of brilliant strategists, were about to go greet their brides, they suddenly froze. The host grinned mischievously. Since both grooms believe their bride is the most beautiful woman, why not try to guess which one is yours? Wow, they really know how to have fun. Both brides were veiled, waiting for their husbands to give the answer. Lin Ran, sitting below the stage, pinched his chin. What if they guess wrong? Luo Yao. They won't. I can tell them apart. Lin Ran. Inye. Wait, how can you tell? Luo Yao pointed at the one with the more impressive figure. That one is Zhang Xinyan. Lin Ran suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Luo Yao's gaze towards Lin Ran turned icy. Aran appreciates that too, huh? Huh? No. Who said I appreciate it? I'm just amazed at my wife's keen observation skills. On stage, Wu Zhisheng also pointed out Zhang Xinyan without any hesitation, looking proudly at Shen Jingbing, a blatant show of dominance. Shen Jingbing gave a disdainful smile. Although I was a bit slower than you, my wife is prettier. The line made the audience below burst into laughter. Next came the wedding ceremonies for both couples. The fathers of the two brides walked onto the stage, took their daughters' hands, and placed them in the groom's hands. Then, the two newlywed couples served tea to the groom's parents, following the traditional Chinese wedding customs. Watching the couples on stage, Lin Ran sighed. Luo Yao leaned her head close to his face. Why did Aran sigh? Lin Ran said wistfully, I was thinking that old Wu and Zhang Xinyan met so much later than us, yet they're getting married first. I've lost this round to him. We have our marriage certificate too, and it's earlier than theirs, Luo Yao explained. Lin Ran shook his head. In our country, some people get the certificate before the wedding, some after, but the marriage is generally counted from the wedding day, like the wedding anniversary, for example. Luo Yao tilted her head and thought about it. That seemed to make sense. Aran, don't be sad. I'll have someone ruin their wedding, then we can get married first. Lin Ran was instantly stunned. No, let's forget it. Let's spare him. Although his wedding is earlier than mine, his wife isn't as beautiful as mine. My wife is the most beautiful in the world. Lin Ran's coaxing made Luo Yao even happier, and she nodded. Okay, I'll listen to Aran. Lin Ran said she was the most beautiful. But just because Luo Yao wouldn't cause trouble didn't mean others wouldn't. Just as Zhang Xinyan was about to serve tea to Wu Jishang's parents. Wait! A sudden, loud shout rang out, and a woman rushed in. Wu Jishang, you can't marry her. You can only marry me. Come with me today. I swear I'll never leave you again. Lin Ran looked towards the source of the voice and cursed under his breath. Damn, what bad luck. Wu Zhishang was also taken aback for a moment. After recognizing the person, his face darkened. The person was none other than Zhao Miao Miao. The venue instantly erupted. Whoa, is this woman here to crash the wedding? Am I understanding this right? I just came to attend a wedding. Never thought I'd witness such a dramatic scene live. This gift money was totally worth it. I know this woman. She's Wu Jishang's ex-girlfriend, Zhao Miao Miao. Rumor has it she's a bad girl. Bad girl here means a cheater or disloyal woman. She was ambiguous with her male best friend while dating Wu Jishang. Whispers arose from every corner of the banquet hall, instantly making Wu Jishang the center of gossip. Zhang Xinyan hadn't expected such a dramatic confrontation either. She turned to look at Wu Zhishang, who tightened his grip on her hand. Zhang Xinyan immediately relaxed. She thought Wu Zhishang was telling her, "Don't worry, I'll always be by your side." What Wu Zhishang actually meant was, hold on tight, don't charge out and fight her. It wouldn't look good. Zhishang, come back to me. That woman only loves your money. I'm the one who truly loves you. Wu Zhishang snorted with contempt, looking down at Zhao Miao Miao. You! If you're here for the wedding, I might let you squat in a corner for a peek and give you some leftovers after the banquet starts. But if you're here to cause trouble, then I'll have no choice but to have you thrown out. And if you dare say one more bad word about my wife, I'll slap you so hard you won't remember which way you came from. With just these few sentences, Zhao Miao Miao's character was already being dissected among the guests, and the discussions grew even louder. Zhao Miao Miao's tears needed no build-up. They fell on command, a truly pitiful sight for any onlooker. Lin Ran had seen enough. He signaled to Abu with his eyes, "Don't let her." Before Lin Ran could finish, a figure rushed out. Not Wu Shang, but Shen Jingbing. Finally someone asking for a beating. He ran over and kicked Zhao Miao Miao flying, then turned back and instructed, "You guys continue with the toast. I'll help Boss Wu deal with this cheater." No matter how much Shen Jingbing and Wu Zhishang messed with each other, it was normal between them. But if someone came to cause trouble for his bro, he had to stand up for him. All the guests were dumbfounded. What just rushed out? Was that the other groom? Probably, yes, but why did he rush out when she came for Wu Zhishang? This is one chaotic wedding. However, as Zhao Miao Miao was dragged away by Shen Jingbing and security, the wedding returned to normal. Zhang Xinyan's parents looked somewhat displeased, but after a brief explanation and a bit of acting cute from Zhang Xinyan, they smiled again. Zhang Xinyan continued serving tea and changing how she addressed Wu Zhishang's parents, formally calling them Mom and Dad. Lin Ran thought for a moment and instructed Abu, "Shen Jingbing won't be enough to scare that woman. You go handle it. Make sure Zhao Miao Miao never dares to show up again." Abu nodded and left. After the interlude, Shen Jingbing returned, clapping his hands. The entire wedding proceeded very smoothly thereafter. After the ceremonies concluded, the two grooms carried their brides around the venue once, showing off their strength. Wu Zhishang and Zhang Xinyan's parents also came to their seats and greeted Lin Ran when they saw him, especially Wu's mother. She had only seen Luo Yao online. This was her first time in real life. She had known Lin Ran for many years. Lin Ran had eaten countless meals at the Wu family home. Seeing Lin Ran with such a beautiful wife, she was so happy she couldn't close her mouth. "You must be Yao Yao. You're even more beautiful in person than on screen. Our Xiao Ran is truly blessed to have married you," said Wu's mother, a straightforward woman who spoke her mind. Luo Yao nodded. "Being able to marry A Ran is my luck." Seeing the young couple so deeply in love, Wu's mother finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been a little worried before that Lin Ran was being kept by Luo Yao. However, after seeing many news stories about Lin Ran and Luo Yao over the past 6 months, she had slowly become a fan of their relationship, getting more and more into it. Now, having confirmed it with her own eyes today, she felt even more at ease. At that moment, Wu Zhishang finally arrived with Zhang Xinyan. "Brother Lin, sister-in-law." Lin Ran smiled and nodded. Congratulations, brother. Wu Zhishang was truly happy today. Ever since he decided to marry Zhang Xinyan, it seemed like the old wounds had finally healed. Even if Zhao Miao Miao were to stand before him now, he really wouldn't feel anything anymore. Zhang Xinyan lowered her head to look at Lu Yao, her eyes filled with admiration for her idol. President Luo Yao also nodded in mild surprise. Happy wedding. Zhang Xinyan was stunned. Her idol was blessing her. Just then, Shen Jingbing ran over, shouting loudly, Big brother, why aren't you sitting at my table? I saved a seat for you." Lin Ran waved his hand with a laugh. "It's all the same wherever I sit." Wu Zhishang, holding Zhang Xinyan's hand, stood up. "Brother Lin, I'm going to go make the toast rounds." Lin Ran nodded. Wu Zhishang and Zhang Xinyan walked up to Shen Jingbing. "Don't worry about that. Let's go make a toast together." Shen Jingbing shot Wu Zhishang a dirty look. If Wu Zhishang weren't his superior, his big slap would have probably landed already. The two couples went up on stage. Both Wu Zhishang and Shen Jingbing were locals, and many relatives and friends were present today. It was impossible for them to toast table by table, so they stood on stage preparing for a collective toast. At that moment, Abu also returned. Seeing some elders had joined the table, he lowered his voice to report to Lin Ran, "It's done. That Zhao Miao Miao won't have the courage to show up again." Lin Ran nodded. "Uncle, Aunt, Yao Yao and I are heading back first." Wu's father and mother were both taken aback. The banquet had just started. Just then, Wu Zhishang and the others finished their toast and returned, only to find Lin Ran already standing up, ready to leave. Wu Zhishang and Shen Jingbing voiced their confusion simultaneously. Leaving so early? Lin Ran wore an expression that said it was only natural. The blessings have been delivered, the gift money given, and even the hotel bill was waived for you. What more do you want? If he hadn't promised them earlier that he'd come back for the wedding, he might not have even shown up. But it was worth the trip. At least he got to see a good show. Wu Zhishang quickly shook his head. "That's not what I meant. I just wanted you to stay a bit longer." Luo Yao's cold gaze swept over Wu Zhishang, and he immediately changed his tune. "Rest is more important. Brother Lin, you two go ahead." Shen Jingbing looked at Wu Zhishang with utter disdain. "Coward. Big brother, as the saying goes, a man should act like a man, even if his wife." Shen Jingbing felt a chilling, murderous intent at this point. Even if his wife doesn't say anything, a man should still head home early. "You go on ahead, big brother." Wu Zhishang looked at Shen Jingbing with utter contempt. "Pussy." Lin Ran laughed. These two were as good as ever at reading the room. Leaving the banquet hall, they returned directly to the estate. No golden nest or silver nest compares to one's own elegant diamond nest. No golden tree or silver tree compares to one's own luxurious mansion. It's still most comfortable at home, where one can be all lovey-dovey with the wife without anyone disturbing them. As soon as they arrived at Villa Numwan, Uncle Fu reported. Liu Meng just sent a message. Something happened over in Shanghai, and it might require the young lady's intervention to resolve. Lin Ran frowned. They were on the verge of retirement. Why couldn't things just stay quiet? Luo Yao was also somewhat puzzled. She had already instructed that nothing short of a major disaster should disturb her life. "All right, I know. You may go." After Uncle Fu left, she called Liu Meng. "What happened in Shanghai?" Liu Meng's voice came through the phone. The family of Qi Chengwei, the general manager of the Shanghai region, found her. There was a conflict between them, specifically because of her relationship with Little Tong. Luo Yao breathed a sigh of relief. So that was it. She thought it was something major. What did the Qi family say? "The Qi family is very dissatisfied with us now. They say we're using our influence to shield Qi Chengwei and are demanding we fire her. The Qi family is an old established family from Sichuan, and we have quite a few project collaborations with them. I didn't dare make a decision on my own." Luo Yao gave a disdainful smile. What did Luo Corporation firing or not firing an employee have to do with them? They dare say such things knowing our strength? You must remember, we don't go looking for trouble, but we absolutely never shy away from it. That Qi family from Sichuan is just an ordinary first-tier family, and they dare to order us around? Liu Meng, where has your backbone gone? If you can't even protect your own subordinate, who will remain loyal to you in the future? Luo Yao's words were an awakening for Lu Meng. Yes, ever since she took over Luo Corporation, she had been treading too carefully, even meticulously planning how to deal with the remnants of the Yu, Ai, and Zhang families, worrying about both official repercussions and opponents. In reality, given Luo Corporation's current status and strength, they could completely suppress them into a life of barely surviving. This time, when Qi Chengwei was found by her family, she actually considered whether to take a step back. That wasn't Lu Meng's style at all. She had vowed to become a woman like Luo Yao. Luo Yao's voice continued over the phone. I hope you can maintain your true self. Tell Qi Chengwei not to be afraid of the Qi family. If the Qi family dares to cause trouble for them, just impose sanctions directly. Understood. Liu Meng's reply was crisp. She had already come to her senses. Why should someone with power make things hard for themselves? Luo Yao could already sense Liu Meng's renewed vigor and didn't say more. In the face of provocation, if you're not strong, you'll be bullied. This principle applies to school, the workplace, society. After hanging up, Luo Yao called Little Tong over. Your woman is being bullied in Shanghai. Go and face it together with her. Little Tong was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, miss. Just as he was about to leave, Luo Yao spoke up. No need to come back. Little Tong's steps froze instantly. He turned back, asking somewhat uncertainly, what does the miss mean? Lin Ran walked over and patted his shoulder. It's time you had a home of your own. We've arranged a new job for you in Shanghai. You can go with peace of mind. Little Tong lowered his head and suddenly knelt on the ground. Thank you, Miss and young Master Lin, for making this possible. As Lin Ran's personal bodyguard, the job was for many years. Letting him leave early was already the greatest reward for him. After Little Tong left, Lin Ran and Luo Yao looked at each other and smiled. With their backing, they believed Little Tong and Qi Chengwei's story would also have a relatively happy ending. Their thoughts were correct. After Qi Chengwei received the imperial pardon, she proceeded to rub the Qi family's face in the dirt. The more the Qi family resisted, the harder Qi Chengwei struck. Relying on Luo Yao's formidable influence, she stood atop the Qi family, metaphorically defecating and urinating on them, plunging the Qi family into crisis. In just 3 days, the Qi family capitulated, actively seeking to mend relations with Qi Chengwei. What is happiness? Everyone has a different definition of happiness. For Qi Chengwei, happiness is taking control of her own life and having the one she loves by her side. Now that this goal has been achieved, there will be no more obstacles in her life. After years of separation, Little Tong and Qi Chengwei have finally walked into the hall of marriage. The wedding was held in the Magic City. The guest list wasn't long, as they had only invited their closest friends and family. Qi Chengwei's parents showed up uninvited, claiming they were attending on behalf of the Qi family. Listen to that. How ridiculous. Attending their own daughter's wedding merely to represent the family. Qi Chengwei ignored them the entire time and didn't introduce them to anyone. Not having them thrown out was the height of her restraint. Family? She couldn't care less about it. In her eyes, Little Tong was her only family. The couple didn't invite many guests, but each one was truly remarkable. For example, those present included Lu Shangxi, Uncle Fu, Abu, Wang Bao, Liu Meng, Lin Ran, and others. Luo Yao didn't come because it wasn't convenient for her to fly to the Magic City, so Lin Ran represented them both. They gave Little Tong a huge red envelope containing a sum that could set a person up for life. After the ceremony concluded, the banquet officially began. Glasses were raised in toasts all around, but no one paid any attention to Qi Chengwei's parents, leaving the two uninvited elders in an awkward position. Finally, Qi Chengwei's father, Qi Jiandian, couldn't bear it any longer. He stood up and left with his wife. The Qi family was currently struggling due to sanctions. They had come hoping to mend relations with Qi Chengwei, to ask her to show some mercy and give the Qi family a chance to catch their breath. But now it seemed that possibility was slim. They couldn't understand how their once good daughter had become so rebellious. Qi Chengwei glanced at her departing parents with disdain. In the past, she had seen the Qi family as an immovable mountain. Now, the Qi family was nothing special. After the Qi parents left, the atmosphere became even more harmonious. Lu Shangxi was a girl who knew how to liven things up. She was in good spirits attending this wedding, though with a touch of melancholy. She was happy because she had successfully taken over the Lu family and gained a high status in Magic City's social circles, commanding respect wherever she went. But anyone who mistook her for a naive, airheaded girl would be sorely mistaken. In reality, this young woman was highly capable. Her tenure at the helm of the Lu family hadn't been long, but the tactics she had displayed were extraordinary, shocking many of the Magic City's established companies and even earning Qi Chengwei's admiration for her business acumen. At that moment, Lu Shangxi was whispering with Liu Meng, occasionally glancing at Lin Ran and then sighing. Lin Ran was utterly confused. He didn't recall having any particular connection with Lu Xiangxi. Actually, Lu Xiangxi's because she felt a bit down. She was a fervent fan of the goddess Luo descends upon Lin pairing. This time she only saw one half of the couple, and she began to worry if her favorite pairing had already broken up. So, she pulled Lu Meng aside to discreetly inquire. Lu Meng lowered her voice to a whisper, ensuring only the two of them could hear. When Lu Xiangxi learned the reason why Lu Yao hadn't come, her eyes lit up with excitement. "Sister Meng, don't worry, I promise I won't tell anyone about President Luo's pregnancy." Lu Xiangxi vowed while continuing to plead pitifully. "This little sister also wants to collect a signed photo of Goddess Luo descends upon Lin. I wonder if Sister Meng could help me out. Please, I'm begging you." To this request, Lu Meng offered her a piece of advice. "Focus on managing the Lu family in the Magic City well, and what you want will surely come true. Who knows, when their child is born, you might even get to be the godmother." Little did Lu Meng know that her words would become a driving force behind Lu Xiangxi's rapid growth. No one could imagine just how dazzling Lu Xiangxi would become in the not-too-distant future. She and Qi Chengwei would together become the two golden flowers of the Magic City, one can easily imagine. After the wedding, Lin Ran immediately flew back to the capital to find his wife for some cuddle time. What is happiness for them? For Luo Yao, happiness is every day with Lin Ran. For Lin Ran, happiness is every day belonging to Luo Yao. For this wedding, Lin Ran had been away from Luo Yao for less than 12 hours, but it felt like a lifetime. Returning home, he couldn't wait to pull Luo Yao into his arms. "Yao Yao, I'm not attending anyone else's wedding from now on. I simply can't bear to be apart from you." Luo Yao felt the same way. When Lin Ran wasn't by her side, her heart felt like an abyss of endless darkness, only to be completely illuminated the moment he appeared. "Ah Ran, there's still one wedding you need to attend, your own." Lin Ran shook his head. "It's ours." Luo Yao wasn't particularly fixated on the wedding itself. It was more about fulfilling Lin Ran's little wish. She wasn't looking forward to it at all. Not one bit. "Tilda, I can be your bride every single day, you know." Lin Ran. Stemidom. Their bodies were like strings of an instrument, each vibration composing a beautiful movement, the melody lingering and intoxicating. "Love is like a dance. You retreat, I advance. You turn, I spin. Joy blossoms in the rhythm. Passion soars in the steps." The chapters of happiness are written in the everyday. Beyond that, life also needs a bit of fun. Some fun arrives uninvited. Some fun needs to be sought out. In a certain dark basement in the capital, a mother and son, who had only recently gained their freedom, were forced by circumstances to temporarily live there. "Xiao Jian, can you give Mom some money to see a doctor? I don't have any money for medicine." What illness did Lu Yumei have? Those in the know. Lin Jin glanced at Lu Yumei but said nothing. He was in a state where everyone and everything annoyed him. Lin Jian had been released later than Lu Yumei, as his sentence had been longer. After all, there were many online witnesses to how he had abused Lin Tianba. His time in prison had been a living hell, even worse than Liu Yumei's experience. Initially, Liu Yumei and Liu Ruxei tormented each other inside. After Liu Ruxei left, others took over tormenting her. Every day brought beatings, verbal abuse, and she could only sleep in the bathroom. Later, due to Liu Yumei's biological contagion, which infected fellow inmates, she was targeted even more viciously. Anything could be used as a tool, so why did Lin Jian have it even worse? To answer that, one must first understand a certain truth. Whether you call Lin Jin a schemer or scum, it's undeniable that his face isn't bad-looking. Men behind high walls, deprived of female contact for long periods, would naturally have certain ideas about a pretty boy like Lin Jian once he got inside. More incredibly, his manipulative, green tea behavior was not only useless there, it even fueled others' fantasies. Thus, Lin Jian became a living target for fencing. On top of that, there was a cell boss named Jia Laoban who beat him 3 times a day. Lin Jin was essentially surviving under the dual torment of physical and mental abuse. This led to a drastic change in his temperament after his release. He became prone to violent outbursts and even displayed self-harming behaviors. Liu Yumei couldn't bear to see Lin Jian like this and could only try repeatedly to counsel him. But what she received in return were Lin Jin's fists. He would frequently beat her black and blue, followed by all sorts of vicious insults, like right now. Slap! A backhanded blow made Liu Yumei's mouth bleed. "Bitch! It's all because you're useless that the Lin family ended up like this. Now we can't find Lin Tianba, can't find the Liu family, Can't even find your old flame. You have no use left at all, and you still want money for treatment? Why don't you just die? Liu Yume lowered her head, sobbing. She had never imagined in her life that she would one day be this wretched. Right after getting out, she had thought of going to find Levi Renki, but he had beaten her black and blue without a word and thrown her out. When Liu Yume went looking for Liu Renqi a second time, he had already moved. His phone number was disconnected. Liu Yume knew she had no one left to rely on in this world. As for Lin Tianba, she wouldn't go looking for him. What would be the point? To find herself a burden? Son, I'm your mother. How can you hit me? Lin Jian's face was sinister. You don't deserve to be my mother. One day, I'll kill you with my own hands. While making these threats, he was also considering what use Liu Yume might still have. Heartbroken, Liu Yume still forced herself to endure the grief and tried to reason with him. Son, why have you become like this? You need to pull yourself together. We have hands and feet. We can still make a living. Hearing this made Lin Jian even angrier. He launched into another round of kicks and punches at Liu Yume. Damn it, you're so full of talk? Then what are you waiting for? Get the hell out and make money for me. Bang. Suddenly, the basement door was slammed open. Mother and son both looked over to see a simple yet terrifying face. You two, my young master Lin requests your presence. Young master Lin? Lin Ran? Both Liu Yume and Lin Jian were startled in their hearts. Lin Ran was no longer the useless pushover they could bully at will. They knew clearly that if they fell into Lin Ran's hands, nothing but endless torment awaited them. No, we're not going. Abu frowned. That's not for you to decide. With that, he stepped towards the mother and son. Lin Jian/Liu Yume. Don't come any closer. By the crocodile pond at Dongtian Manor. Lin Ran was tossing pieces of meat one by one. Several crocodiles wriggled their plump bodies to snatch them. Just as he was feeling bored, Abu arrived with the people. Young Master Lin, they're here. Lin Ran looked at the 2 sacks Abu was carrying and nodded. Pour them out. Abu dumped the 2 unconscious individuals from the sacks and had them revived. When the 2 came to and realized their surroundings, they were terrified into silence. Bruh, brother. Stop clucking. Lin Ran's single sentence shut Lin Jian up. Liu Yume glanced at Lin Ran and deeply bowed her head, silently chanting, Don't see me. Don't see me. Heh, please, you two. Lin Ran made a please gesture. The mother and son looked confused. Seeing neither of them move, Lin Ran said impatiently, Invite them over to watch the show. Bodyguards hauled the 2 up and made them look at the crocodiles inside the enclosure, mouths open, waiting to be fed. Lin Ran threw a piece of meat with bone into the pond. With a crunch, the bone and meat shattered. The crocodile that got the food began to swallow. Lin Ran fed them casually while speaking nonchalantly. Let me give you a little science popularization. These are Siamese crocodiles, found in Southeast Asian countries. They're an internationally endangered protected species, and a first-class protected animal here in China as well. Privately hunting or raising them is illegal. Both Liu Yume and Lin Jian were bewildered. They didn't understand why Lin Ran was saying this and didn't dare ask. Lin Ran didn't even look at them, throwing down another piece of meat. Crunch! The sound of the crocodile's jaws snapping shut made their scalps crawl. A smile gradually curled at the corner of Lin Ran's mouth. Thinking about it, it's such a pity. I've actually killed dozens of these rare crocodiles. How many years do you think I'd have to spend inside if someone found out? Lin Ran's question left Liu Yume and Lin Jian even more confused. Lin Jian even pointed at himself. Huh, asking me? Well, hunting first-class protected animals, in serious cases, maybe more than 5 years? Lin Jian obediently answered the question. Lin Ran finally turned his head to look at the mother and son. When he saw Liu Yume's bruised and swollen face, the smile on his lips grew wider. This Lin Jian fellow was quite ruthless towards his only remaining family. Quite a character. Didn't expect you to know a bit about the law, but you still don't understand what I'm trying to say. With that, Lin Ran walked up to Lin Jian, revealing a sinister smile. I've killed dozens of Siamese crocodiles, yet I haven't been caught. Moreover, I can continue raising them without any restraint. Do you understand now? After processing this, Lin Jian's eyes widened instantly. He looked at Lin Ran with horror. Liu Yume still didn't grasp Lin Ran's meaning, but her fear was no less than Lin Jian's. Ran, Mom, I don't like crocodiles. See, can you let me go? Lin Ran turned his head to look at this master manipulator, Tier T0 brainwasher, and felt a wave of amusement. Were Liu Yume's brainwashing skills really that high? Not necessarily. It was just that she happened to encounter a fool like Lin Tianba. In his past life, he himself had been a fool, but now he had woken up. Looking back as an outsider, Liu Yumei's tricks were just so-so. In this lifetime, she had only managed to manipulate one person, Lin Tianba. Apart from Lin Tianba, she couldn't brainwash anyone else. Now, she couldn't even control her own son, who felt free to beat and curse her, his own mother. Pathetic and laughable. Thinking this, Lin Ran genuinely laughed out loud, though the laughter carried a terrifying force. Seeing Lin Ran's smile, Liu Yumei felt chills run through her body. Why hadn't she noticed how frightening Lin Ran was before? Lin Ran was quite satisfied with Liu Yumei's current state. Crocodiles, like people, are protected by law. If killing crocodiles isn't a crime for me, do you think killing you would be a crime? Liu Yumei felt her mind go boom. She finally understood what Lin Ran was implying. Lin Ran retracted his smile and casually tossed out a lamb leg, which flew accurately into a crocodile's mouth. The crocodile's jaws snapped shut with a sharp crack, shearing through flesh and bone in one clean bite. Lin Ran was in no hurry, continuing to educate the two. He wanted the pair opposite him to suffer complete mental torment. The Siamese crocodile has a bite force of an astonishing 1,500 kilograms. Even the hardest bone in your body would be easily snapped. The sound of that bite, truly marvelous. Tilda. Watching Lin Ran's expression of pure enjoyment, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped from the foreheads of both Lin Jian and Liu Yumei. Liu Yumei even felt the world spinning, on the verge of fainting. Lin Ran asked with feigned surprise, "Oh my, why are you sweating? You didn't think I was going to throw you in there, did you?" Hearing that laugh, Liu Yumei and her son were close to breaking down. The laughter stopped abruptly. Lin Ran said with a sincere expression, "Don't worry, I won't throw you in." Liu Yumei swallowed hard, forcing a smile. "I knew Xiaoran wouldn't do that. You've always been a kind-hearted boy." Lin Jian also finally snapped back from the edge of collapse and let out a sigh of relief. "Brother, thank you for sparing my life. I won't throw you in, but I will have someone else throw you in." Lin Ran's eyes turned teasing once more. The expressions on their faces froze, recalling the sound of the crocodile's jaws snapping shut moments before. Their scalps crawled and their legs turned to jelly. "Brother, you wouldn't really do that, right?" Lin Ran ignored Lin Jian, looking expressionlessly at the crocodiles with their mouths open inside the enclosure. Suddenly, Abu grabbed one in each hand, opened the enclosure gate, and shoved the two inside. "Ah!" Liu Yumei screamed in terror, while Lin Jin collapsed limply onto the ground. The crocodiles seemed to sense living creatures entering their space. They twisted their rotund bodies and began crawling over. Liu Yumei broke down, wailing, "Lin Ran, I was wrong. Please, spare my life." Lin Jian, slumped on the ground, actually started laughing. "Heh, you bitch, haven't you figured it out yet? He's never going to spare us." Liu Yumei stared in disbelief at the several crocodiles approaching from the distance. Outside the enclosure, Lin Ran smiled. "I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. Fine, I'll give you a chance. Only one of you gets to live." His tone turned somewhat sinister as he said this, his smile unnervingly frightening. "Remember, the first one to get bitten dies. I'll have someone rescue the remaining one. As for who gets to live, that depends on which of you has a colder heart." Hearing Lin Ran's words, Liu Yumei was stunned. Lin Jian, lying limp on the ground, however, immediately had a gleam in his eyes. This was no longer the time to consider whether Lin Ran would keep his word. They had no right to choose. They could only pray he meant what he said. Lin Jin looked at Liu Yumei with a crazed glint. "Mother, I'm sorry. Haven't you always said you love me? Then sacrifice yourself for your son one more time." With that, he grabbed Liu Yumei and pushed her toward the approaching crocodiles. Liu Yumei was so scared her legs gave way, but at this life-or-death moment, she erupted with unprecedented strength. Lin Ran watched with great relish from outside the enclosure. A gladiatorial arena between mother and son, with only one survivor. Most interesting. A few minutes later, the crocodiles were driven away by the keeper, and bodyguards dragged Liu Yumei out. That's right, only Liu Yumei came out. Even Lin Ran was somewhat surprised that Liu Yumei had emerged victorious in the end. Was this Liu Yumei's version of a mother's strength for her child? Truly unexpected. Even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. You've surprised me, and this Lin Jian is truly useless. A grown man actually losing to you. He deserved every bit of it. By now, there was no human light left in Liu Yumei's eyes, only emptiness. After a long while, she broke down sobbing. My son. Seeing Lu Yumei like this, Lin Ran lost interest in playing any further. Lock her up. I know there are many rats in Yao Yao's basement. I wonder if rats are afraid of infection from a biochemical mother. Go help me verify that. Wang Bao immediately had people haul Lu Yumei to her feet. Lu Yumei roared. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Why? Lin Ran narrowed his eyes and slowly uttered 2 words. Revenge. Hearing that Lin Ran was doing this for revenge made Lu Yumei even more devastated. But I never hit you or scolded you. At most, I was just harsh with you. What revenge is this? Lin Ran walked up to Lu Yumei and slowly brought his mouth close to her ear, speaking in a voice only they could hear. Because you owe me 2 lives. One is my mother's, and the other is mine. Lu Yumei looked confused. She didn't understand what Lin Ran meant. If he meant Su Yanyan, she could somewhat comprehend, as she had some connection to Lin Tianba causing Su Yanyan's death. But Lin Ran, Lu Yumei couldn't grasp it. After saying this, Lin Ran waved his hand and the 2 bodyguards hauled Lu Yumei away. Lin Ran felt completely refreshed. He held not a shred of mercy for this mother and son pair, because he understood one principle. Mercy toward an enemy is cruelty toward oneself. For instance, if he had fallen into the hands of Lin Jian and his mother today, he would undoubtedly have died a horrific death. Of this he was absolutely certain. Having settled this matter, Lin Ran headed in the direction of Villa Number 1. This time he didn't have Luo Yao accompany him because she was currently pregnant, and he was afraid she might have an adverse reaction to such a scene. Although it was more likely she would be utterly unfazed. Abu reminded him, "Young Master Lin, would you like to take the car?" Lin Ran shook his head. The weather in the capital was currently in that season where spring returns to the earth, but the summer heat hasn't yet arrived. The warm breeze was very pleasant, so he decided to walk back to the villa. The flowers by the roadside were blooming beautifully. Lin Ran picked a few of the most vibrant ones, and by the time he reached the villa, he had assembled a bouquet of multicolored blooms in his hand. Upon seeing Luo Yao, he presented the flowers to her. "For my wife. The flowers are beautiful, but you are even more so." Luo Yao, her eyes curving into crescents, accepted them and buried her face in them, taking a sniff. "So wildflowers are this beautiful. No wonder so many men want to pick them." Lin Ran. "Thuri Alu. What I gave you are carefully cultivated flowers from our estate. I picked the ones in fullest bloom. They're not wildflowers at all." Luo Yao tilted her head and asked, "If not wildflowers, then what kind of flowers are they?" Lin Ran's eyes lit up as he thought of an answer. "They are the flowers from Lin Ran and Luo Yao's home." "All right then." Luo Yao admitted that in front of Lin Ran she could be captivated at any moment, and she was willing to lose herself in his tenderness, on the condition that this tenderness was for her alone. "I love the flowers, and I want to give a Ran a gift too. It's a Ran's favorite." Lin Ran was puzzled. "I don't like gifts. I only like you." "That's right. I'm giving you a Luo Yao to play with." She nestled into Lin Ran's arms, using her fingers to tease his senses. Lin Ran's heart instantly grew restless with heat. Luo Yao looked up at him. Her mood was genuinely quite good. Although she hadn't witnessed Lin Ran dealing with Lu Yumei and her son firsthand, she had heard all about it. Lin Ran now acted with ruthless decisiveness, very much like her. Perhaps this is what they call couples growing to look alike? Beyond that, what made Luo Yao even happier was that Lin Ran no longer had any enemies. From now on, he could devote all his energy and attention entirely to her. "Our Ran, our era, has arrived." Lin Ran carefully considered Luo Yao's words. My wife makes a good point." He truly had no more worries or troubles, and the same went for Luo Yao. Their significant enemies had been basically all eliminated. Even the 3 major families, the Yu, Ai, and Zhang, who had been contending with Luo Yao not long ago, had fallen into decline. The Yu family had sunk to a second-rate status, with the brothers Yu Chengsai and Yu Chengkun locked in an irreconcilable feud. The Zhang family, lacking substantial foundation to begin with, had already been squeezed out of the wealthy circles, with no hope of recovery. Only the Ai family was struggling to maintain its position among the first-tier families. But the gap between them and their former top-tier glory was like heaven and earth. They must all be regretting it now, but such is reality. As new talents emerge with each generation, where some fall, others rise to glory. With the 3 great families stepping down from their pedestals, opportunities arose for other families to ascend to brilliance. Some descend the mountain while others reach the summit. As for Lin Ran and Luo Yao, they belonged to the sovereigns soaring among the clouds, looking down upon everything, their luster never fading. How could such people possibly have worries? Human worries stem from a lack of money, and the one thing they were never short of was money. Even if all their businesses were shut down, they could still live extravagantly for a lifetime. How does the saying go? Money isn't everything, but without money, you can't do anything. Is that true? Some would say money can't buy family, friendship, love, time, health, and so on. But the reality is, the things money can't buy, other methods can't buy either. When you are destitute, the relatives around you will surely dwindle. When you achieve fame and fortune, even distant relatives you've never met will come knocking, eager to curry favor, telling you to stay in touch, each one sincerely wanting to befriend you. Does this not count as family? Does this not count as friendship? If someone thinks it doesn't, then sorry. In reality, most family ties and friendships are exactly like this. As for love, it has never been something the wealthy lack. Even if you're a bit poor, you can try spending 298 to buy a few dozen minutes to experience it. Others might say money can't buy life or time. When the doctor says the surgery costs $1 million, without money you can only wait for death. With money, you can find a way out of a hopeless situation. So, can life be bought? An inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time. You spend time washing clothes, doing chores, picking up kids. The wealthy have already used money to solve all such troubles. They not only save their own time to enjoy life, but also buy other people's time. So, can time be bought? Isn't the essence of everyone working hard every day also because someone is buying their time? If there really are things money can't buy, can other methods buy them? Seems like I've rambled a bit. Those feeling triggered, gather here. Lin Ran believed that he and Luo Yao's future would be free of such worries, allowing them to happily enjoy life. Our era has indeed arrived, but I still need to take care of 2 things. What 2 things? Lin Ran gently lifted Luo Yao's chin with his finger, his tone full of teasing. Guess. He kept her in suspense, but Luo Yao didn't press, because Lin Ran's actions had already stirred her desires, and she couldn't hold back anymore. She threw herself at her husband without restraint. In her heart, as long as she could be close and intimate with Lin Ran, she was always happy. My love is like the tide pushing me towards you, following closely. Love like the tide surrounds you and me, tilde tilde. Accompanied by the classic, nostalgic song, Only Each Other Remained in Their Eyes. A few days later, Wang Anzhen was discharged from the hospital, and the entire manor became bustling. The reason was simple. The conclusion for Uncle Fu and Granny Wang was approaching. It had been agreed upon during the proposal that they would marry once Wang Anzhen was discharged. So, immediately after Wang Anzhen left the hospital, the two went to the civil affairs office and promptly scheduled the wedding. Uncle Fu had originally prepared a very grand wedding for Granny Wang, but she refused. Granny Wang disliked ostentation. She felt that at their age, what was the point of all that superficial fuss? Exchanging vows at home and having their wedding night was enough. There was no need for such complexity. Besides, to have a lavish wedding, you need friends and family to attend. Aside from the people in the manor, she and Uncle Fu had almost no social circle. Uncle Fu had no choice but to compromise. The grand, lavish wedding was cancelled, but you can't refuse a simple ceremony anymore, right? Finally, Uncle Fu requested Luo Yao's permission to hold it within the manor, which Luo Yao readily agreed to. Seeing this, Granny Wang no longer insisted and accepted the plan. Uncle Fu had worked his whole life, and his social circle was now almost entirely fixed within the manor. Granny Wang was even more so. Her only family was Wang Anjian, and her friends in the past were only Lin Ran, and now they were all in the manor. Thus, this was a wedding internal to the manor. On the wedding day, the only outside guest invited was Lu Meng. After all, she was the young mistress's right-hand woman, and they usually got along well. But Lu Meng didn't come alone. She brought her special assistant, Wang Feng, adding a bit more liveliness to the wedding. After the ceremony began, Granny Wang looked incredulously at the filled banquet hall. Uncle Fu told her they were all staff from the manor. Were there really this many people in Paradise Manor? How had she never seen them before? Of course she hadn't. Granny Wang usually confined herself to her own work area and only saw the housemaids. One must understand that Paradise Manor was no small place. It had its own independent system, like a small kingdom. The combined personnel from teams like security, housemaids, chefs, cleaners, medical staff, gardeners, maintenance, etc., was no small number. At this moment, Granny Wang seemed to grasp the daily hardships Uncle Fu endured. For an old butler to manage so many people, big and small, in the manor was truly no easy task. The wedding commenced, with Lin Ran and Luo Yao seated in the front row to witness. The elders' wedding lacked thrilling moments, featuring only the simplicity of mutual devotion through thick and thin. Their love, after a long journey of many years, had finally reached the hall of marriage. Wang and Jian held the rings symbolizing love. The two newlyweds looked at their adorable grandson, shared a smile, and placed the rings on each other's ring fingers. Amidst everyone's blessings and playful urging, they shared a kiss, declaring their undying vows, which was the most daring scene of the entire wedding. Lin Ran felt it was a bit too subdued, so he arranged for the bodyguards and housemaids to play some wedding night pranks later. Uncle Fu and Granny Wang didn't expect that at their advanced age they would be teased by such a large group of kids. Perhaps this was also a form of happiness. Seeing Granny Wang so shy, she looked like she wanted to bury her head in the floorboards. Uncle Fu coughed lightly twice to clear the room, intending to show Granny Wang the dignity of her man while he was at it, but he didn't expect his dignity to fail him today. Several bodyguards grinned mischievously. Uncle Fu, young Master Lin said that if you have the skill tonight, you have to beat us out of here. Otherwise, you won't be entering the bridal chamber. Uncle Fu paused, then shielded Granny Wang behind him with a solemn expression. Then don't blame this old man for being impolite. Come at me together. The bodyguards exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. 5 against 1 seemed a bit like bullying, so they held back their strikes properly to measure their force. But as they fought, they realized something was wrong. They didn't seem to be able to beat this old geezer. Even when they used their full strength later on, they still seemed just a bit short. No one expected that Uncle Fu, an old man of such age, would actually physically invite 5 bodyguards out, successfully defending his bridal chamber. Uncle Fu looked at Granny Wang proudly. "Your man isn't too bad, right?" Granny Wang rolled her eyes at him. "Show off." While speaking, she used a handkerchief to wipe Uncle Fu's sweat. "At your age, acting crazy with a bunch of kids without any sense of propriety, aren't you afraid of throwing out your old back?" Uncle Fu curled the corners of his mouth. "I may be old, but my waist isn't. I haven't used it for many years since we separated." Granny Wang froze, then pulled back the handkerchief and punched him lightly. "You old rogue. Asterisk the bridal chamber. Asterisk. Asterisk modern Tom has no fur. Asterisk. Asterisk old but vigorous. Love lasts long. White head and silver beard wet the red makeup. Asterisk a fragrant night before the twin lotus bed. A withered lotus rests beside an old mulberry tree. Asterisk good poem. Good poem. Asterisk like Huang Shang Huang, the more you eat, the better it tastes." At Villa Number 1, young Master Lin laughed as he listened to the bodyguard's report. "Abu, if you went too, could you beat Uncle Fu?" Abu considered it seriously for a moment. "Although Uncle Fu is old, he is very strong. If he fought me, it would be a 60-40 split." Young Master Lin was stunned. He didn't expect Abu to lack that much confidence. How strong was this old man? Who gets the 60 and who gets the 40? Abu. "Me 4 seconds. I can punch him 6 times. Young Master Lin. "Haha, I didn't expect you to learn how to crack jokes too." Abu scratched his head naively. He didn't think he was joking. He believed it was a fact. In this world, aside from Luo Yao, he truly feared no one. Even if Chen Lin were here, he was confident he could finish him within 3 minutes. Young Master Lin fed a nut kernel into Luo Yao's mouth. "Wifey, what about you?" Munch 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 munch. Also 64, munch munch munch. 6 seconds, munch munch munch. He dies 4 times, munch munch munch. Young Master Lin laughed out loud again. "Huh? What kind of dark joke is that? Poor Uncle Fu." Luo Yao continued. "That's just under normal combat conditions. If he dared to offend Aran, then it might be 90-10. On average, every 9 seconds, I'd make him regret being alive once." Young Master Lin couldn't help but chuckle at Luo Yao's words. How come he hadn't noticed Luo Yao had such a humorous side before? Only Abu nodded. He knew Luo Yao wasn't joking. Back in that primeval forest, Luo Yao had tortured those Luo family instructors until they were begging for mercy almost every second, right up until they turned to dust. From From then on, the cruel life and death training became history, but the curtain rose on a terrifying selection tournament. Of course, those being trained were no longer Luo family disciples, but talents scouted from all over the country. That place became the cradle of young Master Lin's bodyguard team, as well as Luo Yao's private prison. For example, Luo Wuyu had stayed there for a long time. As for the previous Luo family disciples, they were hidden away by the former guardian of the Luo family, Luo Tongji, to continue their training. Due to the complex situation at the time and Luo Tongji's considerable strength, Luo Yao, who was stretched thin, didn't pursue her. However, she managed to restrict her activities to within the primeval forest, preventing her from leaving. Later, Luo Tongji was lucky enough to escape with those people, but unexpectedly, they were eventually wiped out by Luo Yao. Of these stories, young Master Lin only knew the endings of Luo Wuyo and Luo Tongji. He still didn't know the rest. Luo Yao wouldn't volunteer to tell him either. Perhaps when they traveled the world, she would take young Master Lin to see for himself. Another peeled nut was brought to Luo Yao's lips. Luo Yao, nom. Munch, munch, munch. Yao Yao, actually I've always had a regret. My combat power is a bit low. Is there any method for rapid training? Faced with young Master Lin's question, Lu Yao answered very decisively. It's impossible for you to train yourself up now. You've already missed the optimal age. Even if you could increase your combat power slightly, it would require a massive amount of time and effort. Wasting time on that means less time accompanying me, and then I wouldn't be happy. Do you want to make your Yao Yao unhappy? Young Master Lin shook his head. No. Isn't there a way to have the best of both worlds? Luo Yao tilted her head and leaned close to young Master Lin, like a spring-filled little pet, her lips gently brushing against young Master Lin's earlobe. Of course there is. Just take me with you wherever you go. Young Master Lin grinned, charmed by Luo Yao. That makes sense. Luo Yao extended her small tongue and gently licked young Master Lin's face, then added, as the saying goes, no matter how high your kung fu, you still fear a kitchen knife. If you practice your marksmanship well, that can also improve your combat power. The two seemed to be discussing how to get stronger, but only they knew what they were actually expressing. Young Master Lin finally couldn't take it anymore. Yao Yao, is the gun you're talking about a proper gun? Whether it's proper or not depends on how you think about it. Let's go to sleep. Young Master Lin put down the nuts in his hand, picked Luo Yao up in his arms, and walked toward the bedroom. All right, then let's go purely to sleep. Young Master Lin said purely, but whether it was actually pure or not was hard to say. Not just at Villa Number 1, but at Uncle Fu's villa as well. Everyone was sleeping. The next day at noon, young Master Lin woke up late, feeling as if his whole body had fallen apart. He even suspected that the ones who got married yesterday weren't Uncle Fu and Granny Wang, but him and Luo Yao. He turned his head to look, but the crazy little demon was already nowhere to be found. Young Master Lin smiled and shook his head, getting up to wash. When he arrived downstairs, he didn't see Luo Yao, but unexpectedly saw Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu? Why are you here? Didn't I give you marriage leave? Uncle Fu sighed. Young Master Lin, do you think I wanted to? It was Granny Wang who insisted I come. She said she doesn't trust anyone else being here and forced me to come over. This Villa Number 1 is only so big, and you and the young miss don't even go out, so what is she worried about? Lin Ran sensed something wrong in Uncle Fu's words and looked at him with a face full of disdain. Uncle Fu, you've changed. You have become a slave to love. Uncle Fu paused for a moment. How so? The corners of Lin Ran's mouth curled up. Think about how you used to be, and look at you now. As the head butler of the manor, you're actually listening to a woman? Where is your dignity as a man? Where is your authority? Uncle Fu's mouth twitched twice as he tried to argue. Young Master Lin, that's not quite right. Loving someone means you should yield to them. Lin Ran thought to himself, asterisk, you dare discuss love with me? You have some nerve. Don't give me that talk about love. You've only been married a few days and you're lecturing me on what love is? Tell me, where has your status in the family gone? Faced with Lin Ran's twisting of logic, Uncle Fu didn't get angry. Instead, he wore a mischievous grin. Young Master Lin, it's not right for you to say that. I am married after all. You aren't married yet, so what qualifies you to question my love? Checkmate? Don't be ridiculous. Yao Yao and I might not have held a wedding, but we have plenty of experience as a couple. Of course I'm qualified to educate you. Uncle Fu noticed something out of the corner of his eye behind Lin Ran and nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I'd like to ask, young Master Lin, is your status in the family higher than the missus? Lin Ran pointed at Uncle Fu, smiling politely. Naughty. You're being naughty, aren't you? Are our situations even the same? Uncle Fu raised an eyebrow. How are they different? Lin Ran looked proud. I can give my life for Yao Yao. Can you? Uncle Fu paused, thought for a moment and said, I probably could. See, you hesitated. That means we are different. Not only can I give my life to Yao Yao, but do you believe that if I died, Yao Yao would accompany me in death? Can you and Granny Wang do that? Even if you could Granny Wang? She still has a grandson, you know. Yao Yao and I rely on each other to survive. So in our relationship, there is no such thing as one yielding to the other. If there is, that's the difference. Whereas you and Granny Wang, clearly, you're afraid of her. Old man, I'm looking down on you a bit. Uncle Fu felt that Lin Ran's ability to spout sophistry was getting stronger and stronger, yet he couldn't find any loopholes in his words. Perhaps this old man is getting on in years and can't keep up with the train of thought of you young people. Lin Ran continued to refute him. It's not that you can't keep up, it's that Yao Yao and I are too special. Speaking of age, I suddenly realized another difference between us. I'm young and you're old. In terms of a happiness index, mine must be higher. Uncle Fu felt a sting in his heart. He admitted defeat. He looked at Yao Yao standing behind Lin Ran and sighed. Trying to trap young Master Lin was a bit difficult. Old man, why did you stop talking? I still had a whole pile of logic prepared. Ah Ran, what are you talking about? Yao Yao's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Lin Ran froze for a second, then turned around and wrapped Yao Yao in a hug. Wifey, where did you run off to? I get anxious when I can't find you. Uncle Fu lowered his head, muttering under his breath. Asterisk, oh, I get anxious when I can't find you. Asterisk, could you be any more nauseating? The corners of Yao Yao's mouth were hard to suppress. She had heard every word Lin Ran said clearly. The subordinates reported that Lu Yu Mei is about to expire, so I went to take a look. Lin Ran was stunned and spoke with some reproach. You're pregnant. It's not suitable for you to see scenes that cause physical discomfort. Yao Yao shook her head. I'm not that fragile. That's just a small scene. Hearing Yao Yao say this, Lin Ran felt relieved. Come to think of it, who was his wife? She was a ruthless figure who had slaughtered her way through her entire family tree. What kind of scene hadn't she witnessed? Is Lu Yu Mei dead? Not yet, but soon. To be honest, it surprised Lin Ran that Lu Yu Mei had held on for so long. He thought she would have kicked the bucket quickly after being tortured by those rats. Lin Ran thought for a moment and asked the question he was curious about. Do rats get infected by a biochemical host? I'm just purely curious. Yao Yao smiled and shook her head. I don't know, but the rats I saw seemed quite healthy. They probably haven't been infected. At this point, Yao Yao gave Lin Ran a strange look. Do you want to go see her, Ah Ran? If you don't look now, you'll never see her again. Lin Ran's eyes slowly turned cold. If possible, I want to watch her take her last breath with my own eyes. No matter what request Lin Ran made, Yao Yao would satisfy him. This time was naturally no exception. She knew that Lin Ran held a very deep hatred for Lu Yu Mei and Lin Jian. She could even sense that this hatred was more complex than she imagined. Yao Yao's intuition was, of course, correct. The hatred Lin Ran held for Lu Yu Mei and her son, as well as Lu Ruxia and Lin Tianba, wasn't just from this life. Before his rebirth, they were all murderers. They had not only killed his mother, but also killed him. Although Lin Ran had never told anyone, he remembered it clearly in his heart. Given all that, could there still be people who would sympathize with his enemies? The basement, as gloomy and terrifying as ever. Lu Yuamei's expression was no different from that of a dead person, despairing and hollow. Lin Ran sat there without saying a word, quietly watching the rats in the glass room crawling all over Lu Yumei, gnawing away. Only when Lu Yumei's eyes gradually lost focus did Lin Ran stand up. Let her go keep Lin Jian company. Yes, Wang Bao ordered men to bag Liu Yumei up and send her to the crocodile pool. Even the well-trained bodyguards felt a bit physically ill seeing Liu Yumei's wretched state. They hadn't seen anything this miserable even when they were in the primitive forest. Young Master Lin's methods were certainly no more merciful than the missus. Walking out of the basement, Lin Ran breathed the fresh air, feeling that the world had become much more beautiful. Ah Ran, I will always be by your side. Of course. Did you think you could run? Even if you ran, I'd catch you and bring you back. Yao Yao glanced at Lin Ran and uttered 4 words, overturning the natural order. Time passed quickly, and it was time for the prenatal checkup again. Early in the morning, Lin Ran accompanied Yao Yao to the hospital. It was a super VIP process from start to finish, and the checkup speed was incredibly fast. Yao Yao was showing now, but she still moved with the speed of the wind. Lin Ran accompanied her carefully the whole time, terrified that Yao Yao might accidentally hurt herself. Pregnancy is not easy for a woman. She must be cared for carefully. Thinking that Yao Yao would have to give birth in a while, Lin Ran even regretted keeping this child. The checkup results showed that everything was fine, and only then did Lin Ran temporarily relax. Walking out of the hospital, Yao Yao suggested, "Ah Ran, let's stroll around outside." Lin Ran thought about it. "Okay. Where do you want to go?" It wasn't that Lin Ran was being careless, but rather that the baby was relatively stable during this period, and moving around a bit was beneficial. Additionally, Lin Ran was worried that Yao Yao would feel stifled staying at home all the time. Although Lin Ran was Yao Yao's medicine, medicine could be sweetened too. Life needed some sugar. "Let's go to the Luo group for a look first, and then to Huatian Plaza." Lin Ran nodded. It was just 2 places after all. With him accompanying her and so many bodyguards around, there would surely be no issues. "Ran, aren't you going to ask me why I'm going to Huatian Plaza?" Lin Ran stroked Luo Yao's head affectionately. "As long as you want to go, I'll accompany you unconditionally, even to the ends of the earth." "Ran is so good. Let's go then." Luo Yao mimicked Lin Ran, standing on tiptoes to reach out and pat his head. At the Luo Corporation, Lu Meng sat in the president's office. Of course, it wasn't Luo Yao's office, but a newly renovated one near the assistant's area. She wouldn't dare use Luo Yao's personal office. Liu Meng had changed a lot recently. Her cold and stern aura was becoming increasingly like Luo Yao's. A knock sounded at the door. Without looking up, Liu Meng said, "Come in." Wang Fang walked into the office. "President Liu, this month's reports are out. Everything is very stable." Liu Meng nodded. "Good. Steady progress is our baseline at this stage. We also have President Liu's hard work over the past few years to thank for this. It's made taking over the reins much less exhausting for us." Wang Fang fell silent for a moment. "But you're amazing too, President Liu. A while ago we dealt with the Yu, I, and Zhang families simultaneously, then went up against the Qi family. Now we're pouring massive resources into the Science City project. Maintaining steady progress amidst all that is impressive. President Luo will definitely be gratified." Wang Feng's words were fair, but Liu Meng didn't quite agree. There was still a large gap between her and President Luo. The Luo Corporation had encountered many problems in the past, but every time, Luo Yao solved them while simultaneously driving the group's rapid development. Take the time in the Magic City, for example. Not only did she defeat the 4 major families, but she also made a killing in profit. Although Liu Meng had executed the plans, Liu Yao was the one in command. Liu Meng put down the document in her hand and rubbed her temples. She really wanted to achieve results to show Luo Yao. She wanted to prove to Luo Yao that she had the ability to helm the Luo Corporation. Then, she would work hard for 10 years and retire. Seeing Liu Meng's exhausted appearance, Wang Fang felt a bit of heartache for her old friend. "President Liu, there's something I don't know if I should say." Liu Meng looked up and gazed gently at Wang Fang. "Sister Wang, we've known each other for so many years. We aren't just superior and subordinate. Say whatever you want. There's no need to beat around the bush." Wang Fang sighed. "Look, young Master Lin and President Luo have already found their happy ending. Shouldn't you start thinking about your own big day? You were so busy when you were a special assistant, and now that you're the president, you're even busier. You're so tired every day. Don't you want a gentle harbor to come home to when the work is done?" Liu Meng looked at Wang Fang with some surprise. After 10 seconds of silence, she finally sighed. "Sister Wang, there is someone I like." Wang Fang's eyes immediately lit up. "Really? Who is it? Do I know them?" Liu Meng looked at Wang Fang and spoke slowly. "You know them. As for who it is, never mind, I won't say. You have a big mouth." Wang Fang paused. "Your mouth isn't exactly small either, is it?" Liu Meng picked up the file and continued reviewing it. Seeing she wouldn't get an answer, Wang Fang stopped asking, but her eyes darted around mischievously. Who could it be? Someone President Liu didn't even dare to name? Could it be a married man? It couldn't be young Master Lin, right? Or old Wang, the doorman downstairs. Surely it wasn't that fresh-faced young guy the propaganda department just hired. Wang Fang silently paired Liu Meng with everyone they both knew in her mind, but none of them seemed quite right. "Sister Wang, remember not to gossip. I know you're the one who leaked the news about President Luo's pregnancy. If President Luo finds out about this, I won't be able to protect you." Wang Fang froze again, her heart going cold. I understand." Before Wang Fang could leave, the office door opened. President Luo. Wang Fang nearly jumped out of her skin. Luo Yao glanced at Wang Fang. "When I came in just now, I heard a lot of people discussing my pregnancy." Wang Fang was so scared she almost knelt on the floor, while Liu Meng calmly stood up to welcome her. "President Luo, Sister Wang having a big mouth isn't anything new. It's also my fault. I shouldn't have told her." She understood Luo Yao. She knew Luo Yao didn't care if others knew she was pregnant. All she ever cared about was Lin Ran. The reason she hadn't let her tell anyone before was that she feared Lin Ran wouldn't be able to handle the public discussion. But Liu Meng, as a bystander, saw it clearly. Lin Ran didn't care about those things either. He only cared about Luo Yao. This couple, they were the same kind of people. Sick in the head. That was why Liu Meng dared to tell Wang Fang. Liu Meng had a big mouth, but she was a big mouth with a brain. She knew what was appropriate to say and what needed to be taken to the grave. Luo Yao first glanced at Lin Ran. Seeing that he kept smiling and holding her hand, she had nothing to worry about. "It seems deducting your bonus isn't enough to teach you a lesson. Let's try a different method. Write a 30,000-word self-reflection and send it to me by tomorrow." Luo Yao handed down Wang Fang's punishment. Wang Fang looked dazed. This time, she really felt like the sky was falling. Liu Meng was just about to laugh when Liu Yao continued. "As for you, the source, your punishment is to get 5 more subsidiaries up and running within a month." Liu Meng's sky fell too. Next, Luo Yao asked about the company's situation, and Liu Meng gave a brief report. She kept watching Luo Yao's expression, hoping to gauge if her work was satisfactory. "Well done. Keep it up." Luo Yao's simple words were worth more than praise from everyone else in the company combined. In the entire Luo Corporation, anyone else praising her carried a suspicion of flattery. But if Luo Yao praised her, it was genuine. Liu Meng felt a heavy burden lift. It seemed her position as president was secure. She would work hard for 10 years. In 10 years, she would still be young. She could retire early in glory and enjoy a wonderful life. Luo Yao stood up. "I'm leaving now." Liu Meng nodded. "President Luo, please get plenty of rest and take care of your body. I hope you give birth to the cutest baby in the world." Wang Fang chimed in as well. "Time flies. In the blink of an eye, our Luo Corporation is going to have a little young master or little princess. I'm really looking forward to it." Luo Yao touched her slightly protruding belly. She felt that the arrival of this child should be beneficial for her and Ran. She hoped this little one would be sensible from birth. No crying, no fussing, no screaming. A genius from childhood who could take control of the entire group at a young age. Then she and Ran could live off their child and travel the world. That sounded nice, Ran. Luo Yao gave him a pitiful, puppy dog look, causing Liu Meng and Wang Fang's eyes to widen in shock. Such an expression could appear on President Luo's face? Was this magic? Lin Ran smiled and scooped Luo Yao up into his arms. "Ladies, my wife is tired. I'm taking her back to rest." Liu Meng and Wang Fang's curious faces instantly stiffened. Oh, taking her back to rest. What the hell are you showing off for? Heh. Then watch your step, young Master Lin. Lin Ran carried Luo Yao out in a grand fashion. Wherever they went, people sneakily peeked at them. Of course, they only dared to peek from a distance. No one had the nerve to approach. Nobody expected to be suddenly assaulted by such a massive display of public affection in the middle of a normal workday. Still, having witnessed Lin Ran and Luo Yao's romance blossom to this point with their own eyes, everyone offered their sincere blessings in their hearts. God, the sour stench of romance is suffocating. Huitan Plaza. Surrounded by bodyguards, Lin Ran and Luo Yao walked inside, drawing a massive crowd of onlookers. Many passers-by scrambled for the best angles to snap photos. Moments later, they had completely dominated the trending topics. #first tycoon couples spotted at mall #hot. #shock. Is Luo Yao pregnant? #viral. #wife doting maniac does this in public? #viral. Many netizens frantically gathered information through various channels, and comments blanketed the entire internet. Haha, I was wondering what happened. Turns out he's just carrying his wife around the mall the entire time. I can't even hate on that, he truly is a wife-doting maniac. Based on my analysis of the photos, there is a very high probability that Luo Yao is pregnant. Look at how cautious Lin Ran is being. It's practically confirmed. They're force-feeding us dog food, aren't they? Right? Does this count as evidence? Who the hell carries their wife while shopping? Haha, 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 haha. I have a friend who. Someone get Lin Ran to live stream the due date. Didn't he promise to give us time to get in line? I'm destitute in this life, but if I reincarnate as their child in the next, I'm taking back everything I missed out on. To the guy above, you've already failed your next life. Even Marshal Tian Peng messed up his reincarnation coordinates. You think you're more awesome than a god? As the online discussion intensified, the young couple, Lin Ran and Luo Yao, once again swept across the entire internet. They weren't celebrities and usually kept a low profile, but the moment any news about them appeared, it was like the Yellow River bursting its banks, unstoppable. Failing to dominate the entire screen would be considered a failure for them. However, our two protagonists didn't notice at all. Or rather, even if they had noticed, they wouldn't have cared. As always, as long as it's legal, feel free to discuss it. Yao Yao, so you came here to buy baby products? Luo Yao nodded. It's time to prepare. Although we might not be able to give the child too much love, we can certainly spend a lot of money on him. That makes sense. Let's buy out this entire section then, Lin Ran said, pointing to the whole maternal and child zone. Okay, I'll listen to Ran. They had the staff pack up one of every single item in the infant section of Huatian Plaza. They didn't care if their child could use it or even what they were buying. Since they didn't know what the baby would need, they just bought it all. Surely something would be useful. The couple's spending habits shocked the entire mall, and many people recorded the scene and posted it online. In that moment, the spending habits of wealthy tycoons became tangible in the eyes of netizens. In the past, I thought the writing style in novels was exaggerated. Now I realize I was just too inexperienced. Just because you have money means you can waste it like this? Who has a kid that can use all that stuff? It's simply shameful. Did they spend your money? If I were rich, I'd waste it like that too. What business is it of yours? Please take your sanctity back to Notre Dame in Paris. China doesn't welcome you. Actually, it's quite nice. Everyone pursues happiness, joy, and health. Lin Ran is good. Luo Yao is good, and we are good too. After wandering around, Lin Ran and Luo Yao arrived at the luxury goods area. Lin Ran bought out the inventory of a jewelry store for Luo Yao before they finally exited the mall. Ran, I want to eat dessert. Lin Ran stopped, thought for a moment and said, Okay, let's go eat. They walked seemingly casually toward a dessert shop, but before they could enter, they ran into someone unexpected. A beggar. Lin Ran actually admired Lin Tianba somewhat. He remembered telling Brother Dao to dump him under a bridge in the downtown area. Yet this guy had actually managed to crawl all the way here. Considering Lin Tianba's current level of disability, squirming this far was truly a miracle. Hey, there was a path to heaven you refused to take. Huatian Plaza is my territory. How can I allow this kind of trash to appear here? Lin Ran looked from a distance at Lin Tianba, who was currently feeding, with a look of displeasure. Throw him out. After giving the order, Lin Ran led Luo Yao into the dessert shop. Just as Lin Tianba was lying on the ground, burying his head to gnaw on leftover rice someone had given him in a broken bowl, two bodyguards appeared. One of the bodyguards pulled out an extendable baton, squatted down and knocked over Lin Tianba's broken bowl. Lin Tianba stared blankly at the leftovers spilling out, then stared blankly at the bodyguard squatting in front of him, then at the bowl, then at the bodyguard. The bodyguard poked the baton against Lin Tianba's nose. Still eating? I'm here to collect you, Tilda. Lin Tianba. Get lost immediately. Is this a place where you can beg? Lin Tianba recognized the two men before him as Lin Ran's bodyguards. He was forced to start squirming away, though his speed was incredibly slow. He muttered as he crawled. My rebellious son is your boss. Rebellious son, kneel, apologize. I'm starving. The rebellious son Lin Tianba spoke of had already taken his beloved wife into the dessert shop to casually select two pastries. The shop was currently devoid of other customers, as the bodyguards had cleared the area using Grandpa Mayo's. The couple found a very cozy spot on the second floor to enjoy themselves. Lin Ran fed Luo Yao a bite of strawberry cheesecake and she felt incredibly sweet inside. Eating too much dessert will make me fat. Will Ran still like a fat version of me? Lin Ran fed her a bite of the other dessert, a tiramisu, and spoke as he did so. I will. I love every version of Yao Yao. Luo Yao's eyes curved into crescents. She ate carefully and happily. Ran, you eat some too. Lin Ran smiled and nodded. After my wife finishes, I'll eat. He didn't know when it had started, but Lin Ran had gotten into the habit of saving the things Luo Yao liked for her. They clearly had the means to buy every dessert in existence and eat until they burst, but Lin Ran just loved the feeling of having only one portion and letting Luo Yao have it first. Perhaps this was also a form of love. Luo Yao dug out a spoonful and offered it to Lin Ran. He opened his mouth to accept it. It melted in his mouth, very sweet. The two of them continued, taking turns feeding each other bite by bite. Yao Yao, remember that? Lin Ran pointed to the wall. Luo naturally knew what he was referring to. They approached the message wall, gazing at two slightly weathered sticky notes. It was surprising they were still stuck there after all this time. Uncle Fu, have someone frame this section to ensure they never fall off. Uncle Fu nodded. Yes, miss. Lin Ran suddenly leaned down, positioning his head next to the sticky notes. Yao Yao, let's take a picture. Luo Yao leaned her head in as well, and the bodyguard professionally snapped a photo. Inside the second-floor window, the happy couple was frozen in time by the camera lens. On the street outside the window, a filth-covered beggar was squirming away as he was being shooed off. The contrast couldn't be starker. Perhaps Lin Tianba had felt regret at some point, but he would never admit to his mistakes, because he still wanted to rule supreme for all eternity. Wifey, let's go home. Okay. Just as the two walked out of the dessert shop, Uncle Fu handed a cup of milk tea to Lin Ran. Young Master Lin, here is the milk tea with one straw, as you requested. Lin Ran held the milk tea to Luo Yao's lips. Blushing, she lowered her head and took a sip. Lin Ran took a sip as well. Sharing a single straw, a form of indirect kissing, was filled with an ambiguous, romantic tension. As the saying goes, it was a completely different kind of pleasure compared to their intimacy in bed. I specifically asked for no ice. I heard girls prefer it that way. Lin Ran mimicked the lines he had used the first time he drank milk tea with Luo Yao. Luo Yao smiled at the memory. Did Lu Rushu like it? Lin Ran. His wife certainly had a good memory. She only likes eating shit. Let's never mention her again. Luo Yao nodded and took another sip of the milk tea. Lin Ran took another sip too, smiling as he said, sharing a single straw makes one feel shy. My little scheme is truly invincible. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao immediately fed the milk tea she hadn't yet swallowed directly into Lin Ran's mouth. This is even sweeter. Does this make Ah Ran even shyer? Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao with a doting expression. Yes, my little princess. Luo Yao reached out her arms. Princesses don't walk. Lin Ran naturally scooped his wife up and carried her to the car. All the way back to the manor, Luo Yao didn't get down from Lin Ran. He simply carried her, supporting her bottom, and walked right into the villa. The day passed quickly. After dinner, the two played around for a while before resting. Lin Ran helped Luo Yao wash up, then tucked her into bed and gently lulled her to sleep. Luo Yao leaned into Lin Ran's embrace and comfortably closed her eyes. Recently, not only had her insomnia vanished, but she had also become somewhat lethargic, a common symptom for many pregnant women. After 10 minutes or so, Luo Yao's breathing evened out, and Lin Ran knew she was asleep. Only then did he gently extract his arm to go wash up. When he returned, he crouched by the bedside, staring at his wife in a daze. So beautiful. Looking up from her sexy jawline, the sleeping beauty's red lips were delicate, and her long eyelashes fluttered like feathers, tugging at his heartstrings. Even every messy strand of hair seemed perfectly placed. How did he manage to marry such a beautiful woman? Lin Ran felt a sense of sorrow for his blindness in his previous life. Minga. A cat's cry interrupted Lin Ran's admiring gaze. This cry appeared in his mind, so Luo Yao couldn't hear it. Lin Ran gently tucked Luo Yao in and went to the balcony. Lu Ha Yao is too ruthless. She didn't wake up, right? Meow meow meow. Lin Ran looked helpless. Hushund, if I thought you went out and got yourself killed. Little Black peered through the glass at the woman inside. Only after confirming she hadn't woken up did it breathe a sigh of relief. This cat has been at the manor for many days. After all, even cats like to rest in places with beautiful scenery. So you came to sleep. and here I thought you came specifically to find me." Little Black fell silent for a moment, then looked up at Lin Ran. "I did indeed come to find you. Since I can't sleep anyway, this cat feels it's necessary to face my past self. I want to take you to see the stories of the past." Lin Ran was a bit puzzled. "When else? Wait for Luo Yao to wake up? I don't have the power to take two people along." That was what Little Black said telepathically, but in reality, it was just afraid Luo Yao would kill it. Lin Ran looked back at the sleeping Luo Yao. After a moment of thought, he said, "Then wait for me a moment." He quietly returned to the bedroom, found a pen and paper, and left a note for Luo Yao. It read, "Imyonem dotumenon lamia bedo mo no. Wandami churat chutum, samithis, desminyoharan." When Lin Ran came back out, Little Black looked puzzled. "What did you write?" Lin Ran scratched his nose awkwardly. "I was just afraid she'd be anxious if she woke up and couldn't find me, so I left a note to prevent her from worrying." Fine. Little Black admitted it had been force-fed another mouthful of dog food. However, it didn't dwell on that. It was more worried about whether Lin Ran would beat it to death later. Actually, it had wanted to come find Lin Ran for a long time, but it always had reservations. "Forget it. If I die, I die." Since it had once promised to tell Lin Ran the truth, it had to follow through, because it was a cat of integrity. Wanito, what is men? Mestigestam, nigadrisesta, monam din hami, nan tuan deza, wadasto koendaha. Lin Ran braced himself. As space distorted, time did not reverse. Instead, they entered a vast white world. Lin Ran had been here before. It was the time Luo Yao had tried to kill the little black cat. While injured, Little Black had brought Lin Ran into this space. Twisted shapes appeared before Lin Ran's eyes, beneath his feet, and above his head. These shapes resembled flowing liquid or illusory smoke, constantly shifting and changing. Little Black walked over slowly. "Monyanam, deritsinda mainan, wutritsikinda mainon bie, monon yamur, minon yandam." Lin Ran looked confused. "Apologizing to me? Did you kill my dad? If so, I should be thanking you." Little Black rolled its eyes dramatically, looking utterly speechless. What was the big deal about that? Did it warrant an apology? While confused, a spark of excitement rose in Lin Ran's heart. It was the thrill of finally uncovering an answer he had been seeking for a long time. "Then who was the first person? Don't tell me it's someone I know." Little Black shook its head in a very human-like manner. Dia miho, he was my master." Lin Ran was stunned. "You have a master?" "Before I answer that question, let me tell you a story. Actually, this cat isn't some creator. To be precise, this cat is merely a witness to the development of this world." Little Black sat down beside Lin Ran and began to narrate. A long time ago, so long that Little Black couldn't remember the exact time, it came to this world. At first it was happy. But as time passed, it began to feel solitary, lonely, and afraid. For a creature that had lived for an untold length of time, watching humans constantly evolve, age, sicken, and die was its own form of torture. It often wondered if the day would come when it too would die. It did not want to die. It refused to reach an end like other living things, even if that meant enduring eternal loneliness. Little Black was not inherently immortal. It required vast amounts of energy to sustain its life and powers. And so, on this path of survival, it constantly sought out sources of that energy. It had changed homes many times. Each home offered a different amount of energy. Some could sustain it for decades, while others lasted only a few years. Until one day, it found the perfect energy vein. It was the dragon vein currently held by the Luo family. Little Black could sense that the energy here was sufficient to sustain its life for 10,000 years. It howled with excitement night after night, eager to make this place its home. But when it finally entered, it discovered that the place was already occupied. The occupiers were none other than the Luo family of that era. Little Black didn't think much of it. With an underground vein this massive, even if they discovered it, mining it would take many, many years. So, without standing on ceremony, it settled in. One day, a lonely Little Black lay sunbathing on a rock. Just as it was wallowing in sentimental melancholy, a little boy appeared. The boy didn't look happy. He sat down heavily right on top of Little Black. Little Black let out a meow and jumped up, startling the boy as well. Seeing that Little Black looked half dead from being crushed, the kind-hearted boy picked it up and carried it away. In the boy's home, Little Black lived quite well, getting whatever food or drink it desired. It also learned the boy's name. Luo Chen. Luo Chen had a cold personality, though deep down he was plagued by inferiority and cowardice. He rarely spoke to others, but he took good care of this stray cat, Little Black. Although young Luo Chen fed Little Black well, Little Black's heart remained unmoved. Over the years, it had witnessed countless partings of life and death. It knew that everyone it cared about would eventually die. That was the law of time. Still, young Luo Chen's home was indeed a good place. There was food and drink, and it wasn't far from the vein, so it could return any time to replenish its energy. It decided to stay at Luo Chen's home for the long haul. Years passed in this manner until Luo Chen grew up. Little Black watched Luo Chen grow bit by bit, transforming from a withdrawn, insecure boy into someone rebellious. Luo Chen began to rebel against his father's authority, against his clan, against oppression, until finally he successfully eliminated his family members and inherited the Luo family leadership. He fought against all the injustices of the world, yet he offered no resistance to love. When that woman appeared, he fell completely. Covered in scars from overcoming obstacles to be near her, they finally came together, and she bore him a child. He thought this was the perfect ending, until one day he discovered that the woman had been deceiving him all along. It turned out her approach was entirely calculated. Her goal was to seize everything he owned. For years, she had been poisoning him. By the time he found out, the poison had seeped into his bones, leaving him no chance of survival. Luo Chen was heartbroken. He couldn't understand. He loved her so much, so why was he still betrayed? If she had just been honest, he would have given her everything willingly. Why did she choose deception instead of speaking up? Unable to comprehend it, Luo Chen descended into madness. In the end, he killed the woman he loved most with his own hands and wiped out her entire family. If her family hadn't been such manipulative instigators, perhaps he wouldn't have been deceived. Having personally destroyed both his blood relatives and his lover, and with the poison deep in his bones, his days were numbered. On the verge of death, the only ones by his side were his 3-year-old son and the little black cat he had found as a child. One day, he lay on the roof of the old mansion, gently stroking Little Black's fur. Why is it you who is with me at the end? A cat's lifespan is only a dozen years or so. You must be old too, right? I wonder who will die first, you or me. Little Black felt its heart finally stir, so it attempted to communicate with Luo Chen. You're the old one, damn it. This cat is still young. Luo Chen heard it. At first, he looked at Little Black in disbelief, but he slowly accepted this bizarre reality. Perhaps it was because he hadn't truly communicated with anyone for so long. Facing Luo Chen, who had cared for it for so many years, Little Black also felt an inexplicable desire to confide. And so, one man and one cat chatted on the roof of the Luo family's old mansion. They poured out their loneliness and regrets to one another. By the end, they were trading profanities. Bullshit loneliness, dogshit solitude. This cat isn't afraid of anything. Luo Chen also roared at the sky. Screw love. Luo Chen and Little Black had a good talk, effectively untying the knots in their hearts. Watching Luo Chen cough up blood from time to time, Little Black couldn't bear it. It asked Luo Chen if he wanted to live. It had a way. Luo Chen didn't doubt Little Black's ability. After all, if he could hear a cat's thoughts, what else couldn't he accept? Yet, he shook his head and refused Little Black's offer. From the moment I knew that woman didn't love me, I was already dead. Little Black fell silent. It didn't know what love was, but it knew Luo Chen's heart had died. Because that woman didn't love him, he was destined to be a fish stranded on dry land, gasping for air until the end. What exactly is this love that humans talk about? Luo Chen couldn't explain this age-old question, as everyone's definition of love was different. However, he thought of a way for Little Black to verify it for itself. I suppose I count as your master, right? After all, I've raised you for so many years. I have a favor to ask. Little Black didn't deny the relationship. You're not going to tell me new to come around? If you would not raise if you bid me have you. Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I've already arranged my affairs. The butler and servants will raise the child to take over the Luo family, and the branch families can't threaten him. That's not what I'm asking of you. Little Black tilted its cute head. That's good then. Speak, what is it? Luo Chen suddenly became serious. I have a way for you to understand love. If my descendants are lucky enough to find true love, guard them for me just once. Then, come back to my grave and tell me about it. Little Black looked speechless. You'll just be a pile of bones. You won't be able to hear this cat tell stories at all. Luo Chen's gaze shifted toward the distance, his eyes gradually revealing a look of envy and longing. He desperately wanted to possess something like love, but he knew he never would. Because once you love the wrong person, you lose the qualification to possess love at all. Why did Luo Chen give up on living? Was it because he didn't want to live? No. It was his misplaced love that buried him. You ask him to try loving the next person? For a man like Luo Chen, he could dye the entire world red with blood, but the one thing he would never defile is his love. Therefore, loving the wrong person is equivalent to death. This is Luo Chen. Can't you hear me? Then, write it down and burn it for me. I'll read it slowly, acting as a spectator. You won't be able to see it either. Luo Chen sighed, then smiled. It doesn't matter, then write it down for others to see. Let the people of this world believe that love truly exists. I'll give a collective name to the people who read this story. Let's call them readers. Little Black thought about it and felt it was a good proposal. I'd settled. But I don't strictly know what love is. How do I judge it? Luo Chen patted Little Black's head. That requires you to judge for yourself. If your judgment is correct, you will be able to see clearly what love looks like. Little Black sighed. It had already figured out Luo Chen's little scheme. He just wanted it to guard the love lives of his descendants. Fine, but you have to promise me one thing too. The Little Black Cat didn't want to make a losing deal. Luo Chen was somewhat surprised. I am a dying man. What can I do for you? Your Luo family's dragon vein is my home. Can you stop people from entering it in the future? Luo Chen thought for a moment. No wonder our first meeting was near the dragon vein. All right, I'll have the two keys separated. In the future it will require both the head of the house and the guardian to open it together. I'll also build a statue for you and place it inside before I die. That place will be your home forever. But doesn't that mean people can still get in? Luo Chen smiled. They won't. If the keys are in one person's hands, they will open it. But if two people share control separately, trust me, they will never unite. That is human nature. All right, looks like that's the only way. Luo Chen knew what Little Black was worried about, so he began to explain. My Luo family has a massive number of branch families. Many people know about this dragon vein. If I suddenly issue an order forbidding descendants from entering, it will only spark greater curiosity among them. Furthermore, I cannot control my descendants after I die. The benefit of this method is that during the struggle for power, there will inevitably be a long period where the dragon vein cannot be opened. If no one opens it for 3 or 4 consecutive generations, there might even be a break in the heritage. The people after that might not even be able to find where the dragon vein is. This is your permanent guarantee. Do you understand? Although Little Black had lived for a long time, its thinking was vastly different from that of humans, so it shook its head. Luo Chen smiled helplessly. If you don't understand, forget it. Sooner or later you will. Time flew by. After Little Black's statue was built, Luo Chen became critically ill and passed away. This is the story of this cat and Luo Chen. Lin Ran, did you understand it? Lin Ran nodded. I understood. Basically, you promised Luo Yao's ancestor to guard the pure love of his descendant once, right? Little Black stood up and revealed a very human-like smile. And this cat kept its word. Lin Ran thought for a moment and then asked a soul-searching question. Then why is it me and Luo Yao? Hasn't there been a single instance of accidental true love among the Luo descendants from ancient times until now? Hey, don't mention it. You really shouldn't ask. Forget accidental. Not even true love ever appeared. The corners of Lin Ran's mouth twitched twice. All right, then what do you rely on to judge true love? Judging by my previous life, I shouldn't count. I was essentially a bastard. Little Black remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. No, you and Luo Yao were very much in love. Do you remember the question you once asked this cat right here? Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. What you're about to say next is your real purpose for seeking me out today, isn't it? Little Black sighed. Nothing gets past you. Humans are just smarter than cats. This cat indeed didn't use time reversal on you for the first time. To be precise, I used it. Lin Ran's curiosity was piqued. How many times? Little Black lowered its head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Lin Ran asked in confusion. 3 times? So it really is 3 lives, 3 worlds? Wait, reversing 3 times would mean 4 lives and 4 worlds. You're really something. 30 times. Lin Ran screamed out loud. What the hell? 30 times? Why don't you just launch yourself into space? Little Black hurriedly explained. Come look with me and you'll understand. Look at what? Look at your past. This cat's mistake. As space distorted, a super clear projection appeared in the clearing. Lin ran. This cat made your time fragments from every life into something like a movie. This is your first life. Take a look. Lin Ran thought to himself, asterisk, is it that magical? He definitely had to take a good look at what kind of story he and Luo Yao actually had. Here, time passed very quickly, but Lin Ran could watch his first life as if viewing flowers from a galloping horse. Then, he was shocked. In his first life, he and Luo Yao didn't have any love-hate drama, nor was there a story of you run, I chase. Although Luo Yao was as obsessively possessive as ever, he, in that life, had completely accepted such an intense Luo Yao. From their first meeting to walking down the aisle, everything went smoothly, until Little Black appeared in the picture. It was a cat. Although it had lived for a long time, its mental maturity was vastly different from a human's. Little Black didn't know if these two counted as true love, so it decided to test them. Thus, it played a little joke. In the past years, it had used different methods to test many people of the Luo family, but none turned out to be what it considered true love. Its understanding was simple. If it's true love, you should at least be willing to protect your beloved, right? This time, as Lin Ran and the others walked out of the wedding hall, it created a small accident. Then, it saw Lin Ran block a fatal blow for Luo Yao, and he died on the spot. What? Little Black was stunned. It hadn't expected that the little prank it painstakingly set up would become the weapon that sent Lin Ran to his grave. It had clearly just flashed in front of that driver's eyes. As a result, after hitting Lin Ran, the driver was scared to death. In his panic, he actually slammed on the accelerator and ran over him. This was a massive heavy-duty truck. In the image, Luo Yao couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. Wearing her wedding dress, she tremblingly picked up the crushed, unrecognizable Lin Ran and sat there in a daze for a long time, then suddenly laughed wildly. In her madness, she sliced the driver in two, and immediately after, she plunged the knife into herself. Luo Yao's blade work was exceptional. A single strike left absolutely no chance of survival. She collapsed by Lin Ran's side. Ran, dying with you, feels so good. Just like that, the two of them were dead. Lin Ran swallowed hard. He had witnessed his own intestines being crushed out, his breath ceasing on the spot. He also witnessed Luo Yao taking her own life to follow him, a sight that made his heart ache to the point of suffocation. He stood up, reaching out to caress the fallen Luo Yao, but his hand met only empty air. The space distorted once more, and the hyper-realistic projection vanished. Lin Ran, you promised that one day you wouldn't kill me. Lin Ran stared at Little Black, his eyes turning bloodshot with rage. He could have had a perfect ending with Luo Yao in their very first life, yet he had been forced to endure 30 additional lifetimes. Lin Ran, I've always felt guilty in the past, but at the same time, I couldn't understand why Luo Yao loved you so much. Now I understand. All of this was inevitable. You've also helped me resolve some doubts regarding time and its rules. Seeing that Lin Ran remained silent, Little Black grew fearful. It hurriedly continued to make excuses or explain. You wouldn't have met Luo Yao when she was a child. Therefore, the Luo Yao in the past 30 lifetimes always remembered you, while you only remembered her in this one. I only recently figured this out myself. It turns out that no matter how many times time is reversed, our outcome remains a certainty. Without me, you would never have known the answer to why Luo Yao loves you. So, in a way, I am the key that unlocks the destination of your love. Surely, for that reason alone, you can't off me, right? Lin Ran understood. He wasn't a fool. On the contrary, his logic was sound. Little Black meant that his traveling back in time to meet Luo Yao happened within the context of this current timeline, yet the Luo Yao of the previous 30 lifetimes remembered it. What did this prove? It proved that the events of this life were destined to occur. Time was bound to converge at a certain point. However, Lin Ran didn't want any of this to happen. If he could have just grown old with Luo Yao in the first lifetime, that would have been perfect. What did it matter if he experienced the story of this specific lifetime or not? Furthermore, you turned the past into a movie for me to watch. Are you a freaking psychopath? He had been in so much pain moments ago he nearly suffocated. Yet when he tried to comfort Luo Yao, he could only touch a hologram. Wait, a hologram? Lin Ran took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rage. The last times, under the bridge and in the basement, I could influence the past within those scenes. Why couldn't I influence it this time? Little Black looked at Lin Ran cautiously. Bia biersula famanier bor, bekurted stuffen bitso, tuya bia puini. Biorum mains. menana, picorn suero, bia biakidal, biadonan yarns, mudona mia mi mud. You Fine, hurry up and show me what the subsequent 29 lives looked like. Little Black shook its head. When I realized I had made a mistake, I kept turning back time. You should thank the Luo family's dragon vein for having sufficient energy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had this good fortune. Without the Luo family's dragon vein providing enough energy, Little Black wouldn't have been able to reverse time again and again. So, from a certain perspective, the Luo family's dragon vein was the fuel that saved them. From Little Black finding the dragon vein, meeting Luo Chen, occupying the dragon vein, guarding the descent of Goddess Luo, to finally relying on the dragon vein's energy to reverse time repeatedly. Every step of this process was indispensable. It was all dictated by fate. However, Lin Ran was so angry he almost laughed. Good fortune? If I gave this good fortune to you, would you want it? I was sad too, okay? Do you think you were the only one who suffered through 30 extra lifetimes? I was right there with you, you know? That seemed to make sense. But that wasn't a valid reason for guilt-tripping him, was it? Stop stalling. Hurry up and show me the remaining 29 lives. There's really no need to watch. I'll just tell you the ending. The story of each subsequent life was a bit different, but largely the same, and the endings were identical. Saying this, Little Black raised an eyebrow to glance at Lin Ran, then lowered its head again. In the following 29 lives, it was always a game of you running and her chasing. In the end, you always died, and Luo Yao always took her own life to follow you. I was constantly filled with regret and wanted to bring you two back to the state where you first fell in love, so I could only keep trying. By the end, even this cat was mentally exhausted, but it precisely because of this that I mastered the skill of letting you reverse time with your memories intact. If I had failed again this time, I would have washed my paws of the whole thing. Theraplicid, we made it to this moment. Not only did I grasp some rules of the time loop, but I also solved the mystery of why Luo Yao loves you so much. It is now confirmed. You and Luo Yao are indeed true love. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Thank him? Lin Ran was so angry he almost dropped dead on the spot. I was always about true love. It was you freaking cat, who insisted on turning true love into something twisted, and now you want me to thank you? Fine. You're really something. I won't kill you today. Before Little Black could rejoice, it heard Lin Ran continue. But I'm going to let my wife see your true colors. Little Black's eyes immediately widened. No. Luo Yao will kill me. In the previous 30 lifetimes, she stabbed me 58 times. In this life, I managed to get away with only being stabbed once. Don't mess around. I'll really die. Was that so? Then you've really walked right into the line of fire. In this 31st life, how could we be short one stab? Lin Ran wore a sinister expression. That is no longer up to you. Meow. Early morning. Luo Yao opened her eyes to find Lin Ran staring at her. Ran, what's wrong? Lin Ran was just about to speak when Luo Yao covered his mouth. Ran, we should get some exercise in the morning. Exercise? You're in for a shock. Lin Ran gently pushed Luo Yao's lips away with his finger. Your body can't handle too much activity right now. Besides, I have something to tell you today. What is it? Do you remember I told you I was going to introduce a friend to you? Lin Ran revealed a smug smile. He ran out the door and casually carried in a cage. Inside was a black cat, drained of all its strength and tricks. Lin Ran, you big jerk! Let me go! I'm telling you one last time. I don't want to see Luo Yao. Luo Yao is too ruthless. Meow meow meow. Lin Ran looked at it with feigned resentment. If you don't listen, I'll have Yao Yao tear your house down. Lin Ran has become ruthless too. Meow meow meow. Lin Ran carried Little Black over to Luo Yao. This is my friend and nemesis, Little Black. In truth, Lin Ran wasn't sure how he felt about Little Black. If he said he hated it, well, it was indeed quite hateable. If it weren't for this cat, he and Luo Yao wouldn't have had to wait until their 31st life to be together. Fortunately, aside from his first life and this current one, Lin Ran didn't have the memories of the other 29 time reversals. Otherwise, what agonizing memories those would be. On this road of love, Little Black was like a firecracker thrown into a latrine, silent until it wasn't, and when it finally exploded, it caused a massive scene. Moreover, in a sense, Little Black was an enemy who had killed him before. There was no fundamental difference between the cat and people like Lin Jian, Liu Yumei, or Liu Ruxe. Of course, while the nature of their actions was the same, the intent was vastly different. Little Black had been ignorant, merely conducting a well-intentioned test to verify its own theories. His death hadn't been the outcome it wanted to see. Liu Yumei and the others, however, were true villains. So, while Little Black was indeed detestable, it wasn't unforgivable. But if you asked him if he was grateful to Little Black, well, he actually was. It was precisely because of its tireless efforts that he could now face Luo Yao as the complete Lin Ran, especially regarding the final time reversal. If he hadn't carried his memories back this time, it likely would have ended in tragedy again. Luo Yao tilted her head to look at Little Black. When her gaze met the cat's eyes, Little Black's fur instantly stood on end. That nearly psychotic look in her eyes switched Little Black into vibrate mode. Meow, meow, meow. Don't fucking kill me. Meow, meow, meow. Lin Ran shook his head helplessly. Little Black was as cowardly as ever. Where did the guts you had when you got me killed go? A hint of surprise flashed through Luo Yao's eyes. I can actually hear your inner thoughts. You really are a problematic cat. Can't keep you. Time to die. Little Black. She's impossible to reason with. Just destroy me. Lin Ran gently took Luo Yao's hand. Yao Yao, I want to tell you about the incident regarding this cat. Luo Yao looked at Little Black with a terrifying smile, but when she turned to Lin Ran, it transformed into sweet tenderness. The cat's incident. What kind of incident? Subsequently, Lin Ran explained the entire process of their past and present lives to Luo Yao in detail. She listened very intently. Finally, Luo Yao frowned and said, Are you saying we were supposed to be together in the very first life, but because of this cat's meddling, we missed out on 30 lifetimes? Lin Ran nodded. Luo Yao closed her eyes. She was angry. She was truly angry. That really is quite the incident. Just as Lin Ran was about to speak, a cold light flashed in Luo Yao's hand. Meow. This cat was wrong. Meow, meow, meow. Spare my life, queen. Meow, meow, meow. The stab didn't kill Little Black, but it left her bleeding profusely. Luo Yao's beautiful eyes gazed at the dagger stained with Little Black's blood. You said I stabbed you twice in every past life. Now, the second stab of this life is settled. However, without you, Aran and I wouldn't be where we are today. You could have ignored it, but you worked hard to give us a happy ending. Since that's the case, I'll spare your life. Thank you, queen. Meow, meow, meow. As Luo Yao wiped her dagger, she said, No need to hide anymore. I don't want to have to look for you when I feel like beating you up. If you dare leave the manor, I'll tear your house down. Little Black shivered. Tun you? Can you not beat the cat? Luo Yao didn't answer the question but asked instead, What did you say my ancestor's name was? Lu Chen. Mao, Mao, Mao. Can you call a pet ambulance for me? Why didn't Little Black enter the time-space dimension to heal? Because if she healed there and returned to the current main timeline, she would still be injured. This was different from rewinding to a past world. For example, last time when Wang Anjian cut its fur, the fur automatically returned to its perfect state when she flowed back. Or when Lin Ran was injured and went back to the past, his injuries healed, but upon returning he was still injured and took a long time to recover. Everything is based on the main timeline world. Luo Yao ignored Little Black and picked up her phone to make a call. Find the ancestral tablets that were smashed. Piece together the one named Luo Chen and offer incense daily. The person on the other end clearly paused before speaking slowly. Miss, those tablets were all thrown away. Luo Yao thought for a moment. Then make a new one. Yes, miss. Hanging up the phone, Luo Yao stared at Little Black. Pour an ambulance for the cat, thanks. Little Black actually felt quite aggrieved. Every time she performed a major reversal of the main timeline, it consumed a lot of energy, and energy equaled Little Black's lifespan. She had worried herself sick over these two, performing 30 massive time reversals. Little Black had accompanied them through every single day of every life. Because the main timeline could only be rewound, not fast-forwarded, she had to live through it day by day. Luo Yao gave her a cold glance and called for Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, find a vet for this cat. This was the greatest kindness Luo Yao could offer. Luckily, Little Black was a female cat. If she were male, she would definitely have been castrated by now. Uncle Fu carried Little Black away, leaving only Luo Yao and Lin Ran in the bedroom. Lin Ran knew that what was bound to happen would happen. Ask whatever you want to ask. Luo Yao said, just 2 questions. Was it before the start of school last year that you were reborn, Aran? The second question is, does Aran still love me? Lin Ran felt like weeping. For such a huge revelation, Luo Yao only had two such simple questions. Yes, and I do. Luo Yao seemed to instantly understand many things. No wonder Aran started changing from that moment on. It turned out everything had a source. However, Luo Yao didn't care about these details at all. From beginning to end, the only thing she cared about was Lin Ran. As long as Lin Ran was by her side, nothing else mattered. Not just 30 lifetimes. She would wait even for 300. Ran, do you remember you owe me a favor? Lin Ran thought for a moment. You mean the bet we made in Shanghai? I remember. Luo Yao nodded. She fell silent for a moment before speaking. Ran, I don't care how many reincarnations we've been through. I only want you to never leave me in this life. You can only belong to me alone. Lin Ran nodded seriously. This life had completed the loop, and Little Black had fulfilled her promise to Luo Chen. The couple would naturally spend the rest of their lives happily together. My heart, my body, and my future, they are all yours. Time flew by in a flash. September 10th. That's right. Today was the day of their wedding. Lin Ran had actually wanted to cancel it, but Luo Yao refused. The reason was that Luo Yao was dangerously close to her due date and could go into labor at any moment. According to the doctor's assessment, there was still a month to go. But could a due date really be trusted? Due dates are calculated at 40 weeks, but in reality, most babies aren't born on that exact day. It's common knowledge that a baby is considered full term at 37 weeks. They were only a few days shy of that mark now, so an early delivery was entirely possible. The most critical issue was that during her first prenatal checkup, Luo Yao couldn't recall the exact date her last period ended, only offering a rough estimate. The doctor had no choice but to calculate based on that approximation, so a margin of error of a few days, or even a couple of weeks, was perfectly normal. But since Luo Yao didn't want to cancel the wedding, what choice did Lin Ran have? Spoil her, of course. He would just have to be extra careful and minimize the amount of walking Luo Yao had to do. She only needed to show up for the most critical moments. The wedding would be grand, but the logistics would be kept simple. There was no wedding motorcade, no waking up at the crack of dawn for preparations, and certainly no standing around greeting guests. But that didn't mean it wasn't solemn. On the contrary, it was magnificent. How many people attended their wedding? All of Huaxia was in attendance. Lin Ran spared no expense in decorating the entire estate and opened it to the public for the full day of the wedding. It must be noted that Dongtian Manor was no small place. It was the location Lin Ran hadn't managed to escape from even after a lifetime of running, and its area was exceptionally vast. To avoid overcrowding, Lin Ran issued only 10,000 invitations to the entirety of Huaxia for on-site attendance, selected through a free lottery system. Those lucky enough to be drawn could come to the Dongtian Manor in the capital to attend this wedding of the century, with all travel expenses reimbursed. How would the rest participate? Watching a live stream? No. While the wedding was indeed live streamed for everyone to watch, that wasn't enough. Lin Ran opened satellite wedding venues in over 300 cities across Huaxia, truly inviting the entire nation to join in. Each satellite venue was prepared with 100 tables, available via advance registration until full. Furthermore, Lin Ran made a very outrageous request. No wedding gifts or cash would be accepted. If anyone asked why, Lin Ran had a 3-word answer: not short of money. He wanted everyone to remember this wedding so that even after they passed away, people would still talk about it with relish. He wanted to give Luo Yao the most luxurious wedding of the century. He wanted the whole world to know that he belonged to Luo Yao. This wedding was explosive news across the entire Blue Star. What kind of concept was this? It meant Lin Ran was paying for over 3 million people nationwide to enjoy a free banquet while watching his wedding to Luo Yao. On top of that, there was a red packet rain in the live stream, a continuous deluge of digital cash gifts. For this wedding, Lin Ran planned to spend every penny of the nearly 1 billion he had on hand. In terms of cost, a wedding of this magnitude was historically comparable only to that of Prince Charles in the United Kingdom. But Lin Ran didn't care in the slightest. Only by spending all the money could he become a pauper, allowing him to let his wife support him without any burden of conscience. The wedding officially began, and Lin Ran made his entrance. Accompanied by an original piece performed by a professional orchestra, Lin Ran walked step by step into the sky. With every step, he trod upon a multicolored auspicious cloud. He looked like an immortal roaming the heavens. Once he reached mid-air, Luo Yao appeared out of the void, slowly becoming substantial. Everyone was stunned. Not just the netizens in the live stream, but even the people on site couldn't figure out how it was done. Some even began to suspect the couple knew magic. Luo Yao slowly transformed from an illusory projection into a real beauty. She wore a phoenix coronet and robes, handcrafted by national art masters. The purple gold phoenix coronet alone cost over 100 million. But it was all worth it. In this moment, Luo Yao was more beautiful than the noblest fairy in the celestial realm. Lin Ran, not wanting to disturb Luo Yao's beautiful headdress, slowly squatted down and carefully picked her up, carrying her down from the sky. He stepped on the multicolored clouds again until his feet finally touched the ground. If anyone counted, they would find there were exactly 30 clouds. Carrying Luo Yao, Lin Ran walked through the archway of happiness, taking 31 steps in total. Ran, are you tired? Luo Yao felt a pang of heartache. She could hear Lin Ran slightly panting. Dressed in joyful red groom's attire, beads of sweat had formed on Lin Ran's forehead. Tired, but happy. To carry you through every day of our future is all I ask for in this life. Entering the archway, Lin Ran didn't put Luo Yao down, but continued walking forward. Wang Anjin appeared at just the right moment, scattering petals across the path of happiness. Besides Wang Anjian, 2 other girls and a boy served as flower children. Meanwhile, backstage, a certain master director surnamed Zhang wore a beaming smile. It's absolutely shocking. This is simply art. Beside him, another variety show director looked equally entranced. Who could have imagined we could take the bride reception segment to such an extreme? Those multicolored clouds, if you didn't look closely, they really looked like they were floating in the air. That was the segment young Master Lin requested. Could we get away with not making it happen? The most impressive part was the bride turning from an illusion into a solid entity. Netizens will probably discuss this for years. Such advanced projection technology won't be common for another decade. The Luo group is impressive. This visual invisibility technology, utilizing optical principles, if used on a battlefield, it would terrify any nation. That's a stretch. No battlefield is going to let you set up that much equipment. True. A group of directors discussed the event in awe. Today's wedding had given them significant inspiration. Back at the wedding scene, Lin Ran entered Villa Number 1. Seated in the place of honor for the elders was a single person, Uncle Fu. Lin Ran gingerly set Lu Haodiao down to prepare for the ceremonial bows. As the chant, "First bow to heaven and earth," rang out, Lin Ran and Luo Yao simply bowed their bodies slightly. After all, Luo Yao was heavily pregnant. Although the wedding attire concealed it somewhat, the fact that her mobility was limited could not be changed. Second bow to the high elders. The couple offered tea to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu accepted it with trembling hands, feeling nothing but fear. The young miss was serving him tea? He was actually a little worried about his life safety right now. Finally, husband and wife bowed to each other. Luo Yao dipped slightly, while Lin Ran performed a very standard, deep bow. "Wife, let us enter the bridal." Before Lin Ran could finish his sentence, Luo Yao's brow furrowed slightly. Lin Ran, who had been monitoring Luo Yao's condition constantly, noticed something was wrong immediately. Fortunately, the ceremony was complete. Lin Ran scooped Luo Yao up into his arms. "Everyone, I'm taking my wife to go welcome our child. Eat well, drink well, and have fun." Under every large screen throughout the entire manor, people were cheering. The scene was a veritable tsunami of sound. Afraid the noise would disturb Luo Yao, Lin Ran gently covered her ears. Not just at the manor, but at wedding branch venues across the country, loud cheers erupted. Netizens in front of their screens wore doting smiles. The couple they shipped had finally come to fruition. 2 very strange phenomena also occurred. The first was that the road from the manor to the hospital was incredibly clear. Cars voluntarily pulled over to the side, only resuming normal traffic after Lin Ran's car had passed. The second was even more impressive. All rooftops across the country were put under control. No one could go up. The hospital. Inside the delivery room, his hand gripped Luo Yao's hand, hoping to give her more strength. As time passed, Lin Ran became incredibly nervous. "Yao Yao, if you can't hold on, just bite me." Despite Lin Ran's extreme tension, Luo Yao acted as if nothing was happening. Aside from the occasional frown, she showed no expression of distress. She could even chat with Lin Ran with a smile. "Ah Ran, don't worry, this little bit of pain is nothing to me." From childhood to adulthood, Luo Yao had endured far greater suffering. Besides the two of them, there was one other person in the delivery room, the strongest woman of the Yi family, Yi Buhuo. "President Luo, you are truly amazing. You didn't make a sound the whole time." With Luo Yao's final rhythmic push, the loud cry of an infant filled the room. To be honest, Lin Ran never thought he had a deep love for this child, but the moment he heard the baby cry, he actually felt like crying. "Yao Yao, you've worked hard," Yi Buho said happily. "President Lu, young Master Lin, it's a little boy." The couple looked at each other and smiled. Whether it was a boy or a girl never mattered to them. Lin Ran gently wiped the sweat from Luo Yao's forehead, and only then did the two look at the child. The baby had stopped crying. His partially opened eyes were dark, filled with confusion and curiosity about this world. At this moment, the group of people in the hospital corridor breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news, their faces lighting up with joy. Wu Jishang wore a doting smile. "I didn't expect this. We just finished the wedding, and soon we'll be attending the 1-month celebration. Brother Lin gets to collect 2 rounds of gift money in such a short time. I'm envious." Zhang Xinyan looked puzzled. "You didn't give any gift money anyway." Wu Zhishang scratched his head awkwardly. "Didn't Brother Lin say he wouldn't accept anything? He even said there's a nationwide ban on gifts for him." Shen Jingbing joined in the teasing. "If he accepts gifts, he'll only accept little babies." That one sentence pushed the already joyful atmosphere to a climax. Others joined the discussion. These people had all rushed over from the wedding venue. They included, but were not limited to, Wu Zhishang, Zhang Laifu, Shen Jingbing, Chen Qingtian, Lu Xiangshu, Zhang Xinyan, Xiao Tong, Qi Chengwei, Abu, Wang Bao, Fang Buxia, Xiao Xiaolei, Wei Xinsheng, Wang Dahua, Wang Anjian, Chen Xiao, Chen Yanshu, Chen Yanlun, Chen Juma, Su Jianguo, Qi Tenyang, Ye Lingling, Zhang Xiaolong, Yi Siyin, Yi Buhao, Pei Qianqian, Shu Kai, Liu Meng, Wang Feng. A while later, Luo Yao came out. She wasn't wheeled out. Instead, Lin Ran supported her as she walked out directly, with Yi Buho pushing the stroller behind them. Everyone wanted to step forward to offer care and congratulations. However, a single freezing cold glare from Luo Yao scared everyone into freezing in place. Lin Ran waved his hand. "Thank you all for your concern. If there's nothing else, please go back. It's enough for me to accompany Yao Yao alone." Only after Lin Ran helped Luo Yao back to the ward did the others breathe a sigh of relief. Someone broke the silence, looking confused. Why was President Luo's look so terrifying just now? This question plunged many into thought. Was President Luo angry because the baby was born? Did she dislike boys? However, there were a few on the scene who understood Luo Yao's mindset, such as Lu Meng. She stepped forward. "Everyone should head back. Don't overthink it. There are too many women here. It would be strange if President Luo wasn't angry." The others suddenly realized the truth. So that was the reason. Everyone left one after another, leaving only Lu Meng standing there motionless. She knew that Lu Yao was angry not just for that reason, but also for another very important one. The child was born. Would young Master Lin still love President Luo wholeheartedly like before? However, she didn't say this out loud. "President Lu, aren't you going back?" Wang Fang asked, puzzled, seeing that everyone had left but Liu Meng remained. Liu Meng looked at Wang Fang, then recalled the image of Lin Ran and Luo Yao walking away together, feeling incredibly envious. Perhaps Wang Fang was right. She should take that step. "Sister Wang, do you remember asking me who the person I like is?" Wang Fang's eyes immediately lit up. I remember. Who is it?" Liu Meng looked at Wang Fang and suddenly pinned her against the wall. "Woman, you have successfully aroused my desire to commit a crime." Wang Fang stared blankly at Liu Meng, her mind going blank. Liu Meng, "Baby, are you surprised?" Wang Fang nodded, her cheeks blushing red. More like a scare. Time flew by. In the northern part of a foreign country, Lin Ran and Luo Yao were lying inside a transparent structure, admiring the beauty where the aurora met the snow-capped mountains. Dozens of bodyguards had the place tightly secured. These past few years, they had been quite lucky, traveling the world with the young couple. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lin Ran glanced at it and smiled. "It's that brat, Lin Luo." Luo Yao leaned into Lin Ran's embrace, rubbing against him comfortably. "Why won't that kid grow up already?" Lin Ran smiled and tapped to answer. A cool-looking little boy appeared on the screen. Lin Luo was very handsome, One could tell from a young age he would be a heartthrob. However, his childish voice betrayed his age, though his words were amusing. I didn't want to video call you, but my little sister kept clamoring to find you. Another even younger, milk-scented little bundle squeezed into the screen. Daddy, Mommy, when are you coming back? Uncle Fu won't let me play with Little Black. I hate him. Little Black can only play with me. Lin Ran was somewhat speechless. In recent years, he had discovered a very serious problem. Everyone in his family seemed to have something wrong with them. Got it. Your mom and I still want to watch the aurora, so we're ignoring you for now. Saying this, Lin Ran was about to hang up, but Lin Luo hurriedly stopped him. Wait, when are you coming home? You're adults, yet you're never home. What's up with that? Don't you understand the saying, when parents travel 1,000 miles, the children worry? Lin Ran was utterly speechless. It felt a bit ridiculous. Your mother said you need to grow up quickly and inherit the family business as soon as possible. Then your mom and I can have no more worries. On the other end of the phone, Lin Luo sighed. Sigh. Looking forward to retirement at such a young age and trying to dump such a huge business onto a child. You two are really unbelievable. Luo Yao's eyes turned cold. Lin Lu, if you don't want to die, hurry up and grow up. Lin Luo looked miserable. Fine, I won't talk about it anymore. Uncle Fu is looking for me. The call ended, and the young couple looked at each other and smiled. Ah Ran, was that foreign woman from earlier today pretty? Huh? What woman? I didn't see anyone. Luo Yao smiled, her eyes brimming with mirth. If Ran dares to look at another woman, I will slaughter her, turn her into a specimen, and line her up in the bedroom right next to Lu Ruxu so they can watch together. Lin Ran reached out and gently caressed Luo Yao's cheek. That sounds absolutely wonderful. If the world is vast, I want to walk every corner of it by your side, because you are my world too. Lin Ran. The president's office of the Luo Group. President Lu, be gentle. Wang Fang's face was flushed with shyness. Lately, she had become somewhat obsessed with that domineering CEO falls in love with me vibe. It was no wonder so many women loved reading CEO romance novels. Who wouldn't get weak in the knees meeting a domineering CEO whose eyes and heart were filled only with them? Even if this domineering CEO was a woman, and she herself was also a female subordinate. Baby, I've already submitted my resignation to President Luo. Once we get a reply, we can be just like President Luo and the boss's husband, going out and living it up every day. In the past, Liu Meng couldn't quite understand why Lu Yao and Lin Ran, despite being so successful, ultimately chose to retire and dump this huge mess onto her. Now she understood. At the end of love, you realize that nothing else matters. What matters is who is still by your side. While she was still young, it was time to enjoy life. She had dedicated herself heart and soul to the Luo Group these past few years, pushing the conglomerate to its peak. Even Samsung had been diluted to almost nothing. Everything that needed to be done was done. The office door was pushed open. Wang Fang stood up in a panic, but Liu Meng remained unhurried. She knew that in the entire corporate group, besides herself, only two people could walk through that door at will, Luo Yao and Lin Ran. Sure enough, a pair of cold, severe eyes swept over Wang Fang's neckline the moment they appeared. Then the owner walked in as if nothing had happened, followed by her little pampered husband. Wang Fang stammered. President Luo, hello. Liu Meng lowered her head slightly. President Lu, aren't you and the boss's husband traveling the world? Why did you come back so suddenly? At the mention of this, a trace of murderous intent instantly appeared on Luo Yao's originally calm face. You're asking what you already know. Didn't you submit your resignation? Liu Meng felt a bit moved. Even though Lu Yao was cold and ruthless, she actually valued her deeply. She must have come to persuade her to stay on. Otherwise, why come back in person? Look at that murderous look in her eyes. If she insisted on resigning, would she get killed? Wang Fang also felt the temperature in the room drop and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. President Lu might not have thought this through thoroughly enough. I'll try to persuade her again. If Lu Meng's stubbornness led to them losing their lives, it would be better to just keep being the president. Luo Yao suppressed her anger. It doesn't matter if you resign, but you want to take Wang Fang with you. If I didn't come back to handle this, was this huge conglomerate supposed to be left unattended? Do you have any idea how much you've inconvenienced me? Liu Meng and Wang Fang both breathed a sigh of relief, but then started worrying again. President Luo seemed to mean she was letting them go, but it also seemed like they had interrupted something very important for her. Luo Yao looked furious. Ah Ran and I have only been having fun for a few years, and now we've been interrupted by you. You really are guilty of a heinous crime. Liu Meng Wang Fang. Fragieseischen Punkt Fragieseischen. Lin Ran. Heben. Fen. Luo Yao suddenly turned her head to look at Wang Fang. You don't need to be sneaky in the future. You might not be accepted by the world, but remember, you are my people. You don't need anyone else's approval for how you live. Lin Ran's eyes widened. Listening to his wife, it seemed there was something going on between Liu Meng and Wang Fang. This time, Liu Meng revealed a touched smile. President Liu, thank you. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. A man who looked completely devoid of intelligence walked in. Sister-in-law, you called for me. Lin Ran was almost amused to the point of anger. Old Wu, we haven't seen each other in so many years, and you don't even say hello? Wu Song looked a bit awkward. It hasn't been that many years. Didn't you come back when Shen Jingbing had his baby? You and sister-in-law even named the child back then, don't you remember? Of course Lin Ran remembered that. He also remembered that when the child was brought over, he had really wanted to make that child a child bride for his own son. He and Shen Jingbing had even quietly settled the matter between themselves. Why quietly? Because they didn't want the women folk to find out and end up letting the whole world know. If the two kids grew up and couldn't stand the sight of each other, wouldn't that be doing a bad deed out of good intentions? Don't give me those useless excuses. You just forgot your brother once you got a wife. Wu Jishang glanced at Lo Yao. I wanted to give you a hug, but I was afraid sister-in-law would slaughter me if I did. Lin Ran sighed. Things remained, but people changed. A hint of appreciation appeared on Luo Yao's face. Wu Jishang knew his place. Wu Jishang, do you want to move up in the world? I want that more than anything. Do you have some arrangement, sister-in-law? The Luo group is being handed over to you and Lin Luo. Mentor him well. Try to get him ready to take over the entire group before he turns 15. The smile on Wu Zhishang's face completely petrified. This kind of moving up seemed a bit too much for him to handle. You are unwilling? Luo Yao's tone was ice cold. Wu Sheng immediately raised his hand to swear an oath. I'm willing. I'm willing. If I'm lying, may Brother Lin's biological father die a horrible death. Luo Yao took Lin Ran's hand. Ah Ran, we haven't been back to the capital for a long time. I miss some places. Let's go revisit our memories. Lin Ran. Thank goodness he had the pills from the Yi family, otherwise he would have died from exhaustion long ago. The Luo family old manor. The ancestral tablets. There was just one lonely tablet. After a session of deep interaction, both of them lay limp on the floor. To be able to make even Luo Yao go limp showed that Lin Ran's stamina was no longer ordinary. Meow! Little Black walked in with a catwalk strut. It had been summoned by a phone call. You read that right. A phone call. Little Black could use a phone too. Did you call this cat over just to force feed me dog food? Please, I'm a cat, not a dog. Lin Ran. Of course not. I'll cut the crap. I need you to do a small favor. Little Black put on a proud expression. What is it? Luo Yao spoke in an icy tone. Keep us in our current state, both in terms of physical function and appearance. This was something Lin Ran had just suggested, as he felt their physical condition had reached the prime of their lives, and it was time to preserve it. Little Black froze. Luo Yao's eyes instantly turned scarlet. This is Ah Ran's request. Can you not do it? Little Black's fur instantly stood on end. Hey Khan, of course I can. Lin Ran. Let's be clear, this doesn't count as that wish you owe me. Although it's my idea, it was Luo Yao who asked you. You fucking are really smart. So what is your wish then? Lin Ran smiled confidently. I don't know yet. Let's talk about it later. I can clearly keep you in my debt forever, so why waste it? If anything comes up, I can just have Luo Yao ask, right? Little Black was mentally exhausted. It thought, I'm tired. Just let the world end. With this matter settled, at some point in time, in some corner of the world, the figures of two people would appear when least expected. Every time they appeared, it would become news. Your Luo God Descends on Lin short drama is now online. Reborn and Chased by a Yandere Beauty is available on various short video platforms. You can go to Hongguo or Tomato Free Novel app to search and watch directly. It's a smash hit. Author Interaction Zone. It was night at the back mountain of the Luo family's ancestral estate. A black cat, trembling all over, finished reporting the current situation. Lin Ran, Luo Yao. Are you sure you aren't going to intervene? Lin Ran thought for a moment. Those who do not understand love do not deserve to receive it. Luo Yao shot a glance at Lin Ran. In our past life, you seem to. Yao Yao, can we not bring up that dark history? In our first life, I loved you to the point of madness. If it weren't for this cat, we would have been together ages ago. As he spoke, both of their gazes landed simultaneously on Little Black. Feeling those two piercing stares, Little Black shuddered. Hyuhasa, don't forget, it is this cat who has kept your appearances eternally youthful. A glint of cold light appeared in Luo Yao's hand, and Little Black's fur instantly stood on end. If you dare to run, I'll have someone demolish your home. Luo Yao is too cruel. Meow, meow, meow. Little Black looked at Lin Ran with pitiful, aggrieved eyes, hoping he would save its feline life. Lin Ran sighed. Yao Yao, stop scaring the cat. Let's talk about the children. What are your thoughts? Luo Yao tilted her head, looking at Lin Ran in confusion. The children? What does that have to do with us? Ran, you should focus your attention on me, not on them. That made sense. All right, let's leave it at that for now and observe. If things reach a point of no return, we can just turn back time. Read why does it sound like it's become your skill? What's yours is mine. We are one entity, so why make such a distinction? The temperature in the air dropped instantly. Lin Ran hurriedly explained. Yao Yao, when I said one entity, I just meant that Little Black is our pet. I didn't mean anything else by it. Luo Yao shook her head and gently leaned close to Lin Ran's ear. Your only pet is me. Little Black is just a cat that can be slaughtered at any time. Little Black, please spare this poor child. Feeling that gaze full of love and the rising temperature, Lin Ran said, You're right, wifey. My world contains only you. Oh wow, you two really know how to show off your love. It really makes this cat envious. Little Black felt like it had been flashing in and out of the gates of hell repeatedly. It had only survived this long by being sufficiently cowardly and cautious. Especially after meeting Luo Yao, it had transformed from a straightforward cat into one that knew how to read the room and gauge moods. Alright, that's settled then. If it reaches the point of no return, reverse time, but remember to preserve my memories and Yao Yao's, as well as that child Meng Xing's memories. Otherwise, she'll probably just get tricked again in the next life. It wasn't that Lin Ran was pessimistic. It was just that naive people were easy to deceive. Even if they lived again, they would likely remain the same. Alright, then what about Lin Yin Yao and Jiang Nan? Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, There's no need to keep their memories. After all, they already love each other. Right now, it's just a misunderstanding.
Okay, and He Pen Kong?
Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Don't forget I can hear your inner thoughts. If you dare not to preserve mine and Ran's memories, I will tear down your home. Ran, it's rare for us to come back here. We haven't done it at the Dragon Vein yet. Lin Ran smiled. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Little Black. So, should I leave? As the night deepened, Little Black's home was commandeered by others, while outside, the cat wept floods of tears in solitude. Ran, I've noticed you're a bit too concerned about those two unfilial children. You must remember, your eyes can only hold me. Of course, we are true love. They were just accidents. Luo Yao revealed an eerie smile. If they ever occupy your heart, I wouldn't mind kicking them out of the family. A finger gently silenced Luo Yao's lips. They don't have that kind of capability. They are merely the crystallization of our love, the capital allowing us to live off our offspring. Accompanied by cheerful laughter and amorous whispers, the two once again tore through the silence of the night sky. By the time they finished, dawn had broken. If you were to go traveling, what route would you take? Where would you stay? What would you do? Would you look for those hidden gem itineraries that promise no backtracking? Would you crash in youth hostels? Would you snap photos and obsessively edit them, hoping for that one viral shot? That is what ordinary people do. It isn't what Lin Ran needs. His journey with Luo Yao never pauses, because their goal is to make love in every corner of the world, the land of cherry blossoms. On a terrace in a nameless small town, facing a breeze tinged with the scent of sulfur, two shadows merged into one. Ran, say it, say, you, love, me. Lin Ran will love Luo Yao forever. Lin Ran answered without a moment's hesitation. To him, loving Luo Yao was his life's mission. It was a love he would give his life for. Time slipped by. Mount Fuji, shrouded in mist just a moment ago, finally revealed its true face. At the end of the quiet street rose the snow-capped peak, mesmerizing as a stairway to heaven. It complemented their intertwined shadows, composing a breathtaking picture. Lin Ran and Luo Yao never took photographs on their travels, but they always left something behind as a souvenir. That something was love, a love that traversed the globe. As the sun climbed high, the two finally ventured into the town. They had been here for half a month, but had yet to appreciate the picturesque scenery. After all, the most beautiful view in their eyes was each other. As time passed, they left their footprints all over the town. By evening, on the town's busier streets, Luo Yao held onto Lin Ran's arm, drowning in bliss. Suddenly, her gaze turned razor-sharp. She whipped her head around, projecting such murderous intent that the recipient started in shock, nearly losing her footing. It was a beautifully dressed, mature woman with a voluptuous figure. She was a PR manager for a local establishment and had merely cast a seductive glance at Lin Ran out of professional habit. Under local laws, overt solicitation or indecent gestures could lead to prosecution. Thus, she relied on subtle, alluring glances to entice potential customers. But she never dreamed that a simple glance would trigger such a hair-raising response. Terrified, she quickly lowered her head. However, Luo Yao had no intention of letting her off. Her eyes narrowed. She dared to flirt with Ran? That was like lighting a lantern in a latrine, looking for death. She didn't strike immediately. Instead, she shot a glance at the bodyguard behind them. The bodyguard understood instantly. The boss's instruction was simple: make that woman suffer. Lin Ran sensed the shift in Luo Yao's mood. Yao, did the vinegar jar tip over again? Luo Yao blinked her beautiful eyes. Did you see that, Ran? Did you notice that woman? Lin Ran paused. No, I didn't notice. If I did, may my own father be paralyzed from the waist down. There's no point in making a vow on something that's already happened. Lin Ran gave a sheepish smile. Yao, other than you, everyone else is just dust in the wind to me. They're no different from a pebble or a piece of trash. Luo Yao finally curled her lips into a satisfied smile. As for that woman from the entertainment district, her future held countless threats. For instance, Madam, you wouldn't want to lose this job, would you? Or perhaps, Madam, you wouldn't want your debt interest to keep piling up, would you? Of course, this was just an interlude in their trip. The main objective was to experience the local customs and culture. Japan is a very peculiar country. They prohibit sexual intercourse for money. Yet, they don't ban the provision of sexual services. This loophole has led to a plethora of bizarre industries. But since they were here, leaving without trying them out would be a waste of the atmosphere. The couple spent some time buying a few novelties. And then, soaplands, the girlfriend experience, fashion modeling. Luo Yao let Lin Ran experience them all, with the caveat that she was the only heroine. Luo Yao was very cooperative, role-playing as a flasher, a high school girl, a bondage master, and offering lap pillows and butt pillows, professions the author had never even heard of. With that, this trip came to a perfect conclusion. Of course, their journey could pause at any moment, to watch a cloud drift by, to listen to the wind, to smell the ocean air. They stayed wherever they pleased. Whether in a deep valley or a bustling city, peace was found in each other's presence. They did whatever they desired. Through sunrise and sunset, through the waxing and waning of the moon, they never hesitated over money. They never quarreled over trivialities. They never panicked over worldly troubles. The next stop would be even better. The next stop was the land of the Gauls, Paris. Ran, this is known as the city of romance. Shouldn't we do something romantic? Lin Ran reached out and gently stroked Luo Yao's hair, which had been tousled by the wind. Having you by my side is the most romantic thing there is. Hearing this, Luo Yao's eyes curved into a delightful crescent, an expression seemingly capable of melting all the world's fatigue, adding a vibrant splash of romance to the city of love. So, where do you suggest we do these romantic things? Lin Ran smiled too. Luo Yao would always be Luo Yao. No matter where they went, she never forgot the main objective. Her declaration to do it all over the world wasn't just empty talk. How about everywhere? Lin Ran offered the answer. Luo Yao nodded and leaned into Lin Ran's embrace. Before the sun rose, they arrived at the Eiffel Tower to wait for the dawn. As the morning sun ascended, with this world-famous landmark as their backdrop, they left their first mark on Paris. The streets began to fill with people. Some moved with unhurried ease, while others scrambled in a frantic rush. Only Lin Ran and Luo Yao stood on street corners kissing, snuggled on benches, ate slightly unpalatable local specialties, and observed the somewhat gritty street corners. Those who haven't been here harbor fantasies. Those who have find it just so-so. Rats and homeless people shared the same shelter on the streets. It was hard to tell who was occupying whose home. When Lin Ran and Luo Yao walked down the street, police officers even warned them to stay away from the vagrants. Lin Ran shook his head with a helpless, bitter smile. Sure enough, every place has reasons that shatter the rose-tinted glasses, but none of this mattered much to them, because they were rich. They could drink coffee by the Seine, or they could book out the entire Louvre. Walking slowly up the cobblestone path, they turned a corner and encountered a sketching stall run by a man who looked every bit the artist. The impeccably dressed old painter exclaimed upon seeing them, asking in English, "Two guests from the East, may I paint a portrait for you? I won't even charge a tip." Lin Ran was about to refuse when he heard Luo Yao nod. "Yes, Ran, we rarely take photos when we go out. Why not get a painting done?" Lin Ran could never refuse a request like that. They smiled and sat down, letting the painter capture their snuggling silhouettes on paper. Every stroke revealed an unconcealable love. After finishing, the painter sighed with emotion. This was truly his most satisfying work. He handed the painting to the couple. Luo Yao looked at the content and the corners of her mouth curled up. "Reward him." A plainclothes bodyguard behind them suddenly stepped forward and handed the painter a check. The painter stared blankly at the remuneration in his hand. He felt that, maybe, he had just achieved financial freedom. At that moment, the French branch of the Luo Group received a special mission. The branch president hung up the phone and immediately convened an emergency meeting. "Cut the crap. Headquarters has issued an order. We need to clear out the Louvre." Everyone was shocked. "President, today is a public opening day. As the National Museum of France, the Louvre has never allowed a private booking." The president also frowned deeply. "It's a strict order from headquarters, and we must achieve it because President Luo is vacationing in Paris. She wants to visit the Louvre with her husband and doesn't want to be disturbed. So I don't care what methods you use or how much money it costs. This must be done, and it must be done as quickly as possible." Everyone sprang into action. Some contacted the National Museum, some applied pressure on the French authorities, and others sent personnel over to coordinate the clearing of the venue. An hour later, when Lin Ran and Luo Yao arrived, the entire Louvre was empty. Even the surveillance cameras had been turned off. Of course, the perimeter was heavily guarded by countless security personnel. After all, a world-famous painting was resting inside. Why did Lin Ran and Luo Yao come here? Naturally, for that world-famous painting. Don't misunderstand, they didn't have the slightest interest in the art itself. It was just to satisfy one of Luo Yao's little quirks. Even the Mona Lisa never expected that. More than 500 years later, she would witness with her own eyes a scene of such marital intimacy. It was unrivaled. This was more moving than any spoken or written "I love you." Who knew what kind of madness the next stop would bring?